This is Audible.
This is Shadowcroft Year 3. Written by James Hunter and Aaron Michael Ritchie. Narrated by Henry Kramer, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Chapter 1. Logan Murray was the first to open the door to their new rooms in the Azure Dragon dorms. At first, Logan couldn't believe how nice it was. Marco Lascarellis poked him in the back with his lute. Marco wore his gem-studded robes over a jaunty vest.
Go on in, Logan. I'm dying to see where we'll be living for our last year at the Shadowcroft Academy of Dungeons.
It's not our last year, Inga Thozetharian sighed. It's our 3rd year.
Really?
Marco asked, squinting in suspicion.
Pretty sure last year felt like 2 years, if not 3. Also, this summer. Oh man, and this summer was wild. That has to count for something, right? Also, I have a secret. I know something you don't know.
Did you create another minion channeling an ancient evil? Treacle asked from behind Inga. Little insects buzzed around the Minotaur's horned head. Logan was curious about them, but he hadn't figured out a polite way to ask. Marco didn't have that problem.
For your information, Treacle, Steve was a one-time thing. I'm on the straight and narrow. No more screw-ups. On an unrelated note, what's with the flies, Treak?
Treacle's eyes drooped and he snorted. You have your secrets, and I have mine. Logan, Inga, and Treacle all towered over Marco, who was still a C-Class Rank 2 dungeon satyr. He was weighed down with a big leather backpack and was pulling an enormous suitcase nearly bursting at the seams. With what, Logan had no idea. Though if he had to guess, he would say clothes. Marco loved accessorizing. It had taken Logan a little while to get used to being so big. He had dark skin now, glossy black and covered with hard chitinous ridges. A round mushroom cap topped his head. Inga still wore Melvin's fedora on her bone-white hair, which was striking against her silvery skin. Her bushy antennae were as droopy as Treacle's eyes.
I have a secret too, though it's more of a surprise, she said, sounding perky despite whatever her antennae had to say about the matter. Let's get unpacked first, and then we can really talk about our summer.
It was funny. During the school year, they were inseparable. Such was the nature of the cohorts within Shadowcroft. During the summers, however, they rarely saw each other. They were just busy. Or in Treacle's case, the Minotaur had spent a good portion of the summer traveling with Professor Ronald Crucible. Inga had also done some traveling. She'd gone with Madame Origami to some kind of bureaucratic nightmare world. A place of endless red tape, snaking lines that never ended, and historic records that dated back past the oldest of dungeons. She'd mentioned something about searching some archives and file cabinets, but Logan didn't know the specifics. Marco, like Logan, had stayed on Arborea. However, both had been kept so busy, they hadn't hung out. Marco had lived and worked at the Wayfarer Inn in the Giru Forest. That was bad for the goat man. On his days off, he'd stayed there to drink at the same bar where he bartended. Marco had tried to cut way back on his booze consumption, but he was still drawn to a party like a fraternity moth to a homecoming bonfire. As for Logan, he'd worked for the Rector Prime, Ulyss Rockhart, like the summer before, doing all sorts of tasks for the grumpy gargoyle. Trimming bushes, maintaining the grounds with the Treegees, a variety of plant, tree, and shrubbery creatures that acted as the staff at the Shadowcroft Academy for dungeons, or acting as a chew toy for Rockhart's hellhounds. But the vast majority of his time was spent cultivating under the Rector Prime's watchful gaze. The gargoyle had grand designs for Logan, and was determined that the fungaloid would live up to his full potential, even if it killed him. Oddly enough, Logan had spent a lot of time with Chadragoth Nobleblade. Rockhart had the Abyss Lord working right alongside the fungaloid, when the Abyss Lord wasn't helping Professor Ikgix in the Tartaruka cells. Logan and the rest of the Terrible Twelfth shuffled out of the hallway and into the main room of their new third-year dorms. To the left was a kitchen and a dining room table. To the right was a series of sofas and comfy chairs. As for bedrooms, there were 4 in total, 2 on each side. The suite was done in the Azure Dragon clan's colors, blue and gold. There was a gorgeous carpet covering the hardwood floor, showing Wilhelm Audax, the celestial ancestor who had started the Azure Dragon clan thousands of years ago. The dragon rug matched a dragon tapestry in the living room. There was a massive stone fireplace in the middle of the wall, with sliding glass doors on either side that led out to a sprawling balcony. Logan stepped through the doors and took in the view of the golden feasting hall and the jutting turrets of the castle. Last year, they'd been on the Loch Endless side of the Azure Dragon Wing. Their new dorm was far nicer, and the view was spectacular. But Logan would miss the murky depths of the lake. Last year, his room had an underwater window, which had allowed him to watch massive monsters of scale and fin glide past. Logan walked back inside the main area. Marco was on the couch, strumming his magical lute. For now, he wasn't playing anything that might summon eldritch horrors, though that could change in a heartbeat. In fact, Logan could have sworn it was a Beatles song. Marco was sprawled out with his stuff around him, including a leather bandolier of magical throwing daggers, a drinking horn, and the featureless head of one of his creepy mannequins.
"We all picked our rooms already,"
he said, idly finger-picking at the strings.
"You snooze, you lose."
Logan offered the satyr a flat, unamused glare. "Come on, guys. I just stepped out onto the balcony. And I was in Rockhart's utility shed again this summer. I want a nice room." Marco squinted at him.
What's your definition of nice?"
Logan let his head fall back. "Dark, moist. Can I say moist?" "I wish you wouldn't," Inga called from the other room. Marco pointed with a furry finger.
"Don't worry, buddy. We saved the perfect place for you. By the front door. I think you'll like it because literally no one else did."
He drew his lips into a thin smile.
"Moist is definitely the right word for that place."
Logan marched to the door and opened it. It was tiny, no windows, with a bed that took up a good chunk of the room. A desk took up the rest. The mattress looked stained. Mold was growing in several corners. Dead leaves crunched underfoot. And there was indeed a curious dampness in the air that felt heavenly on his rubbery flesh. Logan stepped inside, closed the door, and sprawled down on the bed. That wasn't a stain. It was black mold. It made the bed oddly comfortable, even though his legs hung over the side. The room would have been pitch black if he'd had normal eyes. As it was still dim even for his fungal vision. Marco was right. The room was a dream. He'd throw a digestion pit under the bed and maybe add a few opal truffles and God's eye caps, then call it good. He came out of his fungus closet and grinned. "You weren't wrong, Marco. I do love it." Inga came out of her room to frown at Marco.
We're going to be sharing this space. We need to keep it clean.
Marco grimaced.
Does she think that's going to be a thing? Because it's probably not going to be a thing.
Without replying to the satyr, Inga scooped up Marco's stuff in her 4 hands and unceremoniously tossed it into Marco's room. When she turned, Logan got a good view of her wings. Black skulls tattooed on white.
Thanks, Ing, Marco said. Really appreciate your help. Moving is so exhausting. Am I right or am I right?
I tolerate more than my fair share of your eccentricities, including your incorrect usage of the word bro, but I'm not at all excited about you calling me Ing.
She started for the kitchen, but Treacle beat her to it. The Minotaur tossed a handful of his metal orbs into the kitchen. They landed on the floor with a series of clatters and clanks before transforming into a variety of steampunk contraptions that went to work making coffee and gathering snacks, including little powdered sugar donuts. Treacle silently nodded at his creations, and then trotted over and plopped down next to Marco. He let out a contented sigh, a small smile on his bovine face as his ears twitched and danced, thanks to the circling flies. He looked happy, which was good. Before, he seemed to be perpetually on the edge of existential crisis, but ever since facing off against Steve, the Minotaur had developed a new zest for life. Maybe zest was a little strong, Logan thought. More accurately, he didn't seem like he wanted to jump off a bridge at any given moment. Still, a step in the right direction. Inga and Logan sat across from them. The Mothwoman had a binder of papers resting on her knee, and was clearly excited to share whatever new info she'd dug up during her summer break. Marco eyed the binder dubiously while absently swatting at flies.
Hey, Treacle, are you going to explain the bugs or what?
Fine. A walking tray, clockwork legs clanking, approached Treacle. He grabbed an offered bundle of wheat, exhaled, and looked down at it. I got infected. It's, not contagious. Professor Crucible took me to his homeworld, Wamapon. It's a very crowded place, full of crafting and crafters. They have cogflies there, though, and they were attracted to my AFS core. He grimaced. I'm diseased now. Treacle opened his coat and tapped the glowing white gem, his augmented Fulgur stone, in his stomach. It reminded Logan of Iron Man's arc reactor. Like Tony Stark's toy, the AFS gave the Minotaur all the power he needed to run his many creations. A thick blanket of wriggling flies swarmed his core. Treacle covered it with his coat, but they still buzzed incessantly around his head. Logan caught one of the insects in his thick-fingered hand. 3 fingers. Who needs more? He studied the fly, turning it over to get a better look at its belly and wriggling legs. The fly was actually made of cogs and gears and had tiny shimmering wings. Logan tried to smush it, but the bug's metal body was surprisingly pliant. It fluttered away from him and rejoined its brethren circling Treek's horned head like a living halo.
How are you going to get rid of them?
Inga asked, cocking a bushy eyebrow. Then she answered her own question.
Come to think of it, I believe there's a book on cogfly infections in the library. I can look.
Treacle blinked. Really? I was just going to live with it. It's not so bad. Except at night. Then it's bad. Inga shook her head.
No, we'll get you fixed.
Marco looked puzzled.
Didn't you try to make frog machines to eat the fly machines?
Course. It was the first thing I tried. Treacle sighed. But it didn't work. The frogs ate the flies, but the flies infected the frogs. Then I was covered in frogs for a while.
Ended up making cat machines. But then the same thing happened. I was covered in cats. At least the flies are small.
Marco stood up.
Wait, I think I can help. This might be unpleasant.
Inga immediately clapped her hands over her ears. Treacle's goggles snapped into place while metal plates popped out of his skull, wrapping his bovine ears in steel. Logan was too slow. He heard the first few licks of Marco's horrific tune. Pink and gray tentacles burst forth from the pockets lining Marco's gem-encrusted robes, each one tipped with a mouth full of needle-like fangs. Those tentacles lashed out, snapping up every single one of the cog flies. By that time, Logan had covered himself in an extra layer of exoskeleton, creating a thick layer of fungal growth around where his ear holes were. He had a passive deafness immunity, a new perk he'd unlocked after ascending to B class. But right now he was sorely wishing he could cause his own deafness. As it was, Marco's maniacal song was muffled, but Logan could still feel how very wrong it was. The sound crawled into his ears, bored into his eyes, and crawled beneath his skin as the air shivered around him. It was like all of reality had inexplicably gone out of tune. Thankfully, it didn't last long. With an elegant flourish, the satyr played the final chord and stood there, fist in the air. The mouth-tipped tentacles all vanished back into his coat. Treacle stood up and grabbed the satyr, giving Marco the biggest hug.
You saved me. Marco, I can't thank you enough.
Marco laughed and danced back.
Anytime, buddy. You can thank me with those little dough rings and some coffee. Black coffee. As bitter as the dark tune I just played.
Better give him a cup of crude oil then,
Inga said, blinking her white luminescent eyes.
That was well and truly awful. Painfully bad. I feared for my sanity for a moment.
Aww. Marco shot her a finger gun and a wink.
You say the sweetest things, Inga.
He sat down.
Any more secrets, Treacle? Anything else your awesome, amazing, and humble pal Marco can help you out with? I thought I advanced to Azure Branch, but no, it was only some indigestion. Despite the cogflies, I did enjoy my time on Wamapon.
The Minotaur chewed on a stick of dry grass, wrapped in more dry grass like a bovine cigar, with relative contentment, looking relieved that the flies were gone. Inga smiled and wiggled her bushy antennae.
We're so very glad. I have to admit, my trip away from Arborea wasn't as much fun as I'd expected.
Her antennae wilted a little.
I'm looking forward to our classes this year, however. Madame Gammy said we'd have a new cultivation teacher. Also, for my electives, I'm taking a cosmic entomology class, so I'll learn all about a vast variety of insects on various worlds. Madame Gammy and Shadowcroft talked, and I'm also going to do an independent study program archiving for our headmaster. That should be fun, going through all of his personal papers.
Logan thought fun was the wrong word. Wait, you said you had a secret. Where did you go again?
I wouldn't say it was a secret. Like I said, more of a surprise.
Marco looked doubtful.
You say surprise, but I'm worried it's just more boring library stuff.
Inga stood up and fluttered her big white wings. Silver dust filled the air.
Oh, so the knowledge of the universe is boring to you now? Because if you must know, I went to Tedium to scour the sacred filing cabinets and the Millennium Codex. Madame Gammy and I helped them archive some of their older documents. And yeah, Billy Scales was mentioned. He was a real problem 10,000 years ago.
Any new information? Logan asked hopefully.
Was that the secret?
Inga sat down and crossed her arms.
Maybe. Maybe not. It's likely just boring library stuff after all.
Treacle waved his wheat Slim Jim at the astral mothwoman.
Tedium. Sure. That's the Council of Dungeons homeworld. The Arcandor Initiative is there. And then there's the Department of Universal Dungeon Efficiency. They're going to be auditing the inter-school tournament. This might be one of our classes. Maybe. If our cohort is chosen to compete.
Marco put his lute aside.
Inga, I'm sorry, he pleaded. I take back what I said. Libraries sound far more interesting than a world literally called Tedium. Tell us your surprise.
The apology seemed sincere.
Well, if you really want to know.
She paused, and a wide smile broke out across her face.
Guess who I saw in Arcandor Town?
Inga waggled her antennae.
Jisoo?
Marco's eyes were wide. He had a crush on the demonic fox fiend who worked for the Arcandor Initiative, an organization that hunted down dungeon cores who turned evil. Inga nodded.
She asked me to say hi to you and Treacle. She also politely told me to repeat the warning she had for you, Logan. Go rogue and die. Her words, sorry. That was the surprise, though I suppose it wasn't really the good kind of surprise. As for my secret, I got bored on Tedium. I know bureaucracies are important, as are standard operating procedures, but sometimes the red tape is simply too red.
Now that genuinely was a surprise. Normally, Inga embraced all manner of complexity, even the governmental kind.
Treacle and I shared our secrets, Inga said. Marco and Logan, you're next. What did you do all summer? Anything exciting happen?
Marco had a blank look on his face.
I totally forgot what it was.
As for Logan, he had no idea where to even begin. Chapter 2. Logan swiped a fresh cup of coffee from one of Treacle's walking steampunk serving trays. He was pretty sure those powdered sugar dough rings wouldn't rot. There were enough preservatives to keep even his mold from taking hold. So he'd have to find something else for his digestion pit. He glanced at Inga, eyes darting toward a binder stuffed full of papers on her lap. He had to wonder what it was for. I don't really want to talk about my summer. Can't we just talk about our classes? Logan asked. So there's a chance we'll take the tournament class, if we get chosen. And we'll have a cultivation class with the new teacher. He seems pretty impressive. He takes his students all over the multiverse, to different worlds rich in different kinds of apothos. It should be amazing. Chadragoth is excited to be training under him. Marco snapped his fingers.
Chadragoth. Right. That's my secret. You know how he woke up covered in chocolate sauce? I know who pranked him. 3 guesses.
Treacle finished eating his wheat.
The gelatinous knight would be too obvious. So it's the gelatinous knight. Or Nimoy. Or both of them. I would guess both of them.
You didn't need 3 guesses, Marco bleated. It's because you're so smart. Logan knew all about that. Chadragoth had been napping on the couch in the Azure Dragon dorm's common room. He'd been an easy target. Chadragoth knew who it was. It's not like GK can walk around without leaving a slime trail. Logan dropped his head. He laughed. Chadragoth laughed and called them scamps. And he kept finding chocolate sauce on him for days after that. Still, that cheerfulness. I hate to say it, but...
Is this your secret time?
Marco asked. Logan rolled his eyes, but finally nodded. Fine. My big secret is that I'm kind of liking Chadragoth. He spent the summer either working in the Tartaruga cells or dismembering me, but he wasn't vindictive about it. He even apologized every time and offered me a ton of really solid advice. Rockhart is pretty sure that Chadragoth is close to getting to A class, which means he's probably not going to graduate with us. Looks like he might be bumped a year. Academic fast track. I've got to admit, I think I might miss him, which is definitely not something I ever expected to say.
And we're talking about Prince Chadragoth,
Marco said. Yep, Logan replied. Marco tilted his head to the side.
We're talking about the same Prince Chadragoth that tried to kill all of us? Like, more than once. That Prince Chadragoth. The Abyss Lord?
Same guy. Like I said, I can't believe it myself. Logan scratched his cap. Remember last summer, when I got so frustrated? It was endless torment, and I didn't make any progress. This summer, Chadragoth made it bearable. Also, hanging out with Professor Ikgix was interesting. He gave me some techniques that really helped me take advantage of my knots. I also have some gossip. At least I think it's gossip. But we should probably talk classes.
Classes, yes.
Inga opened her binder. She sifted through pieces of paper.
I talked about my 2 electives, Cosmic Entomology and Shadowcraft's Archivist. But we're going to have the 3 other classes together. Either we'll be taking Advanced Dungeon Theory, or, fingers crossed, we'll be selected to participate in the Inter-School Tournament class. We'll also have our 3rd-year cultivation class with the new teacher, plus Cruelty Incorporated, the Business of Destruction. That's our Dungeoneering class. It will cover everything we need to know about Dungeoneers, the most dangerous guilds, up-and-coming raiders to watch out for, as well as various historic Dungeoneers.
She drummed her fingers on the binder in excitement.
There's also a whole unit on the logical fallacies that raiders often use to justify their greedy, universe-destroying behavior. I'm very excited about that one, though I'm not sure who is teaching it.
Treacle sighed. I'm guessing you picked out our electives as well? Inga waved the paper.
Obviously.
She'd taken apart the course list and made all sorts of notes on the classes.
I've had access to the curriculum for a month now, and I've talked at length with Madame Gammy and Shadowcroft.
She snorted.
So, yes, I think I know what's best for you.
Marco piped up.
Now there's a phrase I've heard my entire life. I used to fight it. Now, I'm embracing it. If you want to figure out my life, Inga, then it's less work for me. Tell me what I'll be studying.
Inga didn't pause.
You and Logan should both take brews, beers, and bubbles. Alchemy for everyone. As much as I love and value both of you, you're miserable at crafting. Mastering basic alchemic concepts should help you overcome that particular deficiency. And it will be interesting for both of you. Marco likes beer, and Logan
is basically a drug dealer, Marco finished. If nothing else, it will help him measure stuff in ounces, pounds, grams, and micrograms.
I am not a drug dealer, Logan spurted. I mean, sure, technically I have some fungal spores that have narcotic properties, but I'm only going to use them as lures. We'll get the drug dealers into my dungeon, and then we'll kill them.
Logan was only kind of horrified by what he'd just said. However, that was the job. An alchemy class does sound interesting, Logan conceded. Inga rolled her eyes.
That's because it is interesting, and perfectly suited for your build. It will also look great on your transcripts. Now, Marco, you really need to learn how to use your apothos as effectively as possible. I think you should take Professor Neckbett's Dungeon Accountancy class. He'll go through the evaluation process that the Department of Universal Dungeon Efficiency uses to audit dungeons. I was going to take it, But instead, I went through the department's standard operating procedures. I have a solid understanding of how their process works and the criteria they use. It was enlightening to say the least.
Marco sat motionless, staring at her.
You just said a lot of super boring words. Inga, I love you, but I'm not going to be taking another class from Neckbent. Not unless someone forces me at sword point. And even then, I might just consider dying. Especially if both Neckbent and math are involved. I'm not a numbers guy, Inga. I'm pure poetry, babe. Pure poetry.
That's why you need this class, Inga said, getting visibly upset. You need to understand the metrics behind the dungeons.
Marco shook his head.
Sorry, I talked with Professor Toothbite over the summer. He had some suggestions of his own. I'm still in the process of figuring it all out, but once I do, you'll be the first to know.
I can't say that I'm not devastated on a fundamental level, Inga replied stiffly. But I also expected you might feel that way. Please consider it.
Treacle leaned forward.
What about me?
Inga gave Marco one last frown, then turned her attention to the Minotaur.
You were easy. I'm sure Professor Crucible talked to you about this already, but there's an advanced off-world crafting class called the Mercy of Manifesting Armor. Normally you'd have to apply, but I've already taken the liberty of doing that for you. It's at the Waldorf School of Strategic Learning. You wouldn't start until after the Forever Green Festival.
Treacle burped up cud and chewed it.
Yarp, I know about it. It's taught by one of Professor Crucible's brothers. They don't get along. Even so, our Professor Crucible suggested it. Speaking of poetry,
he said, stealing a sidelong look at Marco.
Professor Crucible also thought I should take runic haiku, utilizing power word syllable poetry.
Wait, there's a class called runic haiku, and you didn't think I would want that one, Inga?
Marco knocked one of his horns with a furry fist.
Time to get new friends. I would love a runic haiku class.
It's advanced crafting.
Treacle swallowed his cud noisily.
You wouldn't like it. It's going to be challenging even for me.
You'll love it, Logan said, though he was surprised that haikus were a thing out in the big multiverse. For being so poor in Apothos, and so far away from everything, stuff from Earth had an awfully strange way of popping up. He still remembered when Shadowcroft had mentioned how much he liked the second Thor movie, which was insane considering how much better Thor Ragnarok was. Guess that leaves me, Inga. Logan found this helpful. There were a ton of different classes, and Inga did have the inside scoop on a lot of them. She was bossy, without a doubt, but she was also very helpful, and she always meant well. Inga rifled through her papers.
So, you and Marco are doing the alchemy class together. I'm hoping you'll encourage him to make something other than beer.
Marco lifted a finger and offered her a watery grin.
Unlikely.
Inga gave him a scowl.
I'm still mad at you. The dungeon accountancy class is perfect. But what do I know? I've only read over every single class option. For you, Logan, I found another off-world class.
She beamed.
It's perfect. I applied, and they are super excited to have you. It's a special fungaloid intensive class at Nightfall University called Mastering Mushrooms Magic, protecting the multiverse one spore at a time. You are extraordinarily fortunate, because they only teach it once every 5 years. Like Treacle's class, the fungaloid class starts after the Forever Green Festival.
Marco made a face.
Wait, Logan and Treacle are only going to have 4 classes until after the Forever Green Festival? That's not fair. I want 4 classes. Or no classes, if that's an option. 5 is definitely too many, though.
Nonsense, she said. We should be happy about the extra work.
You might be happy about it, Marco grumbled. Then he perked up. I'll go because I'm turning over a new leaf, but I don't have to like it. I'll tell you what I am excited about. The big welcome feast tonight. I love the dancing and the drinking and the celebrating.
He felt oddly quiet.
Though it's possible folks aren't going to be in a festive mood. Word in the corridors is that the threshing didn't go well. They lost 10 students right out of the gate. Can you say bloodbath?
That's too depressing to talk about it. Let's just hope it's not indicative of the year to come. We could use an easy, normal school year for once. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to settle into my room and get ready for tonight.
Inga stood and swept out of the common room, offering Marco one last glare before shutting her door shut a tad too hard.
I think she's got the right of it,
Treacle said, reabsorbing all of the various clockwork machines that had served them the little snack.
Might try to get a little shut-eye before tonight. I haven't had a good night's sleep since contracting those damnable flies.
He gave Marco's shoulder a squeeze.
Thanks again.
Glad to help a friend,
Marco said, not leaving the couch.
It's so great to be back, man.
Marco waited for Treacle to lumber out of the room before turning to Logan.
Okay, now that they're gone, we can gossip. A little bird told me that you and Tet were spending some extra time together this summer, too. She hit the Wayfarer every now and again.
He waggled his eyebrows at Logan.
Spill it. How are things between you two?
Fine. Logan, Chadragoth, and Ted had been tight over the summer. Logan felt bad. Sorry I didn't visit you more. I was just so wiped out at the end of every day.
Such a lightweight, man. Don't worry. Tet never stayed long. She said she found the noise and people strangely relaxing.
Logan nodded. Tet's a mystery. But I have another bit of gossip. Inga threw open her door.
Oh, that's right. You have gossip. Do tell.
It's probably nothing. Chadragoth and Lady LCL broke up. Actually, she's now with Jimmy McMarty. Things with the first cohort might be a little tense this year. Logan then had to correct himself. Or they won't be. Part of me thinks Chadragoth is handling it well. Another part of me is waiting for him to lose it. He might snap in the opposite direction and become more murderous than ever. Marco grinned.
No way. You and he are best friends now. And Tet makes 3.
You aren't wrong, Logan said. Tet was great, but the cat girl could be strange at times. That probably came with the territory. She'd grown up in a death cult. That kind of thing would make anyone weird. Can I see your room, Marco? Logan asked. The satyr wrinkled his nose and shook his head.
Sorry, pal. I unleashed some horrors in there when I bopped in. I'm waiting for them to eat each other before I go in there. Don't want to lose you to some nameless hellspawn that will devour your sanity. We still have to brew beer together.
And make other stuff,
Inga called from her room. That made Marco roll his eyes. But he was kind enough to shout to her,
You know it, Inga. We're going to make alchemy. It's going to be delicious.
Logan was glad to be back with his friends. Hopefully, their third year would be less intense than their first 2. But with the inter-school tournament looming over them like a sword of Damocles, Logan had the distinct feeling that year 3 might not be any more peaceful. He couldn't literally cross his fingers anymore. His digits were far too thick for that. But he was metaphorically crossing his fingers in the hopes that some other cohort would be chosen to compete. Although, he had to admit that if the terrible 12th got passed over, he would also feel a little cheated. Some part of him wanted to enjoy the full Shadowcroft experience, and that meant playing all of its strange reindeer games. Chapter 3. At the welcome dinner that night, Logan and the Terrible Twelfth sat at their usual table near the back of the Golden Serpent Hall, which offered them a great view of all the incoming freshmen. Well, the ones that were left after that year's tragic threshing, anyway. Logan didn't much care about the food being served. Marco had found a Wayfarer Inn breakfast burrito at the bottom of his suitcase, and Logan had tossed it into his digestion pit, along with some moldy bread and a chicken carcass. Still, he didn't want to be rude, so he drank some raspberry lemonade and nibbled on pretzels. Eating and drinking seemed like wasted energy at this point, but appearances mattered.
Magmarty, you're so hilarious.
Lady Elisiel of Everstar, Undead Queen and Chadragoth's former girlfriend, tittered from the next table over. The Lich Queen and the Earth Golem were sitting with Fractilla, the Ice Imp, and the rest of the Ninth Circle. Elisiel and Jimmy must have made friends with Fractilla and her friends during their offensive dungeon design class the year before. Magmarty, Chadragoth's former right-hand man, and Lady Elisiel were practically hanging off each other. Elisiel fed chunks of raw meat into Magmarty's rocky maw. The meat sizzled as it cooked inside his mouth. The frosty undead queen kept stealing secretive glances at Chadragoth, who was sitting with Logan, Tet, and the rest of the Terrible 12. Logan had never been great with relationships, but even he could see that Elisiel wasn't over the Abyss Lord. She was obviously trying to make him jealous, not that it seemed like it was working. Chadragoth had a plate piled high with fruits, vegetables, and some fragrant saffron rice. He was as big and blue as ever, though he'd started wearing a black choker with matching black leather bracelets. They actually went well with his long black horns. Tetakat glanced at his tray. The feline sandmaster had several strips of steak, along with a liver paste and a few chunks of chicken. Chadragoth grinned.
"I'm going vegan," he said. "You know, I can't help but feel bad for the little animals."
You've probably murdered 100 dungeoneers,
Tet replied, her voice as dry as the desert she'd once called home.
"Well, yeah," he said with a shrug. "But they're bad. I mean, they're actively destroying reality. We're trying to save it, including all the animals and stuff. You should consider trying it, Tet. You'd think going vegan would hinder your growth, but I've made more gains than ever."
He lifted an arm and flexed an enormous blue bicep. One of Tet's ears twitched in annoyance.
I am a carnivorous feline dungeon core. I will not try it.
She slowly dragged her chicken through the liver paste as though to prove her point.
Besides, our true nourishment comes from Apothos.
That and stuffed corn tubes.
Marco had a stack of what looked like taquitos, with 3 different sauces: sour cream, guacamole, and a spicy salsa, though he didn't call them that. They were white, green, and red yummies according to the satyr. Treacle ate wheat stalks wrapped in grass and drank copious amounts of dark beer. Inga poured syrup on everything, including her steak, and followed it up with a collection of cookies and melted ice cream.
Oh, look here.
She pointed with her spoon.
See that half-faced man over there? He's one of the incoming freshmen. His name is Ducolt. He had a sister, the other half of him, but she got killed in the threshing.
Logan turned. The guy only had half of a head. Other than that, he looked normal enough, with 2 arms, 2 legs, and a white toga edged in gold. Chadragoth looked genuinely pained.
"That's rough. Being the surviving twin, his dungeon core will only have half the Apothos. We should be extra friendly to him."
Inga's smile lit up her face.
Yes. Yes, we should.
She reached up and absently touched the fedora resting on her gleaming white hair.
I still feel bad about Melvin.
Don't remind me, Marco sighed. Those cherry turnovers were heavenly. Such a shame we were so mean to him.
Tears shined in Chadragoth's eyes. He reached out and took Marco's furry hand.
I know, buddy, I know. But we are not our pasts. We are our futures, and our futures start today, and those futures will never end. For we are timeless creatures, destined to be together, forever, and ever, and ever.
Marco slowly withdrew his hand.
Yeah, okay, what you just said might be super wise, or it might be super creepy. I don't know. I'm surprised you're sitting with us, big guy.
Chadragoth wiped the tears from his eyes.
Things with Lady LCL and Jimmy McMarty are strained at the moment.
He shot a look toward the two.
I mean, we're still the first cohort, and we are amazing, but my change of heart has taken a bit of getting used to. Lady LCL doesn't really like this new version of me. She wants me to go back to being like I was before, and well, it's just not me anymore. It's been really hard for both of us, but sometimes people change and grow apart, and it winds up being for the best.
That is quite profound and very mature of you, Chadragoth,
Inga said.
Thanks, he said. I've grown a lot since we all almost died at the hand of Marco's possessed minion. Sure, it's been tough. I lost my entire identity, my girlfriend, my best friend, and the respect of my family. Not that they ever really respected me. But thankfully, I still have Logan. I feel more connected to him than ever, even though we haven't been symbiotically bonded for 3 months, 1 week, 2 days, and 47 minutes. Now that's creepy.
Marco pointed a taquito at him. Tet gestured to the severed twin.
Looks like he's been put into a good cohort. They're calling it the backstories. He's teamed up with a swamp dragon, a shadow lamia, and a hill giantess.
It seems all of them have very tragic backstories. Up front, Shadowcroft rose from where the professors were eating and approached the podium. The great hall fell into a hush, the air thick with anticipation. Logan recognized all the teachers, from the very fashionable couple, Euless Rockhart and Arquetta the Hellgazer, to the shark-headed John Toothbite, and on to Professor Bartholomew Neckbet, who looked like he'd just come home from a hard day working at an accounting firm. The Birdman sat next to the tiger-headed Professor Suresh the Merciless, the Cunning, and the Bloodthirsty. The Rakshasa was wearing a sequined white tuxedo. The glittering sequins matched his diamond jewelry: rings, bracelets, necklaces, and earrings. Professor Suresh looked like the front of a Poison cover band who might start singing power ballads at any minute. Logan wondered where their new cultivation teacher was. He saw their old professor, Moonbow Rainsap. The Naga was sipping tea and looking as serene as ever. His exact opposite, in every way, was Zuzana Xantho. The fairy Fetch was in full Greek armor and wore her customary scowl. She had a miniature table sitting on top of the full-sized table. When not staring daggers at the students, she was busy gulping down tiny cups of beer and eating schnitzel with a knife and fork, held in the European style, like she'd just as soon be carving up a wild boar. Shadowcroft waited patiently at the podium. His beard was very green. A few flowers sprouted from the grass growing from his scalp. He raised his tree-branch arms. He was a Trioan, and ancient, even for a tree guardian.
Welcome, students. Welcome to our very important academy.
Before Shadowcroft could say his catchphrase, Chadragoth stood and raised a fist.
We are alive, and we can do wonderful things.
He sat back down. All eyes turned to take in Logan's table. Marco waved to his many friends. Inga and Tet closed their eyes. They looked like they wanted to physically melt through the floor. Logan and Treacle exchanged glances. So this was their life now. Shadowcroft smiled.
Yes, Chadragoth Noble-Blade. Yes, that is exactly right. You took the words right out of my mouth. This year, my friends, is a special year indeed. Our fourth years will spend most of their time in various work-study programs, and I'm excited to say, we even have some students who will be sent to Eritreus.
He paused for applause. Tet clapped politely, but Chadragoth didn't. He put a hand over his eyes.
I'm so triggered. Even the name of my homeworld is hard to hear. A ton of bad memories. I have a lot of work still to do, that's for sure.
Logan didn't know what to say. Chadragoth's home life had been rough. Shadowcroft quieted the crowd.
I am also happy to announce that we will be hosting the Inter-School Dungeon Tournament this year, and the top 3 cohorts from our third years will be competing for the honor of our illustrious institution. They'll even have their own special tournament class to prepare them for the challenges ahead. Should I announce who they are now, or should I wait?
Marco leapt up onto the table.
Now, Skip! Announce it now! The anticipation is killing me!
It's Headmaster Shadowcroft to you, maggot!
Professor Xantho roared, flipping over her tiny table in a fit of rage. For being so small, she had a voice like a bullhorn.
Sorry!
Marco sat down and whispered to his friends,
Do you think it's us? I mean, I think it might be us. It could be, right? Right? Calm down, my little goat friend,
Chadragoth soothed.
You'll see soon enough.
Marco sipped his beer, grinning.
I'm little. I'm a goat. He's not wrong.
Now that Logan and Inga had evolved to B-class, Marco was the smallest of them. Even Tet was taller and more muscular. Shadowcroft motioned to the front row tables.
Although we have many accomplished students among the third years, it should come as no surprise that the first cohort will be competing on behalf of our school. And let me take this moment to let you all know that for the past decade, Nightfall University has won. Really, they've dominated the tournament for 50 years. I'm very tired of hearing their headmistress, Alozi Webbs, throw that cursed fact in my face. So, Chadragoth, I hope you can help us take home the trophy and break this losing streak of ours.
Chadragoth stood up and cleared his throat.
I'll do my best, Headmaster. But I have to say, there are more important things than winning. Friends, good food, the satisfaction of a job well done. Besides, at the end of the day, I might not be the most powerful dungeon core here, but if I am, I will try to do my school proud.
He sat down, the wooden bench squealing beneath his formidable weight.
What a moron,
Jimmy McMarty muttered, loud enough for Logan to hear. Professor Xantho snapped her fingers and pointed at Jimmy. She drew a thumb across her throat. Jimmy didn't say more. Shadowcroft appeared a bit puzzled about Chadragoth's humble words, but he then pointed at Fractilla the Ice Imp.
Though the first cohort is the clear frontrunner, the ninth circle will also compete. You must be very proud, Professor Suresh, that your...
Suresh popped up instantly.
Yes, I'm proud of Fractilla, Larry, Toiji, and Sadako. Please stand. Please let everyone look upon you and despair.
The ninth circle was comprised of the Ice Imp, Larry, the Snow Golem, Toiji, the Gecko Behemoth, and Sadako, a rather generic-looking lady-in-white ghost. All stood up and bowed. Suresh beamed like a proud father.
I'm so very excited to not only teach the tournament class, but to guide this exceptional cohort to victory. And now, let's talk about the many field trips that the first and second-year students will be attending. Also, we should note that the upperclassmen will be able to take off-world classes during their second semester.
That is all very good, Suresh,
Shadowcroft said, sounding mildly amused.
But we are not quite done with the announcements regarding the tournament. There is still one more cohort that will be participating. As you know, Suresh, we didn't merely take our normal standings. We have analyzed every cohort to see who will give us the best chance of winning this year. Have I explained how much I want to win? Chadrigoth's wise words aside, sometimes it feels good to have a solid victory under your belt.
Suresh switched from proud lion to annoyed kitty, his striped tail flicking in agitation.
The ninth circle shall clench victory for our vaunted academy, headmaster. No one cares about the leftovers. I happen to care, Shadowcroft said. Although not conventionally strong, I believe the last cohort has a very good chance of bringing home the trophy. Logan, Inga, Marco, and Treacle.
Shadowcroft gestured to them.
Please, all of you, stand up. Despite your nom de plume, the Terrible 12th are in fact quite extraordinary, and will be the third cohort to compete in this year's games.
The great hall broke into thunderous applause as they stood. Although Logan and his friends weren't the strongest dungeon cores around, they were folk heroes of a sort, especially among the dungeons that were often overlooked or undervalued. They were losers, washouts, and none had come from privileged families of powerful backgrounds. Yet despite everything stacked against them, they had stuck together and endured, winning the respect of even those who had once hated them. Marco naturally lapped up the attention.
We will not let you down. We'll find a way to win. We always have in the past. Because we're heroes, and universally adored. And for those who aren't clapping,
he pointed at his eyes and then pointed at the crowd.
I know who you are. I know where you sleep.
Inga pulled him down. Shadowcroft shuffled through some papers.
Very good, very good. Now, in other news, we do have some exciting field trips planned for our first and second years. And yes, the upperclassmen as well as the third-year cultivation class will be going off-world. I'm sorry to say, our new cultivation teacher, Darnell Zaganashvar, wasn't able to join us. He's actually at the Sacred Hollow, tying another knot in his core and increasing his power. Other professors couldn't attend for more mundane reasons.
Shadowcroft looked disappointed. Logan noticed that Professor Ikgix, the threshing turtle, wasn't there. Logan hoped the ancient tortoise was okay. Shadowcroft continued.
We are going to try to make sure the tournament doesn't disrupt things too much. And speaking of disruptions, you might see representatives of the Department of Universal Dungeon Efficiency lingering about. Do not be alarmed. On top of hosting the inter-school tournament, they have decided to audit us, which hasn't happened in 500 years. Their timing, as always, is extraordinary, though I have no doubt we will pass with flying colors.
Shadowcroft sounded confident, but his professors all took that moment to gulp down their drinks. Euless Rockhart, the Rector Prime and Shadowcroft's Sergeant-at-Arms, even looked a bit unsettled. He quickly hid his discomfort with raw, unrefined rage.
But above all, my friends, Shadowcroft said, let's remember, even when the days are difficult, as long as we have uncracked cores, there is hope for a better tomorrow. The work we do here is vital in saving the multiverse from those who would plunder every bit of energy for their own selfish gains. We are here for the Tree of Souls. Always remember that.
His arm lengthened so he could grab his wineglass. He lifted the glass high.
For the Tree of Souls!
For the Tree of Souls! The entire room toasted him. Logan drank his lemonade and thought about the Department of Universal Dungeon Efficiency for a minute. Then he laughed. It's an acronym. D-U-D-E. That spells dude. Do they audit schools? Inga nodded.
Most of the time, they audit dungeons to make sure nodes are being properly protected. Most dungeons are held accountable by the Dungeoneers and a sense of self-preservation. But sometimes, that's not enough. The department has certain criteria that all dungeons have to meet. Otherwise, they're removed from their nodes.
What are they doing here? Logan asked.
It is a bit unusual, but they can also audit schools just like they audit dungeons,
Inga replied.
I'm not concerned. The Shadowcroft Academy is a bastion of efficiency. It shall pass with the highest marks, I'm sure.
Of course it will.
Chadrigoth rose.
I'm going to go welcome Duvault and the backstories. This is my chance to make amends for all the freshmen I've tormented over the last couple of years. Wish me luck.
Marco also stood.
And I have to go give GK a very slimy hug. Don't worry, I'll be cordial to Nimoy, even though that elderly merman is not a good egg. Mark my words, he's bad. But I'll be nice. Right, Chadrigoth? Right, my little goat friend.
Treacle chewed his cud, a little after-dinner dessert, while he watched the two depart, carving their way through the crowds and the packed tables. Logan still had a bunch of questions about the department and the audit they were doing that year. He also wasn't quite sure about the tournament and why they needed a whole class to prepare for it. There was still so much he didn't know about this world. But one thing was clear. His third year at the Shadowcroft Academy for Dungeons was going to be as busy as ever. He just hoped it would be slightly less deadly. Chapter 4. Logan decided to do some decorating in his room before the real work of the school year began. It was always important to have a space just for yourself, especially after a long day of classes and brutal cultivation. He added God's Eye caps, a fungal growth used in core purifying elixirs. It gave his cozy quarters a nice blue glow from the bioluminescent spores. He filled the corners with ashvein, a mushroom that could be used as a mild anesthetic, but was more often employed as a narcotic. It was one of the key ingredients in a drug called Purple Daydream, and there were any number of unscrupulous criminal organizations who would pay top dollar to get their hands on the stuff. Precisely the reason Logan had picked it. Dungeoneers and drug dealers all rolled into one. That was a win-win as far as he was concerned. And despite it being so dangerously addictive, Logan found ashvein incredibly pretty. They had pearlescent stems with shaggy purple and cream-colored caps. He also germinated some opal truffles, which sprouted into dark fungal balls. Not pretty, but very tasty. He'd used them to bribe Professor Arquetta during his first year. Every so often, Logan would still slip her some on the sly, because a happy Arquetta the Hellgazer meant a happy Euless Rockhart. These days, the Rector Prime was in a pretty good mood, since he was training two of Shadowcroft's best students. Rockhart had put Logan and Chadragoth through their paces during the summer, though that was going to change, since all of the third years would be training with the new cultivation instructor, Darnell Jagenishvar. Logan would never say anything to Rockhart, but secretly, he couldn't wait. The Rector Prime was an amazing teacher, but his style definitely leaned toward the strength through pain model. Last year's cultivation instructor, Moonbow Rainsap, had taught Logan that raw physical conditioning could only advance a core so far. If Logan wanted to break out of the B ranks, getting mauled by Rockhart's hellhounds wasn't going to do the trick. He sincerely hoped Professor Zaganishvar would have some answers. Logan and the rest of the Terrible Twelfth showed up at the Akros Coliseum, bright and early on the first day of school, ready to push themselves to new heights. Like at the welcome dinner, Chadragoth and Tet hung out with Logan and his friends, while Lady Elaciel and Jimmy McMarty milled about the ninth circle. Fractilla, the ice imp, gave Logan an embarrassed little wave. There was no bad blood between Fractilla and Logan, but it was clear that the Lich Queen and the Earth Golem were talking smack about Logan and Chadragoth and the events of the prior year.
Too bad Ed the Rot Troll died,
Jimmy sneered, loud enough for everyone in a half-mile radius to hear. The magma golem was anything but subtle or quiet.
Ed was awesome, but I really miss Melvin. Did you notice? There weren't any transfer students this year. It's probably because they're scared that a certain fungaloid might accidentally kill them.
He used air quotes when he said accidentally, shooting a meaningful look directly at Logan.
It certainly does hurt Shadowcroft's reputation,
Lady Elaciel sniffed. It made Logan want to win this inter-school tournament even more. Shadowcroft was a strange school, no doubt about that. But it was also his school, a fact he took pride in. Rockhart strutted across the ice-blade grass with what appeared to be another human following in his wake. The newcomer was built like a professional wrestler, muscles on top of his other muscles, and was dressed like he had come straight from basic training. That or an 80s action movie. Cami utilities, polished black boots and bloused camouflage bottoms. His enormous biceps, like watermelons shoved inside a tube sock, were plastered with camo paint, as was his face. His hair was sandy brown and shorn down into a sharp crew cut. He wore a black duty belt across his belly, the kind of thing drill sergeants wore over their camis, and at its center was a green and black tiger-striped core. Slung around his ham-hock of a neck was a shiny chrome whistle. Was this some kind of soldier turned gym teacher dungeon core?
Okay, people, let me have your attention.
Rockhart was wearing a very dapper purple vest and a red velvet smoking jacket, along with a golden necklace. The gargoyle griffin always dressed to impress, but this outfit was especially stylish. In his right claw was a leather suitcase. The Rector Prime looked like he was on his way out of town, maybe to a poker tournament in Vegas. Logan noticed something else that was strange. A second utility shed had been erected, right next to the shack where Rockhart stored his exercise equipment during the school year. It had served as Logan's home away from home during the summer. He'd suffered many a hot, dry night on a cot in there. Darnell Zaganishvar blew his whistle.
Guten Tag, students. Listen to me now, but believe me later. I'm here to train you. It will be good training, yeah, it will. It will be pain training. Who knows what pain stands for?
Logan blinked. The action movie Dungeon Core sounded exactly like Arnold Schwarzenegger. While Logan stood there dumbfounded, Inga raised her hand.
It stands for Progressive Apothos Intensity and Energy. I have to say, the acronym seems rather forced and redundant.
No one asked your opinion, Lady Elisiel hissed, glowering at Inga while she folded her arms across her chest. Inga glanced around.
It's obvious that no one else memorized the syllabus, so I answered the question and offered my opinion.
Darnell blew his whistle.
That's enough. The name of the class doesn't matter. Pain training matters. We'll be doing many of the exercises here, on this field, yeah. But we will also be exploring pain training in other places. Locations where you can maximize your apothos. We'll use the bi-portal. Yeah, the branches that yield everywhere will take us off-world. Very exciting. For you, Lich Queen, we'll find a nice necropolis. There's a volcano world for the Earth Golem. Each of you will try different places. We'll have elixirs. We'll have new cultivation techniques. And you'll see many very beautiful places. Listen to me now. Believe me now. This class will be challenging, yeah. But it will be your best class.
Logan shook off his shock. Okay, so his new cultivation trainer, Darnell Zagenershvar, looked and sounded like a cheap knockoff of a renowned action star. Weirder things had happened since coming to Shadowcroft. Not many, but a few. It was a big universe, he reminded himself. The important takeaway was that he and his friends were going to get to explore the multiverse and do on-site cultivation. He'd loved the field trips that he'd been lucky enough to go on so far. And his experiences at the Sacred Hollow, in the Tree of Souls itself, had been life-changing.
Why don't you tell us a little about yourself, Professor Zagenershvar?
Rockhart nodded at the professor.
Darnell didn't pause.
Yeah, listen to me now. I'm originally from ogre arts. I grew up in the ogre culture, but I wanted more from life than dung beer and fried swamp cheese. I got recruited a couple 100 years ago and attended Shadowcroft. Graduated with honors, then found a job teaching cultivation at the Waldorf School of Strategic Learning. But it was always my true dream to return here.
And he's come back in a very triumphant way, Rockhart said. Professor Zagenershvar.
Professor Darnell is fine.
Yes, very good. Professor Darnell has a very good reputation among the schools, but his pain techniques, a kind of work-study cultivation, has given him so many honors we've lost count of his awards.
Darnell hadn't lost count.
7 Ulis. I've won 7 awards. Yeah, and I hope to win 8 this year.
Logan had a zillion questions. He raised his hand. Can I ask what kind of dungeon core you are? Darnell tapped on his green and black striped core gem.
Listen to me now. As I said, I was born an ogre, but I've assumed the form of human variant, with a little-known class type, the Alpha Soldier. My class excels in ranged weaponry, survival techniques, hand-to-hand combat, and slowing down time.
Does that mean you can do slow-motion action sequences? Logan asked.
Yeah, precisely. We also have a specialization in heavy armor, though I don't go around wearing my kit. Typically, when not on the field of combat, I like to wear comfortable clothes with good breathability, especially when I'm traveling, which I do all the time. Yeah, and we'll be traveling today. I want to show you all the splendors of Paradisos. It's what's known as a myriad world since it has a myriad of apothos energies. It has sunset waterfalls and sunrise rainbows every day. The forests echo with the laughter of cosmic pixies. No predators. I repeat, no predators.
Logan squinted. Really? An Alpha Soldier class specialization who could perform slow-mo action sequences? That sounded dubious at best. The fact that he was also clearly cosplaying Arnie from the 1985 classic movie Commando didn't help ease his suspicions. nor did the Predator reference. Rockhart nodded. As you know, for most classes, you won't start your off-world instruction until second semester. This will be the exception. Cohorts, please follow Professor Darnell, and he'll take you to the Bi portal. The assembled dungeon cores started shuffling after the new cultivation teacher, talking excitedly amongst themselves in hushed whispers. Rockhart pulled Logan back as he made to leave. Not you, Murray. Not the rest of your cohort either. I have something special for you four. It won't have the beauty of Paradisos, and yes, it's a shame you won't be seeing that wonderful world anytime soon. But trust me, what I have in store for you will push you to your very limits. Far more than anything Professor Darnell could do to you.
But I like my limits, Marco complained. I'm very comfortable with my limits.
Rockhart didn't even dignify Marco's outburst with a response. Chadragoth and Tet paused before they left the practice field. Both looked confused and a little sad to be leaving the terrible 12th behind. But they turned and followed Professor Darnell and the rest of the students out of the Akros Coliseum. Rockhart walked over to the first row of arena seats and set his suitcase down. All of the cultivation professors met to discuss your training regimen for this year. Myself, Darnell, Moonbow Rainsap, even the headmaster. And we all agreed that you four need something a bit more this year to really push you to the next level. What we decided upon might break you, and if it does, then you never deserved to be in this school in the first place. This is a gamble. We understood that. The more Rockhart talked, the more Inga's bushy antennae shriveled. She looked terrified. Treacle opened one of the compartments on his arm and retrieved some long stalks of hay wrapped in wheat. He offered some to Inga.
Would you like something to eat to calm your nerves?
She shook her head. Treacle munched down.
We should have known we'd not be able to go to this Paradisos place. My hopes were raised for a moment, and now I reside where I am the most comfortable. Crushing disappointment.
Marco was a bit more dramatic. He took a few running steps toward where Darnell and the rest of the cohorts had gone. Then he ran back.
But it's a paradise planet, Professor. You don't understand. I was made for paradise planets. It's my thing. Are you sure we can't go?
Rockhart scowled at the goat man in clear disgust.
Lascarelis, you get back with your cohort and stand at attention. Of course I understand.
You four might be nervous about the training, and we understand that. We are nervous giving it to you. But like most things at this academy, it's succeed or die. Your potential demise is a price we are collectively willing to pay, especially if it might in any way contribute to helping us win the tournament this year. Logan knew complaining or fighting wasn't going to do a thing to get them out of whatever torture the Rector Prime had in store for them. He steeled himself. He'd been torn apart before. He expected to be torn apart again. Rockhart looked into his eyes. The gargoyle griffin smiled. Don't worry, Murray. You might have lost out on a field trip to paradise, but I have twine. He pulled out a huge, gnarly, nasty tangle of twine the size of a basketball. He tossed it to Logan. You will unravel that ball of twine. You will work on it in this class, and you will work on it outside of class. You will not pass this cultivation training until you've completely untied every inch of that ball of twine. I want it coiled up nicely as well. Logan rolled the ball of twine in his hands. He couldn't even find a single strand that was sticking out. Marco laughed.
Don't worry, man. You can Gordian knot that mofo.
Logan chalked up Marco's knowledge of the Gordian knot to the weird Earth stuff that seemed to permeate the universe, like Marvel movies and J.R.R. Tolkien. Apparently, he could add Arnold Schwarzenegger to that list as well.
No,
Rockhart snapped.
You can't simply cut it. Every inch of twine needs to be in the coil once you get it unraveled.
Logan realized his 6 fat fingers were going to be terrible tools for such a task. It would be like trying to untie tennis shoes while wearing oven mitts. It was an impossible task. Logan just smiled, though. He thought he understood what Rockhart was doing, so he didn't say a word. Marco grinned.
Don't worry, man. You'll finish this task. You could say, you have all the twine in the world.
Inga groaned. Logan laughed. The Rector Prime did not.
Please pun on your own time, Mr. Lascarellis.
Rockhart took out a multicolored, bespeckled candy ball from the suitcase.
For you, Treacle, I have an everlasting mouth ball, otherwise known as a Jovian Jabberknot Jawbreaker. Using your own masticatory abilities, you will melt this jawbreaker until it is completely gone. You can't soak it in water. You can't crack it apart.
He paused and glared at the Minotaur.
We'll know if you do. You must use your own mouth juices to accomplish the task, and nothing more.
Treacle investigated the candy ball. He sniffed, licked it, then sighed mournfully.
Candy? Why did it have to be candy? I never liked sweets much.
Rockhart scowled.
Was that complaining, Glimmer-Happy? I thought the goat and the fungus cornered the market on complaining. Not complaining, sir.
The Minotaur put his hay back into his arm compartment. Without another word, he popped the jawbreaker into his mouth. It immediately made a loud clacking sound. Treacle looked disgusted. One cheek bulged. Marco had a dizzy, confused smile. He was clearly loving how weird this all was. Inga's eyes were wide. She was trembling a little. She had no idea why Rockhart would be giving them such strange tasks. She'd obviously not seen a certain movie from the 1980s, nor the remake in 2010. Clearly, this was some sort of Mr. Miyagi wax-on, wax-off cultivation-style training. They would have to perfect some seemingly mundane tasks in order to unlock some sort of grand secrets of the universe. Rockhart lifted a toilet brush from the suitcase and held it like it was Excalibur.
Don't look so tickled, Lascarellis. Your job is to clean all of the bathrooms on Arborea, one at a time. While it's true most dungeon cores don't have such pedestrian needs, we have an entire village, the inn, and certain bathrooms here at the academy itself. For our less evolved entities, you understand.
Marco blinked his weird goat eyes.
Wait, I'm one of those less evolved entities. And just so I'm totally clear, you want me to use cultivation class time to clean toilets, right?
No, Rockhart thundered. All the bathrooms must be cleaned each week.
Marco's smile was gone. He stuttered.
I didn't even clean the bathroom at the Wayfarer Inn, and they were paying me. You expect me to clean all the bathrooms in the entire realm? For free? I've never cleaned anything. Ever. Logan saw my room last year. He can attest to that.
Rockhart glared at the goat.
Weekly. All bathrooms must be clean. Period.
Marco folded in on himself, his face drooping in despair. You would have thought Rockhart had just given him the death sentence.
Now I wish the gelatinous knight never told me about his irritable bowel syndrome. Please, can I eat the twine or lick the candy ball or whatever? Anything but cleaning.
Again, Rockhart ignored Marco's pleas. The Rector Prime returned one last time to the suitcase. He pulled out a file folder and waved it. As for you, Inga, the Department of Universal Dungeon Efficiency is coming to audit us. We haven't had anyone look at our financial records in, give or take, 500 years. You will go through the files to make sure all of our numbers line up. They'll also want to see our mortality rates for students per year. One of your electives is to work on archiving Shadowcroft's papers. This will align nicely with that. Inga let out a sigh of relief. She took the file folder from Rockhart and bowed. I will not let you down. I will not let our school down. I will complete this task with a smile on my face and a spring in my step. She opened the folder. This is a tax document from 500 years ago. Where are the rest of the papers? Rockhart launched himself into the air and soared over to the new utility shed that stood next to the shack. With a flourish, he opened the doors. There were papers, all right. Papers everywhere. Stacked floor to ceiling. It was like an episode of Hoarders about a lunatic tax accountant. Here you are, Miss Therian. Every expense. Every receipt. Rockhart pulled out a slip of paper. This is a receipt for over 200 Devil McClure projection crystals, purchased by Professor Kobold. Most are an obvious business expense, but this one, Wet and Wild Kobolds of Cataran with Devil McClure, was deemed personal in nature. Professors are constantly trying to pull one over on the Academy. He pulled another receipt. For example, this is for a chartreuse scarf that Arquetta bought. This is not an expense. Shadowcroft made it clear that professors can't expense their wardrobe. I find that annoying myself, but the rules are the rules. In an instant, Inga was sweating, her antennae drooping. Sir, I'm not sure I have the skill to... Rockhart took wing once more, hovering in the air before them. There won't be questions, he said, ignoring her. I will not have office hours. We will confer at the end of the year. Please arrive here during your normal cultivation class, rain, snow, or shine. If you die or are driven to insanity, you will receive failing marks for the class. Without another word, Rockhart pirouetted mid-air and flew off, wings pumping as he quickly vanished into the distance. The only sound was the jawbreaker clacking against the Minotaur's teeth. Chapter 5. Hero Heartclaw Shirazi had known the truth about dungeons, dungeon cores, and Apothos ever since he'd first joined the Dungeoneering Guild. Hardclaw was a ferox, a catman, from far-off Kitterzob. He'd had a happy childhood until his parents died running a local Thunder Lizard's dungeon. Hardclaw had sworn revenge, but he'd been a relatively weak cultivator, so he'd teamed up with a mysterious team of raiders led by a man named Marky Softscale. Marky was actually a rogue dungeon, a Crimson Void Viper, who'd wanted his old life back. Sometimes being a dungeon core wasn't all that much fun, according to Marky. And so, Mr. Softscale had wanted to start a Dungeoneering Guild, the most prestigious and successful of all Dungeoneering Guilds. Marky's goal had been as simple as it was audacious: to accumulate enough Apothos to transform himself back into a human, if such a thing were even possible. And once he accomplished his task, he had plans to return home to the very plain world of Humania, where he would eventually die among strangers, since all of his family and friends had already perished of old age long ago. To choose to be mortal was a strange wish, but then, Marky was a strange man. Well, dungeon core with mannish aspirations. That thunder lizard had been no joke. It killed Hardclaw's parents, and it also wiped out Marky's party. Being the only survivors, the experience had glued the two together. Marky told Hardclaw everything, including the real story behind dungeons and dungeoneers. That Apothos was a finite resource, and that harvesting it in vast quantities from the Tree of Souls was slowly leading to the death of all reality. The energy they absorbed into their cores and cycled through their Apothos channels came from somewhere. Distant worlds. Worlds that slowly withered and died on the vine as their Apothos dwindled, guttered, and eventually failed. Soft scale? He didn't care. He wanted his humanity returned. The price was irrelevant, especially since he would be dead and buried long before the universe ever experienced its own demise. Hardclaw hadn't cared either. Although, he hadn't been Hardclaw back in those early days. He'd just been Hero. But he'd picked up the nickname because Hardclaw and Soft Scale was funny and sounded good together. They'd started the Scarlet Paradox, and it did well. But Marky eventually met his untimely end in an ill-fated raid on a Skeleton King's inner sanctum. The walls had burst forth with 1,000 skeletons. Marky might have been a gigantic snake that sweated venom and had thick skin, no matter what his last name was. But scales, venom, and a plucky can-do attitude was only going to take you so far against that many skeletons. So Hardclaw had taken over the Scarlet Paradox. But he'd had problems of his own. During another disastrously unlucky dungeon raid, Hardclaw had lost his left leg. For a Catman with a warrior-rogue hybrid class, that made any sort of dungeoneering difficult. Hardclaw had replaced the missing limb with a magical mace, so he was a warrior again. But he could never rogue again. And that had been his first love, roguing. Still, Hardclaw's life wasn't bad. He'd found a nice home on Eritreus, in Aurora, the grand city of the Dungeoneers. It was home to the 1,000 guilds in the Castanus dynasty. He lived in the same guild hall where he worked, right on the Golden Harbor. Sunrises on the Dawn Sea were lovely, especially in the winter. Some guilds were in the downtown area, with fancy buildings and lots of overhead. The Sages of the Golden Thread, for example, had spent a ton of their loot on the marble statues adorning their courtyard. Idiots. Other guilds, like the Sunfist, had remote mountain hideaways where they missed out on revenue from townies coming to buy merchandise or have a drink with famous raiders. That was why Marky and Hardclaw had decided to build their guild hall among the harbor taverns, popular with sailors and tourists alike. Most of the time, going to work felt like a party. These days, with his best raiding years behind him, most of Hardclaw's job consisted of researching dungeons, organizing raiding parties, and then collecting on treasure, since the guild got a percentage of profits accrued. And that included Apothos, which Hardclaw divided among his staff. At night, he bartended and chatted with guild members and tipsy drunks. Overall, he had a nice little life, teetering around on his magical mace and making money off the death of worlds. That, however, was all about to change. It was the first night of autumn at the guild. Various adventurers were drinking at the bar as usual. There were a handful of tourists as well, bending their elbows and spilling out coin. Yes, they knew it was a dungeoneering guild, but most folks thought that destroying dungeons was a good thing. After all, the dungeon guardians were ferocious-looking beasts, monsters of the worst sort who preyed on the unwitting and the luckless. Killing monsters was good, right? Ha. Hardclaw knew there was a fine line between monster and greedy maniac. The Scarlet Paradox's tavern was on the first floor. Administrative offices were above. At the very top, they had some suites they rented out to off-world adventurers who needed a place to stay before they traveled to one of the very powerful dungeons on Eritreus. That was also where Hardclaw lived. Every room boasted a full set of Eritrean silverware, because they weren't animals. They needed at least the basics, like both a sweet cream spoon and a summer strawberry spoon. Dwarf Ray drank at the bar with Elf Ray. Ray wasn't an Aldarian elf, but a Silverian point-ear. Big difference, which he would talk about at ungodly length if he was allowed. Aquinas drank with both the Rays. Aquinas was a priest in the Order of Blinding Light. They worshipped a relatively popular goddess on a world that was mostly night. Aquinas was a good sort, though, and liked beer. He really liked beer. You could tell by the sway of his belly. It was hard to find armor to cover that swell. In the corner was Denise. She was a vicious sword maiden from the realms of Outer Swedeway. She had 3 swords on her at all times. They matched the 3 golden braids on her head. Just to keep her numbers straight, she sat with 3 Swedewagian shield maidens. They had shields and spears. Those 3 kept jamming the tips into the floor. He told them to rest their spears butt-side down. What was wrong with people? Hardclaw was behind the bar, pouring drinks, when the doors burst open. The intruder walked in wearing a red cloak and white boots. Well, they used to be white. Now they were splattered with blood. The red of the dried blood did not match the cape. The intruder had the cowl of his cloak pulled down, but there was something terribly wrong with his face. There were strange patterns there. Tattoos, probably, though Hardclaw had never seen anything quite like them. The warrior rogue turned barman's side. He was going to have to mop up the guy's bloody footprints. Not like it would be the first time. That sort of thing came with the territory, even if it was the worst part of the job. Then Hardclaw noticed that the intruder had Matt's gore-splattered helmet in his hand. That set off a few alarm bells. Matt was the half-ogre who guarded the front door. This man could be dangerous and looking for trouble. He would have to play his cards right to avoid a scuffle, and it was a shame about Matt. Luckily, ogres were pretty easy to find. Feed them fried swamp cheese and they would do almost anything.
Hero Shirazi.
The intruder's voice was thunderous.
Oh yeah, you're gonna want to get a new guard for your guild. The old one is gone, oh yeah, and I don't want to kill anyone else, but I kinda do. Listen, brother, I've come to change things for you and your guild. Nothing is ever gonna be the same again.
Elf Ray sprang to his feet in a flash, using the power surging through his core to increase his speed. With 3 twangs of his bowstring, 3 arrows streaked through the air. The intruder somehow managed to deflect all 3 feathered shafts with a lightning-fast swing of his huge forearm. It wasn't clear if the arrows bounced off that hairy piece of meat, or if he had merely smacked them away. Or was the white tape wrapped around his wrists magical? Hardclaw had seen magical gauntlets capable of deflecting projectile weapons before, though they were a rarity. Amazing Woman had a trademarked set that was known across the realms. Honestly, the how of it didn't much matter at the moment. Several of the non-Dungeoneer patrons went screaming out of the room. One poor drunk guy slipped on the blood and had to crawl away on all 4s like a dog. Dwarf Ray snatched up his shield and his hammer, his face a thunderhead of rage. 2 more hammers appeared over each shoulder, hovering in the air like avenging angels. When he hit, he'd hit with the full force of all 3 blunt weapons. But he never got the chance. Cloth tentacles, were they made out of canvas or were they bandages, erupted from the man's hands, slapping the warhammer out of Dwarf Ray's hand, then unceremoniously batting away the other 2 weapons. The cloaked intruder bolted forward like a greased pig and grabbed Dwarf Ray with beefy, calloused fingers. In a whirl of red cloak, the intruder hurled the dwarf into Denise's shield maidens. Poor Dwarf Ray didn't survive the impact. Elf Ray issued a blood-curdling cry of defiance and ditched his bow for his fabled curved short swords, World Slayer and Deathbringer. He closed on the interloper in an eye blink, dancing across the stools and tabletops before descending like an avalanche with twirling blades. The cloaked invader seized World Slayer, the blade that had felled the dread titan Zophos, and snapped it in one big hairy-knuckled fist. Elfray slashed at the intruder with Deathbringer, but the intruder caught the blade under his armpit. He jerked it out of the elf's hand with a twist of his torso, then smashed his forearm into the elf's chest. Spinning in a wave of crimson, a white boot slammed into Elf Ray's neck. But the cloaked menace wasn't done. He picked up the elf and dropped him on his head. The fall didn't kill Ray, but he lay there on the floor, groaning, "Healer? Is there a healer in the house?" Aquinas was a healer, but he didn't answer the call. He finished off his beer and slunk away. The goddess of the brightest light probably wouldn't be too pleased. She didn't comment, though. Denise didn't leave, but she didn't attack either. She wasn't an idiot. This red-cloaked guy had taken out Matt and then proceeded to treat both Rays like they were E-class noobs. He'd snapped World Slayer like a toothpick, a feat that Hardclaw would have thought impossible. Hardclaw stood frozen behind the bar. This was an outrage. And yet, if anything, Hiro Shirazi was a realist. It was why he could work for an organization that would eventually drain the universe of all life. Yeah, sure, engineering the apocalypse was terrible, but until Armageddon hit, Hardclaw would be rich. And it might not be as dire as the goody-goody dungeon cores made it out to be. There was a ton of apothos in the universe. The Dungeoneers were only taking a little. And in the process, they were paying Hardclaw and the Scarlet Paradox Guild handsomely for helping them. Hardclaw put down a shot glass and uncorked his best brandy. The sweet aroma of the liquor filled the bar. It was top-shelf hooch.
"You probably didn't need to kill Matt, or Dwarf Ray. Thanks for not killing."
The intruder stepped on Elf Ray. There was a crunch. Like with Dwarf Ray, Elf Ray's apothos rejoined the Tree of Souls. See? Lives recycled. There had to be plenty of apothos. Denise had 2 of her swords in her hands. She looked like she was wishing she could draw the 3rd one. Hardclaw poured the brandy.
"As I was going to say, thanks for killing Elfray. Terrible customer. You know how arrogant Silverian Pointeers can be, right? Right. Plus, he never tipped. Now, when you came in, you said something about something. How can we help you here at the Scarlet Paradox?"
The intruder calmly walked over to the bar and leaned against the dark wood counter. Though he was close, Hardclaw still couldn't see what was wrong with the guy's face. It almost looked as though he were wearing a mask of some sort.
"Oh yeah, brother, you don't know me, but I know about you. And about your old pal, Marky Softscale. He was an old-school dungeon core that went rogue. He had connections, though. Oh yeah, he did. And you better have them connections, too. Connections to the dungeon core universities." They have this inter-school tournament, and I'm gonna bust in on that action, brother.
Hardclaw averted his gaze and got a glimpse of the body underneath the crimson cloak. Something clicked into place, and suddenly he realized exactly who this was. And he knew he'd better help him, if he wanted to finish out his days in relative peace and health.
Yes, Mr. Shadow. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you without your escort. And don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Why, I'd like to make you an honorary member of the guild, if that would be okay.
The very famous intruder grinned.
Now we're understanding each other, brother. But I'm thinking of myself as more of a co-owner. Now, what do you have for me?
He picked up the brandy and drank it down. Hero Hardclaw Shirazi would survive the night because he had information on the inter-school tournament. He hadn't known how to use that information, but it turned out that Mr. Shador did. Hardclaw knew there was a good chance that an alliance with the famous Dungeoneer would kill him. But the cat man with a mace for a leg wasn't about to walk away from such a fantastic marketing opportunity. Chapter 6.
You're not serious, Marco, are you?
Inca stopped in the middle of the stony corridor on their way to their next class, Cruelty Incorporated, the business of destruction. Marco shrugged.
What? You can't be mad that I didn't take your suggestion on my elective. I'm liking our alchemy class. I wanted something a bit different, you know?
Logan took that moment to retrieve the ball of twine from his interspatial ring of pockets. It had taken a week, but he'd finally found one end of the twine, and he was trying to thread it back through the snarl. But when he did that, he ended up tightening another part of the ball. So far, it had proven to be an extremely frustrating, maddening even, exercise. But he knew he just needed to have patience. Eventually, he would figure out the lesson. Treacle lingered nearby, casually chewing on some hay. Listening to him munch hay and cud was so much better than the constant clacking of his jawbreaker. However, Treacle had a bad habit of holding the candy in his fingers while he ate his actual food. It wasn't sanitary, and that was coming from Logan, who literally dissolved rotten food in an open pit for nutrition. Additionally, Inga was deeply concerned about Treacle's dental hygiene. All that jaw-breaking couldn't be good for him. Logan had a bit of concern as well for Treacle's multiple stomachs. Would the sugar mess up his system?
Something different?
Inga roared in exasperation.
It's clown school. Clown school, Marco!
Marco raised a furry finger.
You are mistaken, madam. It's Clown College, thank you very much. Nick Nicklewise's Clown College and Traveling Variety Dungeon of Terrific Techniques. See? Clown College.
This was the first Inga was hearing about it.
And that's going to be your off-world elective next semester? Where again? At this Nick Nicklewise's school?
Actually, Inga, if you must know, Nick keeps his costs down by letting himself be hosted at other schools. This year, the program is at Saldrian's School of Guardians.
Inga recoiled in physical disgust.
Saldrian's? It's barely accredited. And even now they're on probation. The Council of Dungeons is seriously considering demoting them to a minor institute.
Which is why I'm not going to Saldrian's, Inga, Marco said. I'm going to a highly reputable clown college hosted by Saldrian's. Nick's a good guy. We exchanged some letters. It's going to be so much fun.
Fun?
Inga whirled on Logan.
Tell Marco we're not here to have fun. We're here to save the universe.
Multiverse,
Treacle muttered.
All possible worlds.
He swallowed his hay. He then stuck his jawbreaker, which was now full of lint, back into his mouth. The clacking started once more. Worse, Treacle kept pulling pieces of lint out of his mouth.
Say something, Logan,
Inga demanded, hands planted on her hips. Logan let out a happy shriek.
Yes! I got 2 inches of twine undone!
Inga tapped her foot and glared at him. Logan slipped the ball of twine back into his ring of pockets.
Inga,
Look,
Marco knows what he's doing. He's taking our cultivation class seriously. He's been cleaning bathrooms. Sure, his choices aren't always the best when it comes to apothos usage, but we can help him.
Marco grinned.
Thank you, Logan. And Inga, I guarantee that my studies in advanced harlequinometry will be just as useful as your silverware class.
Inga flushed, her pale face turning momentarily red. She then took a deep breath and calmed her frazzled nerves.
I suppose an argument could be made that my silverware saved our lives, Arborea, and perhaps the entire multiverse. We'll see, Marco. We shall see.
Treacle made a gross sucking sound while he worked the jawbreaker.
Harlequinometry isn't a word.
Logan got his friends moving toward their dungeoneering class. Marco patted Inga on the back.
All I'm saying is that I need a little fun in my life. I know you like your paper blizzard, but cleaning the bathrooms is terrible. The exact polar opposite of fun. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but on Sangreta, I was royalty. I was the bad boy heir apparent, 3 times removed from the crown prince. But hey, that didn't matter because I was super popular. In all the tabloids. And so rich. And handsome. I'm not bragging. All I'm saying is that I've never cleaned a toilet in my life. Did I make fun of the poor schmoes who had to clean toilets? Yes, but not when they could hear me. I was a man of the people.
Logan knew all the details, and he thought Inga was overreacting. Inga, are you sure this isn't about your own cultivation task?
Maybe.
Inga wrinkled her forehead.
Normally, I would love the complexity of an audit, finding a place for all the numbers, checking the math, coming up with organization schemes, all of that. In theory, this should be an amazing opportunity. But this is 500 years worth of receipts, reports, and travel expenses. A lot of the people I'd need to talk to are dead. It's a lot, but sleep is for the annoyingly insane, isn't it?
Listen, guys, Logan said. I know our pain cultivation class isn't a whole lot of fun, but it's totally going to be worth it.
How can you say that? Marco asked. It's cleaning toilets, Logan. In no universe can that be worth it in the end.
I'm telling you, this whole thing is just like this old bit from the Karate Kid. He held up his hand. And yeah, I know that is a culturally specific reference that no one here understands. It's from this movie, where the Karate Kid does all these chores for his teacher. Only, the chores help him learn valuable martial arts techniques, and ultimately win this big tournament in the end. It's this whole thing. Every single thing we're doing is going to pay off. I promise you. I'm not sure how exactly, but it will. Marco grinned.
Let me draw you a scenario. We get involved in some big mystery like last year, right? And Inga finds financial records from 500 years ago that solve everything. Or maybe we have to face this super powerful dungeoneer near the end of the year, and bam, he turns out to be a living drain blockage. Like living hair. For some reason, I find myself pulling hair out of a lot of drains.
Inga's face brightened.
And maybe at the center of Logan's ball of twine, There's this magical ball of energy that will allow him to tie another knot in his Apothos core.
Logan loved the looks of hope on his friends' faces, except for Treacle, who looked more depressed than ever. Logan soldiered on. Right, exactly. I mean, the ball of twine is kind of on the nose, since I'm literally unraveling a knot. But it will help me, like Treacle's jawbreaker will help him. It's a Jovian jabbernot. Again, so on the nose. You heard Rockheart. All the cultivation teachers and Shadowcroft gave us these weird tasks for a reason. Treacle took the jawbreaker out. Spit dripped on the floor.
This candy gives me such bad indigestion. I'm in constant pain.
But Marco's suddenly high hopes would not be dashed.
But at the center might be a tincture that'll upgrade you to a B-class cultivator. I'm with Logan on this.
It's like last year, Logan said, nodding. I thought Professor Rainsap was out of his hippie mind. But his cultivation technique changed everything for me. We have to be patient.
Or we'll all go insane,
Treacle added.
Either way, I will find sweet release from the pain.
That was worrisome, but Logan got them to class. To be honest, he was curious about Marco's clown college. He could imagine all sorts of things. They'd all have to wait until after the Forever Green Festival break before they'd know if Marco was totally wasting his time. They didn't really hurry to their Dungeoneer class because the professor was always late. Sometimes 5 minutes late, sometimes 10. One time, he showed up 10 minutes before the class ended. His name was Professor Kobold. He was, in fact, a kobold. He should have been more fearsome, since he was basically a miniature dragon. But instead of being fearsome, he was mostly just sad. He wore a brown suit with the tie hanging loose to the third button of his unbuttoned, untucked shirt. He smelled like stale cigarettes and newsprint. He had a watch, which he checked frequently, when he wasn't sleeping. Incidentally, he slept a lot. The classroom was bare except for a single strange film projector that seemed to run on steam. It didn't use normal movie reels. Instead, it cast light through a crystal. The room was always a bit cold and damp, which Logan liked. But the first thing the professor would do when he entered was throw some coal in the firebox below the projector. That would add some heat to the room. Sometimes it got so warm that Marco fell asleep. Then Professor Kobold would go to the desk at the front of the room and pull down a white roll-up screen, which would cover the chalkboard. They'd never used the chalkboard. Not once. It was always the screen. Always the projector. The Dragon Man cleared his throat as he took his position at the front of the room and started roll call. There were only 16 dungeon cores in the class. 4 cohorts, with 4 students each. You could easily count the cores quickly. And yet, Professor Kobold opened a dull black binder and took up a pencil. He generally breathed some flames on the pencil before he started. Then he took roll. Franklin Arnog. Franklin, a Toad King, was the leader of the new Franklin Four. 2 of the old members of the Franklin Four had been killed during their first year. The Pyro Ifrit, known as Wishcaster, had survived. That was Ippo Gifter. The other 2 members of the new Franklin Four were a vampire with purple hair and spidery black veins named Acheron, and Sugar Eve, a beastly fly woman with huge eyes and buzzing wings. Filling out the rest of the class roster was the Mummy's Curse cohort, led by Alphonse the Spice Mummy, and the dreaded Delta Talons, led by a lizard man with gleaming steel talons named Thrit Intok. He was joined by a skeleton with rubies for eyes, a pig-headed warrior with an oversized warhammer, and an oddly cherubic-looking baby called a crib demon, who was small but deceptively powerful. His name was Chucky Chubbs. The skeleton was Madrak Deathgaze. Last but not least, the porcine hammer wielder was Jacqueline Squealy. Logan knew because Professor Kobold went through every single name at the beginning of every single class. It was as inevitable as the roll-down white screen and the crystalline projector. Marco raised his hand.
Professor? You don't need to.
Professor Kobold didn't respond. He kept on reading names until the dungeon core in question replied with a hearty, "Here."
Marco Lascarellis. Here. But Professor, maybe. Logan Murray.
Here. Once roll call was finally done, Professor Kobold climbed up a little stepping stool to get to the film projector. He checked some gauges to see if the pressure was good, and then he slipped a new crystal into the back of the projector. There was a whirring sound, and then a flickering image appeared on the screen. Meanwhile, Professor Kobold headed to a desk in the back, where he placed his dragony head on his arms to sleep. Marco's eyes brightened.
Man, I am loving this class. Everything except for the roll call. But you win some, you lose some, am I right?
On the screen, a black and white figure appeared. He was a middle-aged man in a suit, holding a cigarette. He had two horns jutting from his skull. "Hello, I'm Devil McClure. You might remember me from such educational videos as Assassin Raiders, The Silent Killers, Rogues and You, Sprung Traps are Dumb Traps, or Paladins, where arrogance, brutal murder, and healing spells meet. If you're watching this, I'm assuming you've already seen the first 5 parts of Cruelty Incorporated, The Business of Destruction. This is part 6. Get ready for some history." There was a break for some bad audio and a worse soundtrack that showcased various dungeon cores and inner sanctums and cartoonishly evil dungeoneers running amok. Then Devil McClure was back, casually strolling through a city filled with towering, sparkling buildings. This is Aurora, one of the capital cities of Eritreus. As you probably know, Eritreus is rich with apothos, and some of the best dungeon cores in all of creation are stationed here. Kavandri Spencer's slaughter pits, for one. A much younger-looking Kavandri, a horrific blade ghoul in a blood-splattered butcher's apron, gave them the thumbs up. Behind him were his proud minions, abattoir ogres, hulking hook wretches, and the lightning-fast demonic knifelings. The video slowly panned back to Devil McClure. He launched into exacting detail about dungeoneering guilds, their history, and the purpose of their existence. The video played, and the second it was over, Professor Kobold let out a long sigh and reluctantly pulled himself from his nap. In utter silence, he retrieved the crystal, bled the pressure from the steam engine projector, then left the room without another word. He didn't even bother asking if they had any questions. "It's like he's the worst substitute teacher of all time," Logan said, watching the door slam shut behind the kobold. "Are you sure he's the real teacher for this class?" "He is," Inga said in clear disapproval. "I've checked on more than one occasion." Madrak Deathgaze, the ruby-eyed skeleton, always took careful notes.
Let me get this straight. Someone named Marky Softscale was actually a dungeon core that graduated from Shadowcroft, but then later went on to start the Scarlet Paradox. That's wild. I just don't get it. I mean, how can dungeon cores go rogue? Don't they know they are killing worlds?
"Oh, they know," Inga said. "Once I realized that we would mostly be watching the famous Devil McClure video crystals, I decided to get summaries. He'll go over the 5 main ways that dungeoneers justify their actions. For Marky Softscale, he dodged the Arkandar initiative, and one of the ways he stayed alive was starting the guild. He had other dungeoneers working for him, so he only left his guild hall very infrequently. And still he ended up dead, though that was after the video crystals were all produced.
What are the 5 ways Dungeoneers justified their actions? Madrock asked.
Inga opened her DCG, or Dungeon Core Grimoire, and paged through her notes. Let's see. Well, we did cover some of this in our History of the Tree of Souls class our first year. The most popular justification is that there is an infinite amount of apothos, and so draining celestial nodes has no effect. Some believe having less apothos actually helps planets. A common appeal to ignorance argument. There is no evidence of that, of course, but most Dungeoneers don't do much research into this. Then there is the emu wagon fallacy, which basically espouses the principle, everyone else is doing it, so why shouldn't I? I'm sure you know if one emu jumps on a wagon, the entire flock will. Logan was having trouble picturing an emu on a wagon at all. But he wasn't from Toriopa, a world full of birdfolk. Inga continued. Then again, many Dungeoneers don't realize what they are doing is destructive, and surely if it were really so bad, there wouldn't be so many people who participate in the system. And for those few who do believe that raiding dungeons and harvesting apothos is harmful, they believe they aren't in a position to make any meaningful difference. The truly powerful Dungeoneers, though, know exactly what they are doing. They think that they will become powerful enough to transcend all of reality, that they will, in essence, become gods themselves, and they'll start their own universes. Chucky Chubbs swung his little devil-headed rattle.
You should teach this class, Inga. You know everything.
Inga blushed. Not everything. I do find this interesting. The guilds are both dangerous and important, because they organize the raiders into groups that are far more effective than they would be otherwise. And they are profitable, both in the treasure they gather, the money they make, and the apothos they steal. Thrit Intok, the lizard man, hissed.
Why is there a guild called the Glorious Sunrise of the Golden Dawn? Isn't that redundant?
The GSGD?
Inga rifled through more pages.
It seems the name came from a merger between 2 different groups, the Glorious Sunrise and the Golden Dawn. Neither wanted to change their name, so they combined the 2.
Logan pulled out his ball of twine to work at the knots. He found it calming in a maddeningly frustrating way. Hey, Inga, are we ever going to talk about Dungeoneers who realize what they are doing is evil and stop?
Actually, there are several examples of that, she replied. Believe it or not, there are even Dungeoneers who work for the Council of Dungeons in various capacities. I know the Department of Universal Dungeon Efficiency has an audit team that is made up of former Dungeoneers, so it's not all bad news. Although, in the interest of fairness and total transparency, it is mostly bad news.
Treacle looked interested.
I used to think like that too. Getting caught up in the endless cycle of crushing despair and existential dread. Now I'm starting to see it a little like this Jawbreaker. Terrible on the outside, but if you get a little deeper, still terrible. But below that, terrible. But eventually you get to a point where it isn't terrible. At least I think so. I haven't made it that far yet. Point is, it can all be bad. Probably. Unless it is. Oh no. I'm starting to feel the existential dread coming on again. We're all doomed, aren't we, Inga?
Inga realized everyone was staring. She fidgeted, clearly nervous.
We're not all doomed, but the problem is, most Dungeoneers really believe that killing monsters is the right thing to do. And there's not anything anyone can say to convince them otherwise. The more powerful they become, the more addicted they become to that power. Like dungeon cores, Dungeoneers also have magical cores, and rely on Apothos for spells, special abilities, and combat skills. They don't have gem cores, though, so they can't take over an inner sanctum. But as they gain power, they see immortality within reach. That's a powerful motivator. Logan didn't want to contribute to Treacle's mounting worry. The guy was just starting to have a little faith in the world. But secretly, he had to admit it sounded pretty bleak. But he couldn't think about all of that. About the vastness of the universe or all the problems arrayed against the Tree of Souls. He had to focus on the here and now, on the coming year, growing in power, and returning to Earth. Because Earth was a perfect example of a world that was withering. Yes, there was a lot of technology there, but most of the magic was gone. Worlds couldn't exist on iPhones and laptops alone. Maybe Logan couldn't save all of reality, but it was possible he could save his home. That was what he was fighting for, he reminded himself. But even that was a ways down the road. Right this second, he had only one thing to worry about: surviving his tournament class. Chapter 7. Logan and the Terrible Twelfth hurried through the root ceilings and muddy paths of the Cruelwood dungeon. They were running a bit late to their tournament class, but so far it had only been Professor Suresh going over his biography. They'd had 6 classes in total, and each of them focused on one of his many titles. So far, they discussed Suresh the Merciless, the Cunning, the Bloodthirsty, the Magnificent, the Seriously Clever, and the Humble. He needed to add another title, the Blowhard, since he had the lung capacity of 10 grown men and could talk for ages. They met in a classroom, where Suresh used his core gem to show a slideshow presentation filled with pictures of himself and the powerful dungeon he created. So far, there had been no mention that there even was an inter-school tournament. Treacle spent all the class sucking on his Jabberknot Jawbreaker, while Logan worked on his Twine Ball. Inga usually tried to read the Council of Dungeons tax code, but lately she ended up falling asleep and drooling on the pages. She had been pushing herself too hard. Like always. Marco was completely enraptured and had an eerie recollection of every single one of Suresh's victories as a dungeon core. As a 300-year-old Rakshasa dungeon guardian, Suresh had spent a century protecting an important node on the hellish world of Infernus, the home world of the demonic warriors known as the Teufel, who often became dungeoneers. It had been a brutal assignment, but Suresh had repelled any number of raiders, Teufel or not. Now, on their 6th class, they were meeting at the Cruelwood, which seemed to promise something interesting. A special guest. Marco was a bit disappointed.
You've got to hand it to Suresh. I mean, that story of the Annihilator? He's a B class. The Annihilator is A class. And the Raider has all these minions, the Annihilings. And our guy Suresh murders them all with a series of illusions and traps. I mean, talk about Suresh the Seriously Clever. So clever. Also, I kind of love it that Dungeoneers have these names like the Annihilator.
The Raiders do like their sobriquets, Inga said. But really, Marco, you were impressed by Suresh? He's nothing but a braggart.
Hey, what can I say? You can brag when you bring it.
Marco made a furry fist.
And Suresh brings it. Plus, the man has style for days. That silk cloak he wears is the height of dreamy.
When they finally arrived in the inner sanctum, they found Suresh's crystal floating over the pedestal, a glittering diamond suspended above a bubbling fountain. The room had been transformed into a palatial pleasure room, with a thick red carpet, golden couches, and flickering candles. Sweet incense filled the room with its heady aroma. The Rakshasa was in front of the fountain, lounging on a plush divan, eating grapes. The first cohorts, Lady Elaciel and Jimmy McMarty, were on one couch. Chadragoth and Tet sat together across the room on another. Thankfully, the ninth circle hadn't arrived yet. Marco approached the tiger-headed dungeon guardian and bowed.
Greetings, Suresh the Seriously Clever. I was just recalling your victories against the Annihilator and his Annihilings.
Annihilings,
Suresh corrected. Marco nodded.
Right, Annihilings.
The Rakshasa sniffed.
Regardless of their name, they were a vicious sort. Please, have a seat. I told Fractilla and the Ninth Circle that they could be late, since they've been entertaining our guest at Enrico's Inn and Fry Kitchen in Vralkag. They will be here presently.
Yes, Suresh.
Marco bowed again.
I am pleased that the guests will know the deliciousness of Enrico's hospitalityness.
Not a word,
Treacle muttered. Logan couldn't understand how the satyr could be unironically smitten by Suresh. Then again, Inga had a thing for the most boring vulture-headed teacher to ever write on a chalkboard. The Rakshasa pointed.
Yes, Mr. Lascarelis. You and your cohort are invited to sit together on that one sofa. Those of the Ninth Circle will get their own divans to sit upon.
Marco bowed a third time.
Yes, your severely cleverness.
The terrible 12th all squeezed themselves down on the same couch, but it took a considerable amount of shoving and pushing. The couch groaned under Treacle's weight. Luckily, Logan was squishy. Inga immediately took out the huge tax code tome and began reading. Logan, who was jammed up next to Marco, whispered,
Marco, I don't get why you like Suresh so much.
Marco bleated a laugh.
You forget. Although I'm currently enslaved as Shadowcroft's personal toilet cleaner, I'm a royal, as is Suresh. Royal knows royal. Game knows game. And to be that self-absorbed, it absorbs me. I'm lost in his arrogance. I'm trapped in his ego. And I don't want to ever be free.
Logan grabbed Marco's furry chin. You're not, under a spell, are you? He asked, inspecting the satyr's horizontally slitted eyes for any sign of brain damage.
He's not,
Inga said distractedly.
Marco simply likes to be unique. We have trouble with a certain professor with a diamond dungeon core gem, and so Marco has to like him.
He's drawn to the theater of it all,
Treacle said slowly.
Professor Parade. The theater of ego. The goat is captured.
Marco smiled.
Treacle, you're speaking in haiku. I'm so loving you right now.
The Minotaur spat the jawbreaker into his hand. After a week of sucking, it was the exact same size.
It's from my runic haiku class. We're just practicing now. But I find myself thinking more and more in a 5-syllable, 7-syllable, 5-syllable pattern. Of course you love Suresh. He is a kindred spirit.
See, Marco said. The tiger and I are both very self-confident.
Logan sighed. He couldn't argue with that. In some ways, Suresh was kind of a crueler, less wacky version of Marco who happened to have power. He was about to retrieve the ball of twine from his ring of pockets when Fractilla and the Ninth Circle strutted in with a spider dungeon core wearing a tweed suit with leather patches on the elbows. He was small, the chihuahua of Driders. The spider guy had the body of an arachnid, but his top half was all tax accountant. one with 4 pairs of eyes that started above his cheeks and disappeared into his balding scalp. He also had a large grease stain on his shirt. Yep, he'd been to Enrico's all right. They must not have gotten any liverkill, because they all looked sober. Except for Sadako, the lady in white ghost, who seemed a bit more pink than usual. She leaned heavily on the hulking form of Toiji, the gecko behemoth, who had to stoop, or else he'd brain himself on the ceiling. Logan couldn't help but wonder how in the world Larry the Snow Golem had beaten the huge reptilian juggernaut in last year's offensive dungeon design final. Then it made sense. Toiji might be big, but Larry had cold temperatures on his side. A monster wielding the power of a chilly room could probably take on a cold-blooded animal relatively easily. At a glance, it seemed like there was still some bad blood between the golem and the gecko. Suresh motioned for the 9th Circle to take their seats. They all had their own individual couches. No cramming together for them, although that made sense to Logan. The 9th Circle were members of the Crystal Tiger Clan. Suresh was head of the Crystal Tiger Clan. Cronyism definitely didn't seem above him, considering everything else Logan knew about him. The professor motioned to the spider guy.
This is Dave Copperblade, otherwise known as Weavelord. Do you prefer Dave or Weavelord?
Weavelord,
The spider dungeon said with some force.
I earned my title. Would you like me to tell you about it?
Inga looked pained as she murmured, "Oh, please, no. I can't bear another long biography."
Don't worry, Marco said. There's only one alpha tiger in the room, and it is Suresh the Cunning.
How is cunning different from seriously clever?
Treacle asked in all earnestness. Marco looked straight ahead.
If you don't know, I can't tell you.
Suresh snapped his fingers.
Yes, Weavelord, you are impressive. Everyone, Weavelord is in senior management at the Department of Universal Dungeon Efficiency. He and a team of his auditors will be judging the Interschool Tournament of Collegial Dungeon Excellence this year. I wanted him here to go over the rules.
Marco dropped his head.
Oh no. Don't think there's going to be much bravado from the merciless. I can feel general boredom amassing an army.
Weavelord nodded at the lounging tiger man.
Yes, thank you, Suresh. Everyone in this inner sanctum should be very honored to be here. Out of your entire year, you 12 dungeon cores have earned the chance to represent Shadowcroft in this important competition. Who here knows the rules of the competition?
All the dungeons in the first cohort raised their hands, as did most of the 9th Circle. The lady in white ghost didn't, at least until Toiji nudged her, and then her hand shot straight up. She hiccuped, blushing. Inga's hand went into the air as well. No surprise there. Weavelord smiled when he noticed the astral moth woman.
Why, Miss Therian, it's good to see you again. Yes, I know that you know how this works. But for your unfortunate cohort friends, let me give you all an overview.
Marco nudged Logan.
We're the unfortunate cohort friends, obviously.
Weavelord shot the satyr a warning glance.
The inter-school tournament consists of 3 rounds: the Crucible, the semifinals, and the finals. As you would expect, there is a chance of death at every level, though we try to keep things as safe as possible.
Suresh actually laughed at that point, a roaring, deep-bellied sound that echoed through the room. For once, Logan had to agree with the Rakshasa. He had a lot of first-hand experience with things being kept as safe as possible. Every facet of Shadowcroft was an OSHA violation that often resulted in death or disembowelment. or both. He had no doubt the inter-school tournament would be the same. Heck, it would probably be worse. Weavelord closed his eyes, all 8 of them, showing his frustration before repeating, "As safe as possible. Now, who here knows about the Arena Suprema?" The same hands went up. Once again, Toiji nudged Sadako. Weavelord nodded at the cores in the know and glared at Logan, Marco, and Treacle. That kind of negative attention didn't faze the terrible 12th anymore, however. At this point, they were used to being the perpetual underdogs.
The Arena Suprema is a literal arena world, which is where the Crucible will be hosted. Every school is allowed to send 12 dungeon cores, and you 12 will be representing Shadowcroft. Mr. Nobleblade, this Therian.
The spider guy glanced at Chadragoth and Inga.
We have our eyes on you. Oh, yes, we do. We have high expectations for others here as well.
Marco raised his hand. Weavelord frowned.
No, not you, Mr. Lascarellas.
The satyr cleared his throat.
Chronic underachiever here. Marco Lascarellas, former Prince of Sangretta, current toilet cleaner. So, if Shadowcroft is hosting, but there's this Arena Suprema Ultima Majestica realm, what is Shadowcroft going to be doing exactly?
Weavelord clasped his human arms behind his back and paced back and forth on his short arachnoid legs.
Yes, a surprisingly good question given the source. The host school is responsible for housing both the judges and the champions, as well as scouting and securing celestial nodes on other worlds for the semi-final and final rounds. There is also the after-party to consider.
Logan raised a hand. Weavelord nodded at him.
Yes, I know. You're the Fungaloid dungeon that everyone is talking about. Your stats are impressive, for a mushroom dungeon at least. Though some of my fellow auditors think there is a 51% chance of you turning rogue and being hunted down by the Arcandra Initiative.
Marco's hand shot up.
For the record, I'm solidly in the 49% who love and adore Logan Murray. Now back to me for a moment. I'm seeing the Crucible as a winner-takes-all, loser-takes-the-fall kind of deal. Is that right?
Logan was pretty sure Marco was quoting Sammy Hagar's song from the 1987 movie Over the Top. If they could have Arnold Schwarzenegger as a cultivation teacher, why not a Sylvester Stallone arm wrestling champion as a dungeon core? The spider auditor paused his frenetic pacing but didn't answer the question.
As I said, schools can field 12 dungeon cores in the Crucible. The dungeon core that is graded the best will progress to the semi-finals. All the schools are invited to attend the Crucible, but there are only 6 spots in the semi-finals. During the semi-final round, all 6 dungeons must construct a dungeon on a randomly assigned celestial node and battle an elite group of real-world dungeon raiders. Those who are not eliminated during the practical exam will then be evaluated by me and my team of auditors. Only the top 2 contenders will be chosen to compete in the final round.
Logan raised his hand and asked his question.
When you say eliminated, do you mean killed?
Marco nodded.
Yeah, given the last couple of years here at our beloved academy, I generally just assume that an elimination round means a public execution. Not sure if that's the case here, but I for one would like to avoid a grisly death if at all possible. Especially since most of my time and energy this year is going to be invested in clown college.
Inga pushed her fedora back.
No, eliminated simply means taken out of the competition. There might be accidental deaths, however, since in the semi-finals and finals, we'll be competing against actual dungeoneers. There is a rubric the auditors will be using to judge us.
Weavelord scurried forward.
Yes, Miss Therian. I will be the one to answer all questions.
Suresh wasn't the only one with an ego, it seemed.
Although we do try to keep things as safe as possible, unfortunate accidents have occurred in the past.
So brutal deaths? Logan asked.
Which is why,
Weavelord continued without acknowledging Logan,
substitutions are allowed. In fact, once we reach the semi-final round and final round, if there are any issues, schools have been known to substitute out their dungeon cores. That is the reason all 12 of you will continue in this class even after the Crucible concludes. If something unfortunate were to happen to the front runner, the runner-up could take their place, and right down the line.
They needed 11 runners-up? How dangerous was this tournament?
Weavelord continued. Let me go over what we grade upon. First off, protecting the Celestial Node is key. If you die, you will be graded badly. Assuming you survive, the optimal scenario is that you will have more Apothos after the raid than you did beforehand. Thus, you will be graded on Apothos levels, certainly. Actually, Suresh, can you project a bullet point list of the criteria?
Suresh lazily waved a paw. The crystal above the pedestal flashed, and a glowing list appeared in the air. Inter-School Tournament of Collegial Dungeon Excellence Grading System. 50% Apothos gained, zeroed out, or lost. 15% Structural Economy. Hallways, staircases, traps, and rooms. 15% Minion Management. 15% Crafting Magic Endothermic versus Exothermic Apothos Manifestations, including Quality of Lures. 5% Aesthetic. Subjective Wow Factor. Weavelord nodded at the graphic.
Auditors will be monitoring the actual Apothos levels, and will have a panel of judges to provide their more subjective opinions. In 2 months' time, we'll have the Crucible on the Arena Suprema world. I would suggest you all prepare. The semi-finals will be held this winter, a month after the Forever Green Festival break, and the finals will be in the spring, right before summer break.
Logan was about to ask about his symbiotic ability. Would he be able to bond with everyone in the Terrible 12th for the tournament, or would they limit him in some way? Naturally, Suresh cut the class short before he could get his question out. I'm sure you all find this fascinating, but I wanted to give the Ninth Circle some time in the dungeon alone. Am I giving them preferential treatment because they're in the Crystal Tiger clan? Yes, but that's only because I want to win the clan competition, like I did last year. Thank you all for coming. Inga, would you show Weavelord out? Logan, for one, was glad to get off the cramped couch. However, he was a little baffled that Suresh would be so open about his favoritism. He'd even admitted it in front of one of the judges. Then again, Weavelord probably didn't care about school politics. He just wanted a fair tournament. The first cohort shuffled out along with Marco and Treacle, who were busy chatting with Tet. Logan and Inga stayed back with Weavelord so Logan could ask about how his symbiotic bond would work within the competition. Weavelord nodded.
You are the first Fungaloid to qualify for the tournament in, well, as long as anyone can remember. We've given your special circumstances some considerable thought. The Crucible is an individual event, so bonding with other cores will not be allowed. But in the unlikely event that you advance to the semi-finals and finals, the substitution rule will allow for such an option. As things stand now, we would limit you to a single partner in the semi-finals, but that cap would be removed if you were to advance to the finals. All of that is academic, however, until you win the Crucible, which you won't. Despite what Professor Suresh thinks, the dungeon core to beat is Chadragoth Nobleblade.
He pointed at the hulking Abyss Lord.
In 2 months, he very well might be an A-class cultivator. I've audited many dungeons and evaluated individual cores for several hundred years. He is a specimen without equal. He will win.
Logan had to admit he agreed with Weavelord's assessment. He'd bonded with Chadragoth during their final last year, and knew exactly how powerful he was. Logan couldn't hold a candle to him. Not in a one-on-one competition. None of the Terrible 12th could. He was surprised that he felt so disappointed. This competition sounded needlessly deadly and cutthroat, but there really was nothing like the thrill of facing off against raiders. Inga gave him a smile.
It's not just you that has to win, Logan. Given the substitution rule, if anyone in the Terrible 12th gets in, we can partner with you. You never know. Maybe Marco might surprise us and win a spot in the Crucible.
That made the Weavelord chuckle, and he didn't stop chuckling until they were out of the Cruel Wood. Logan didn't much appreciate the laughter because in the wacky world of Shadowcroft, anything was possible. Even Marco Lascarellis not messing up. Chapter 8. It was 2 weeks later when Professor Suresh took the Ninth Circle into the Tartaruka cells to prepare for the upcoming Crucible. Logan and the rest of the class were left alone in one of the normal classrooms with 2 big crates, one marked for the first cohort, and one marked for the Terrible 12th. They'd seen Weavelord on campus, now and again, accompanied by other auditors. They weren't the only visitors trickling through either. There were a variety of grizzled-looking dungeon cores lurking about campus. They weren't the talkative sort, but according to Inga, they were advanced scouts, responsible for locating untapped celestial nodes and identifying various Dungeoneer parties to be used in the semifinals and finals. Shadowcroft had always been a busy place, but now there were any number of people coming and going. Logan was baffled by their 3rd-year cultivation class. Chadragoth and Tet constantly talked about the wonders that Darnell Zaganishvar was revealing to them. The Abyss Lord had never been happier with his progress. Would he be in A-class by the time the tournament started? It seemed increasingly likely. That would mean great things for the Azure Dragon clan. Already, the year had started off with a bang. Logan's clan had gotten points for 2 of its cohorts being chosen for the inter-school tournament. But with Chadragoth's progress, that might seal the deal for the Azure Dragon clan. The leaderboard had Logan's clan in first place. The Azure Dragon, 375. The Crystal Tiger, 370. The Onyx Tortoise, 370. The Vermilion Phoenix, 350. It seemed the backstories, who were part of Professor John Toothbite's Onyx Tortoise clan, all had been making nearly Logan Murray levels of progress their first year. It was why the Onyx Tortoise clan was neck and neck with the Azure Dragons and the Crystal Tigers. As for Logan, he was making 0 progress on his twine ball, and his cultivation progress had largely stalled out. They were still waking up early to train in the Colosseum, but it definitely felt like he'd hit a plateau. Inga was equally frazzled with both the financial audit and archiving Shadowcroft's personal papers. Treacle's jawbreaker wasn't getting any smaller, and now he was taking medicine for his stomach pains. If there was any silver lining, it was that Marco had reduced his partying down to 0. He was too busy cleaning bathrooms to carouse all night in Vralkag with his drinking buddies. Professor Kobold's Devil McClure film appreciation class had pretty much devolved into a class discussion led by Inga. They'd complain about the napping professor, and then go over what they learned in the film. Inga always brought extensive handouts that went over the various dungeoneering guilds and notable heroes. She was even considering writing a book on heroic dungeoneers who turned away from the path of evil to embrace the Tree of Souls. Evidence suggested there were a number of notable raiders who had become minions of powerful dungeon cores through the years. Marco had pointed out that such a scenario was the exact opposite of a rogue dungeon. Now, in the tournament class, they were once again without a professor. Logan didn't like it, but Chadragoth wasn't concerned. He summoned his soul cutter and used the oversized fiery sword to pry open one of the crates. The wooden lid came off with a squeal of rusted nails being pulled out of the wood. He lifted out a finely crafted pewter statue of a warrior with a sword and shield. Tet glanced down. It's a dungeon simulation kit. Lady LCL, a nail file in hand, was intently sawing away one of her long fingernails.
Suresh has to be joking. We're dungeon cores. Why is he giving us toys to play with?
Good one, m'lady,
Jimmy McMarty grunted, his smirk full of burbling lava. Chadragoth gingerly lifted out a series of wooden panels covered with arcane runes and sigils that fit seamlessly together. At the center, he placed a pedestal, then took the core gem from his belly and added it on top. The miniature table buzzed to life, potent apothos swirling in the air. A miniature version of Chadragoth appeared in a fabricated inner sanctum, while the pewter figures sprang to life. It was like a mini, fully customizable version of the Tartaruga cells. Logan watched, fascinated, as the miniature holographic Chadragoth summoned his demonic minions to fight the figurines. Logan was immediately reminded of the hologram chess from Star Wars, otherwise known as Dejarik. Tet nodded. It's not the Tartaruga cells, but this should work well enough. We can plan what we want to do in the Crucible. We'll be facing simulated dungeoneers, and since Shadowcroft is hosting, presumably we'll be supplying those same old raiders.
I loathe Sir Rosencrantz brandy butter,
Lady LCL complained with an eye roll.
Can't wait to see what we got,
Marco said. He took one of his magical throwing knives and pried open the lid of the box marked for the terrible 12th. But instead of sigil-engraved wooden panels and pewter figurines, they had stacks of paper. Inga regarded the contents with some trepidation.
More paper,
she said, licking her lips nervously.
Did you know that there is no statute of limitations on tax fraud for universities? I don't understand that. And I don't understand what's in this box. Why is there more paper?
Here, let me help, Inga. You've had to deal with enough paper.
Treacle started taking out the pages and sorting through them. Logan immediately recognized RPG character sheets. Some were blank, but most were filled in by someone with truly terrible handwriting, like middle school boy bad. On the edges were unmistakable pizza stain marks. The scent of Mountain Dew and adolescent pheromones hung in the air like a sickening cloud. Logan also detected the not-so-subtle whiff of basement mothballs. Treacle found stacks of graph paper at the bottom. Marco grinned.
We can create our own dungeons on the paper, and there are character sheets for the dungeoneers. This is great.
Logan closed his eyes and rubbed at one temple with a thick finger. Wait, this is just Dungeons and Dragons. How is this helping us? Marco pointed at the cover art on a module.
It's advanced.
Inga snatched up a workbook. On it was a terrible drawing of an undead queen's inner sanctum. The title had been hand-printed. The Gary and Wyatt School of Labyrinths and Liches. Optimizing your dungeon and making stuff cool. She cracked open the book, made a face, and then turned to show them that most of the sections had already been filled in. Incorrectly. She read out the first question.
What is a dungeon? And do you know what they wrote? A dark, scary place full of monsters and treasure, which is obviously not the right answer. There's also a second answer, which I will not be reading, that describes acts that I'm reasonably sure aren't physically possible. Absolutely disgusting. Marco rummaged around in the crate and came out with a red Lego, a marble, a rusted butter knife, and a collection of pencils and pens. The satyr quickly dropped the butter knife while casting a very nervous glance at Inga. He wisely wanted to avoid the silverware lecture about taking care of your cutlery. Inga plucked a pencil out of his hand and started erasing with frenzied focus. She talked while she wrote, "A dungeon is a nexus of power connecting a world to the Tree of Souls. Such places are also known as celestial nodes." She shook her head. "There is a question on the suggested Apothos distribution plan. How much Apothos should be given to structures, crafted items, and minion management? At least those align with the department's grading rubric. But I don't think the numbers are right. It says that most of one's Apothos should be used to craft kick-ass loot. That is not correct. It should be a balance of structures, minions, and various manifestations, depending on the strengths and weaknesses of the dungeon guardian in question."
Who doesn't like a good manifestation? Marco asked.
He held up the marble.
This is pretty. How does it fit in with the graph paper, the sexiest of all papers? Am I wrong?
Logan sighed. "The marble is just junk, man. Suresh gave us leftovers." Inga erased with a fury, bits of eraser flying away. "A well-balanced party is not one that has cool characters that all weigh about the same. There are several theories, but generally, you want a frontline tank to absorb blows, a melee physical damage dealer, healing support, a magic user or ranged striker, explorers, also known as investigators, and the charismatic face of the party. Someone who can fire the imagination and talk with the locals." Marco tossed the marble back into the box.
I'm the face, obviously, in our little party.
A flame burst from across the room. The first cohort were all clustered around a desk, and there was a tiny Chadragoth with his mini soul cutter and flaming whip, tossing around Hell Fury and Scourge lances. The attacks destroyed the animated pewter figures. A cheer went up, and some of the tension bled from the air. Clearly they were having fun, which was great. And Logan knew how great the Tartaruka Cells were. Fractilla and her cohort were getting in some seriously good practice. Logan and his friends, on the other hand, were stuck with lots of graph paper. The character sheets were all filled in with OP characters with names pulled directly from the Lord of the Rings. He didn't think that Boromir had 6,666 hit points. Otherwise, he would have survived those big arrows. Treacle waved his jawbreaker at the paper.
"It's a shame we're not in the Tartaruka Cells, but since I'm not trying to be like Steve, I want to focus on the positive. In the Crucible, we'll have an advantage. We'll be going up against the simulated dungeoneers we know all too well. From Arfgarv the Hill People to Feathers the Cleric, we've fought them all before."
Logan nodded. "We'll have to see how much they'll change those canned raiders. They might make Daggers McFinn a B-class rogue. We'll see." Marco snapped his fingers.
What's the name of that wizard? Oh, right. The magnificent Morty Mercutio Mimsy. And who could forget Halsey the Sad? She's just such a sad, sad sorceress.
"Not all sorceresses are required to be happy sorceresses. They don't owe you a smile," Inga said. She paused and set the pencil down. Gary and Wyatt's Dungeon Core workbook momentarily forgotten. "Logan and Marco, you two have been really quiet about your brews, beers, and bubbles class. Are you enjoying your alchemy lessons?" Marco's face lost all expression. His gaze suddenly hazy and distant. It was the look of a soldier who had seen the worst war could offer and had come back a changed man.
Logan pressed his eyes shut. The memories were like a cracked mirror in a liquor store. Marco was screaming and clawing at his face. Franklin the Toad King was running around, eyes wide, flailing his hands like Kermit the Frog doing a cameo on Breaking Bad. Acheron, the purple-haired vampire, clutched his knees, rocking back and forth while he wept. A chemical smell assaulted Logan's senses. Breathing felt like torture. Logan didn't have lungs, but he still felt the burning. So much burning. There were bubbling vials and glowing tubes everywhere. And shrieking. At the front of the classroom was a hooded figure with a big, fluffy tail. Pulling back the hood. No. No. No! Logan found himself being shaken back to reality by Inga.
Logan, are you okay?
Marco whispered.
The horror. The horror.
Treacle licked the jawbreaker in his fingers.
Alchemy class. Going well, though mysterious. Friends are traumatized.
Marco laughed way too loudly.
I'm so not traumatized. It's great. Alchemy class is awesome. I'm making so much beer. It's all beer. All the time. It's not a horror show created by a fuzzy maniac. No, it's fine. Logan and I are fine. We're fine. Right, Logan? So fine. So much fine.
Marco's rambling turned into nervous giggling. It was so unsettling that Logan had to grab the satyr's arm.
Stop it, Marco. Stop it.
Logan turned to Inga.
Yeah, the class is intense. The professor doesn't really want us talking about it. It's kind of a secret. But we're learning a bunch of important stuff.
Logan wasn't sure if he was lying or not. It was best not to think about brews, beers, and bubbles. He had other things to worry about. Like the twine. He'd gotten a good chunk unraveled, but then he'd had to undo the work because the other parts of the ball were tightening. Inga frowned.
I'm going to see if I can find more information about the professor and the class. I'm not going to let mysteries spin out of control like last year. I'd like to avoid murder.
Marco wiped his head.
Murder? Who's talking about murder? It's just beer and alchemy, right? Right?
He looked half crazed and on the edge of a breakdown. Logan clutched his friend's arm.
It's okay. Let's stop talking about it.
The Mothwoman's concern was painted all over her face.
I'll check things out. I'm sure Shadowcroft has files on the teacher. He vets his staff pretty well. Not perfectly. Suresh and Mr. Kobold are proof enough of that.
What's wrong with Suresh?
Marco asked, acting confused while he mopped up some of the sweat. Inga shook her head and didn't even try to answer. Chadragoth came over and saw all the graph paper.
Oh, that's a great game. Is there dice?
No dice, Logan said. The Abyss Lord patted his back.
Come on over and take a turn with the 5th edition G&W Dungeon Optimization Package. It's really nifty.
G&W, as in Gary and Wyatt.
Sounds great.
Marco shot to his feet, probably relieved not to be talking about their alchemy class. It wasn't long before Lady LCL and Jimmy McMarty were criticizing the fungal dungeon Logan had created on the Magic board game, harshly critiquing his trap placement and room design. But it was better to be practicing with the upgraded 5th edition than going through the paper. The next 6 weeks flew by as excitement for the tournament mounted. Before Logan knew it, a quarter of their 3rd year had passed. On the Thursday night before the tournament, Logan reabsorbed his digestion pits and threw a new black mold mattress into his ring of pockets. Packing was a snap. Soon he was with his friends, on their way to the buy portal on the eastern side of the realm. Marco had manifested a mannequin minion to help carry all his gear. bags and bags of things. He wasn't alone there. Lady LCL had various skeletal staff to help her travel. Sugar Eve, the fly woman, flew in with several fly-human hybrids loaded down with suitcases that smelled like rotting food. Logan found the luggage both appetizing and intriguing. Everyone had packed for a long weekend, Friday through Sunday. Logan was pretty sure that the actual tournament class had done nothing to help him prepare, and the twine wasn't helping. At all. But Chadragoth had stepped up big time, just as Inga had in their Business of Destruction class. Once upon a time, the Abyss Lord had openly mocked the idea of a well-laid-out dungeon, instead relying on raw strength and brute force to get the job done. After pairing with Logan, however, he'd changed his tune. Over the summer, he'd not only worked out physically, but mentally, becoming a master of dungeon design. With Chadragoth's thoughtful oversight and the terrible 12th's overall tenaciousness, Logan felt he was as ready as he could be given the circumstances. Professor Suresh, their chaperone, had arrived with a variety of feline imp minions hauling his excessive wardrobe. He was as bad as Marco and Lady LCL. The Rakshasa stood at the center of his piles of luggage. To the south were the waterfalls tumbling into oblivion. In front of them was a branch of the Tree of Souls itself, growing up through the ground. Suresh cleared his throat and waved for everyone to be silent.
Tonight is the pre-tournament mixer. Keep in mind, other competitors will be there to intimidate us. Once we leave Arborea, the games start. Most likely, there will be chatter, but be aware that there might also be actual murder. We've seen that in prior years, so stay alert, stay alive. Except for you, Logan. We don't need you.
Chadragoth laughed sadly.
I've said those same words, Professor, but now I see Logan as our best chance of winning.
The Abyss Lord gave Logan an encouraging smile and a giant thumbs up of support. Logan couldn't help but smile back. Open support from Chadragoth Nobleblade? Things had really changed. Now, on to a mixer that might kill him. It wasn't the first time that Logan had faced deadly socializing. He'd once been to a cousin's wedding that had been really, really rough. Suresh touched the bark of the tree and, in a blink, he was whisked away. Logan and the other guardians followed after him. Let the games begin. Chapter 9. Logan walked out onto the balcony of the Arena Suprema's party room, which overlooked the arena itself. He needed a break from the press of bodies and the unrelenting clamor of voices, which was loud even without the booming beat of the music. The headmaster of Saldrian's School of Guardians turned out to be a sentient squid bard named Voss Meine, who played the drums with impeccable rhythm and impossibly good timing. No one made the SpongeBob SquarePants Squidward joke, which Logan had been expecting. If anything had permeated the consciousness of the multiverse, it should have been the underwater denizens of Bikini Bottom. Voss Meine certainly would have been right at home. The octo-limbed bard had created a variety of aquatic minions to accompany him, but Voss made sure that he was the loudest. It was like an EDM show met Dante's Inferno. Apparently, Marco knew Voss Meine because Saldrian's was where his clown college was going to be hosted, and Voss had invited the satyr to play with his band. Luckily, Marco's monstrous loop music was drowned out by Voss's nearly constant drum solo. The mixer was in full swing, as Professor Suresh had promised, but the Rakshasa had undersold the event just a little. This was the party of the year, and the venue was packed with famous celebrity dungeons, prominent council members, illustrious staff, and the best and the brightest each school had to offer. 144 of the best and brightest to be exact, since there were 12 schools competing in this year's games. Shadowcroft himself was in attendance, of course. He was busy talking with Lolozi Webbs, the demonic spider queen who was the headmistress at Nightfall University. The same Nightfall University that had won the interschool tournament every year for the past decade. Evelyn Grimworm, headmistress at Crossroad Academy of the Arcane, a very respected school in its own right, lingered nearby, politely eavesdropping on their conversation. Not that she was particularly subtle in her efforts. It was hard to miss her since she was an enormous worm dungeon core with a manhole-sized maw chock full of undulating fangs. Standing awkwardly to the side was the zombie headmaster of the Plaguebringer College of the Undead, which specialized in necrotic-style dungeon cores. Styges Plaguebringer was the founder and the only headmaster the institution had ever known, which could explain why the school had a rotten reputation. Ironic given the rot infecting the headmaster. The competition judges were sequestered away from the participants. Most were dignitaries from the Council of Dungeons, or smaller schools that weren't competing. But there were a few famous guardians as well. Rumor had it that Ji Su from the Arkandor Initiative, and Kavandri Spencer, that lovable blade ghoul from Eritreus, were the celebrity judges this year. That was exciting, since Logan had already had an opportunity to meet both during past field trips. From the balcony, Logan gazed down at the field itself, which was like 12 NASCAR stadiums surrounded by 100 Marriotts and 1,000 dance clubs, restaurants, and swimming pools. It was a resortsville, a strange kind of Las Vegas. The whole facility was probably the size of Beijing. Inga had informed him that there would be at least 12 dungeons being run simultaneously. Observation decks would be packed with fans. There were also magical screens which would capture the action. Those dungeon cores who could fly were free to float over the various dungeons because the ceiling would be transparent. Suresh had warned him that they couldn't get distracted by the spectators. Many a dungeon core had frozen up completely under the scrutiny of the hundreds of thousands of fans both in person and watching through video crystals at home. Every magazine and newspaper would be full of news about the tournament. Logan had mixed feelings about being paraded around in front of thousands. Marco couldn't wait to give people the opportunity to love him. Those were his words. At the party, Logan spotted the venerable threshing tortoise, Zen Ikgix, who looked pretty good for being tens of thousands of years old. Logan had kept his true identity, the original onyx tortoise, a secret. According to Inga, Zen Ikgix was helping manage the Apothos in the Arena Suprema so they could create copies of Sir Rosencrantz Brandy Butter and his team of raiders. 12 schools, 12 dungeon cores, 12 dungeons at a time. Even still, it would take 4 days for everyone to compete. Starting Friday morning at 8 a.m., there was going to be 12 rounds, each lasting 6 hours, with an hour for the cleanup and reset. The Crucible would be run around the clock, and Marco was thrilled to be in the Sunday 2 a.m. slot. Each dungeon would have 3 hours to create a single-level classic medieval-style stone dungeon, which was a level playing field. The simulated dungeoneers would have 3 hours to complete the run. Logan was set to go last, in the Monday 1 p.m. slot. That wasn't going to help his anxiety any. Chadragoth, in a dramatic turn of events, would be going in the round immediately before him, starting at 6 a.m. that Monday. Inga was scheduled to go first, which definitely put some added pressure on her. She'd come to the pre-tournament mixer, but she swore she was going to leave early. Marco wasn't helping her keep that promise, however. The last Logan had seen her, Tet was getting her a drink. After Logan got his breather, he was going to head back into the action to make sure Inga went home early and got a proper night's rest. Sure, Chadragoth was probably going to win first place for the entire competition, but that didn't mean the terrible 12th shouldn't give it their all. He inhaled and had to smile at his life. To think, just a couple short years earlier, he'd been running a landscaping business, building decks and mowing lawns. Now here he was, being trained to help save the universe, with a mixture of monsters as his closest friends. Speaking of which, Logan turned to see Chadragoth toast him with a glass of cranberry juice. Unfortunately, he hadn't advanced to A class, and yet, the Abyss Lord seemed to be as cheerful as ever. Marco came out with his loot on his back, carrying a big mug of beer. With him was a towering white dragon, about as tall as Treacle, if you didn't count the long serpentine tail dragging behind her. Treacle and Inga were close behind.
"Hey Logan, there's someone here who wants to meet you,"
Marco said, guiding the dragon toward him.
"She's already met Treacle and Inga, but of course you're kind of famous. Not Sangreta royalty famous, but almost."
Logan extended a hand and offered her a warm smile. The dragon frowned and regarded the proffered limb as though it were diseased.
"Oh no, I'm so sorry, Mr. Murray, but I can't shake your hand. I know about spores. They're gross. But on a brighter note, I'm so happy to meet you."
Her voice was very pleasant and soft, and yet, her ice-white eyes were as cold as a killing snow. Was that a light bit of makeup around her eyes? She definitely had thick eyelashes. Fake? Maybe. Logan took a step back, suddenly self-conscious. "Hi. Any friend of Marco's is a dubious prospect at best." Marco laughed.
"It's funny 'cause it's true."
The dragon laughed politely.
No, you misunderstand me. I'm not friends with Marco. I value my liver too much."
Ouch.
The goat man sipped his beer.
"I'm Winter Silver,"
the dragon continued.
"From Nightfall University. That's where Melvin went. You remember Melvin R. Chevalier, right? Sweet, funny, adorable Melvin."
Her gaze burned with cold fury.
"Your little friend is wearing his hat."
Inga took off the fedora and held it awkwardly. Winter Silver didn't even seem to notice. Her eyes bored into Logan.
"I'm sure you remember Melvin and his cherry turnovers. They were as delicious as his personality. Not that you really ever got to know the real him, right? No. Too busy saving the day and kicking ass. Right, Mr. Murray?"
Logan swallowed hard. It was complicated, but we feel bad, terrible, about what happened." The dragon snorted, a cloud of freezing mist washing out from her nose. Ice crystals thickened her scales.
"But it really wasn't you, from what I understand."
She turned that gaze on Marco.
"It was the moronic satyr with a drinking problem. He's an outclassed dungeon core riding on your coattails. But he's cute."
She paused and tapped at her muzzle with an icy talon.
"I have to say, a lot more handsome than I would have thought."
Marco sighed happily.
"I love praise. It is my sweet mistress."
Treacle spit his jawbreaker out into his hand.
"Melvin, our lost friend. A tragic plot point enduring. Cherry tart. Sour taste."
The dragon turned on him.
"Oh, so someone has some class. Taking runic haiku, are we? You're the alchemic machinist with the mood disorder. Sweetness, happy butt, or something?"
Treacle glimmer happy. The ice is so cold. Villainous first impressions. Frost on pink blossoms.
Whatever that means, Winter Silver snorted. She backed up, closed her eyes, and put her thumb claws to finger claws like in a yogic meditation pose. She took in a deep breath and let it out slowly. The ambient temperature dropped by 30 degrees, and hoarfrost raced across the ground. Treacle's back popped open, and mechanical arms draped his huge coat over his shoulders. Logan kinda enjoyed the wet chill. Winter Silver opened her eyes. I'm so sorry. I promised myself I wouldn't attack you. I know the pre-tournament mixer could be used as a weapon, but I didn't want to win like that. Can you forgive me? Inga was mystified. She glanced at Logan. Logan found himself talking, not sure what to say. It's not a problem, Winter Silver. I mean, as long as you aren't here to kill us, we're fine. And for what it's worth, we sincerely do feel bad about Melvin. Kill you? The white dragon rolled her eyes. As if. We're all here because we want to protect the Tree of Souls. Killing other dungeon cores would be terrible. Not productive in the least. Which makes me wonder what kind of dungeon Melvin would have created had he still been alive. To think, he might have been at this party. It's sad. But oh well, such is life. I hope you all do well. I would just love to destroy you in the finals. Just completely and utterly annihilate you. She paused and canted her head to one side. Like embarrass you, you know? Ideally, you'd be so humiliated you never really recover. But I'm sure that probably won't happen. Chadrigoth is the dungeon guardian to beat. He seems nice. Do you know if he's seeing anyone? Maybe that pretty cat girl with the unfortunate skin condition. He's single, Inga burst out. But he was seeing Lady LCL for the last couple of years. Is she the dead elf woman with the off-putting laugh? Winter Silver asked. Inga nodded, looking extremely uncomfortable. She held Melvin's hat behind her back with two of her arms. The other two hung at her side awkwardly. Winter Silver shrugged. Well, I suppose I should go say hi. Good luck tomorrow, Moth Girl. Good for you, being so confident. Otherwise, you'd be resting up. But you're not. So you probably won't be at your best tomorrow. Toodles. The white dragon slithered off, elegantly flying through the air like a ballet dancer. Marco nodded. Well, she seemed nice, like a polite wood chipper. Inga exhaled the breath she'd been holding. She's in my head. Suresh warned us about not being intimidated. I am so intimidated, and I don't think I can wear Melvin's hat ever again. Treacle gently took the hat from Inga and put it on her head.
Don't let anyone ever tell you how to mourn, especially strangers. You wear the hat out of respect, and I like it.
Inga's eyes filled with tears. She threw her arms around the Minotaur and hugged him with all four of her arms. He grunted, unsure for a moment, but then he hugged her back. Marco made the international gesture for drinking too much. Inga stepped back and wiped a tear from her oversized, luminous eyes. Mean dragon or not, Winter Silver is very powerful. She's a high B-class cultivator. She came in second at the Dungeon Games 2 years in a row. She's favored to place first. What are the Dungeon Games? Logan asked. Inga shrugged. They're an unsanctioned junior league of sorts. A proving ground for competitive dungeons with, well, money. Mostly,
It's a way for underperforming dungeons from wealthy, well-connected families to earn participation trophies. Shadowcroft doesn't talk much about the dungeon games, since they're sponsored by Plaguebringer and Soldrians, but we've won them the last 3 years in a row. Even though they typically don't mean much, I watched some of Winter Silver's video crystals, and she is impressive.
Logan remembered Rockhart talking about them his first year, but he'd been pretty overwhelmed back then. Any idea when Winter Silver competes? If she's our main competition, I'd like to have an idea of what we're up against. Inga nodded.
She has a prime spot on Sunday night, round 9 at 4 p.m. It's kind of the sweet spot, though it can be hard to shine, which is one nice thing about going first, and also going last. However, she'll have a good idea of what the judges are looking for, and she'll have info on the competition.
Marco took Inga's hand.
Let's get you to your room, Miss Therian. You have to completely wow them tomorrow. You have your plan, right?
The Mothwoman nodded, still looking quite unsure of herself.
I do, thanks to Gary and Wyatt's 5th edition. That was surprisingly helpful. Chadragoth and Ted also offered me some pointers. We're really a team.
Logan nodded. Yeah, we really are. He was a little sad that he and Inga weren't competing together. He'd gotten so used to working with her through the symbiotic bond. However, he couldn't help but feel the buzz of excitement hanging in the air. Sure, maybe he wouldn't win, but he was going to give it his very best. Hopefully, his best would be enough. Chapter 10. Logan stood on viewing dock number 6, watching Marco's surreal masterpiece of dungeon-esque performance art. Logan had already cheered Inga on Friday morning, and now, 2 days later, it was Marco's turn. The satyr was obviously having the time of his life. Not only had he created a very strange dungeon, but he also wasn't cleaning bathrooms. He'd asked the gelatinous knight and Nimoy, the elderly undead merman, to help him out while he was away for the crucible. Both agreed, though Marco had expressed some concern they wouldn't do a good job. To think, he was worried about your average Arborian restroom. Things had changed. Logan should have been enjoying his suite, which boasted multiple rooms, huge tiled bathrooms, and an expansive kitchen with more than enough room for his digestion pit. But instead, he'd left his fancy hotel room to support a friend. Logan stood on the balcony, staring down at Marco's dungeon, which was part Cirque du Soleil, part malarial fever dream nightmare. But mostly, it was pure, unadulterated Marco. Even at a glance, it was clear the Goat Man wasn't trying to win. He was trying to be a spectacle. In that, he couldn't fail. The name of his dungeon was Trix Terrible, and it had its own logo. A mannequin covered in roses facing a mirror. In the mirror, there were shadowy things with teeth and tentacles. It was deeply, deeply unsettling, even by Marco's standards. The dungeon started off with the basics: old moss-covered stone, dripping water, and silence, which was punctuated every so often by a well-timed shriek. Logan could appreciate the skill level, the nuance of it all. The water drips were timed perfectly to be anti-rhythmic. The screams were at the exact decibel level to conjure as much terror as possible. Sure, the dungeon started off kind of generic. Then it got weird. Marco was facing the full complement of Shadowcroft simulated adventurers. They were actually ghosts, but through the magic of the threshing turtle, they now had physical bodies. In Logan's mind, it was disturbingly unethical to enslave the souls of raiders for millennia. But then again, the Dungeon Academy was trying to save the universe, and none of the raiders seemed to complain about the arrangement. Not any of the 12 versions the tournament runners had created, anyway. The party was chock full of the classic hits. Brandy Butter as an armor-clad melee damage dealer. Arfgar of the Hill People playing the role of frontline tank. Sir Mediocritus specced out as a ranged damage dealer. Linderval Lanathandrix took on the mantle of healing support. She was also known as Feathers, given she was a worshipper of Illumina Pate, the bald phoenix. The team also had 2 sorcerers, Morty Mercutio Mimsy and Halsey the Sad, both dangerous powerhouses if left to their own devices. Lastly, there was an explorer rogue by the name of Daggers McFinn. Most of the 7 raiders would be high C class, but there would also be some B class, at least 2, if not 3. Not that Marco was actually worried about the Dungeoneers. He was far more interested in the story of the dungeon. A true artist unconcerned with the grading criteria. Which was insane. Although the Crucible was a simulated event, it came with some very real consequences to make it more interesting for the powerful and wealthy spectators who liked to gamble on the event. If the raiders broke through his defenses and managed to shatter his dungeon core gem, the satyr would die, whether his narrative structure was solid or not. But Marco was cool as a cucumber, despite what was at stake. In Tricks Terrible, the meta-story was as confusing as it was self-referential. It was literally about a satyr trying to win a dungeon competition. The fictional dungeon master knew he wouldn't win, and his heart was broken, though he was trying to repair it with a magically crafted item called the Harmonica of Healing. It was absurdist to the extreme, although Marco would definitely get points for creativity, set design, and for crafting such a unique and interesting magic item. Which was good, because Logan was pretty sure those were the only points he'd be receiving from the judges. Marco's dungeon was too artsy to be very effective. Once again, the satyr had gone for style over substance. As the 7 raiders crept through the dripping water room, they came upon a sad mannequin in a satyr costume, sitting on a splintered throne decorated with copious amounts of graffiti. The dummy in the goat outfit was pining over his failures, while other mannequins tried to soothe him. None of them attacked the Dungeoneers. The raiding party simply walked through the room while the fake Marco monologued about the futility of life and his inevitable defeat. Overall, it was a thoughtful and poignant vignette that reflected on the struggles of a dungeon core, while simultaneously imploring the adventurers to turn back and reconsider their life choices. Of course, it had no effect whatsoever. Those mannequins, however, would follow the party and attack them in the main trap room, which contained a beautifully painted portrait of Winter Silver. She was standing on the corpses of the other tournament competitors, which was eerie. Logan saw Lady Elisiel, pierced with spears, holding Chadragoth's decapitated head. Jimmy McMarty had been crushed into a pile of rubble. When the Dungeoneers entered the room, the painting of the ice dragon sprang from the wall and attacked, while the mannequins from the monologue room launched a rear ambush. The dummies were surprisingly effective, and managed to kill both Sir Mediocritus and Morty Mercutio Mimsy. Brandy Butter was eventually able to slay the white dragon without it killing anyone else, though the whole party suffered some grievous wounds. The next room was bare, but there was something eerily wrong with the shadows. Marco's voice drifted through moving patches of darkness, once again pondering his own eventual failure. And yet Marco would definitely get points for structural engineering. He had a secret passageway that connected the shadow room to the inner sanctum, so he could go and play his lute and summon eldritch horrors before retreating back to the sanctum. One of the summoned abominations devoured Halsey the Sad. Brandy Butter and Arfgar were wounded, yet they managed to kill the horrors. Unfortunately, Linderval Lanathandix managed to heal both the paladin and the barbarian before their wounds turned mortal. Worse, Daggers McFinn detected the secret passage, and so Marco's horrible victory feast room, which was actually there to celebrate his defeat, was totally skipped. Too bad, because Marco had set up a puppet theater using a combination of his College of Form abilities: living shadows, unsettling mannequins, and powerful hidden mimics. The puppets, all tasteful imitations of the first cohort, had been set to attack and overwhelm the Dungeoneers. A host of Italian food mimics would have sealed the raiders' fate had they taken a bite of the heavenly spread. The surviving 4 adventurers followed the snaking secret passageway directly into Marco's inner sanctum, where he wore a dunce cap up on stage, sobbing,
"What is dungeon? Dungeon is me. What is dungeon? Dungeon are we."
Then the stage exploded as a single Cthulhu-like mannequin rose up from the wreckage, revealing the central pedestal underneath. Marco cackled laughter and put the harmonica of healing to his lips. He didn't need to be healed, but he was using the item anyway, because of course, it was like Chekhov's musical mouth instrument. Once you introduce a magical harmonica, you have to use it. While Marco played a jaunty little healing tune, he performed Nataraja's Wretched Rhythm, a strange, disjointed dance that hypnotized Arfgar. The Cthulhu mannequin ripped the barbarian's head off with his mouth tentacles. Creeping up behind the monstrosity, Daggers McFinn landed a critical backstab that felled the eldritch horror in a single powerful blow. Marco wasn't about to spoil his work of art by actually fighting himself. Instead, he hoisted himself above the pedestal and hung in the ropes, in a pathetic display of defeat.
"I am fate's sorrowful puppet," he declared. "Destiny has haunted my dungeon core since I was first damned to this world of raiders and the raided. Failure was my destiny from the start."
Brandy Butter, the cleric, and the rogue stood in front of the stage like spellbound audience members. Logan found himself both entranced by the drama and genuinely concerned about his friend's survival. Marco wouldn't let his dungeon core gem be shattered for the sake of art, would he? By that time, it was 8 a.m., and viewing deck number 6 was packed with spectators. All struck silent at the spectacle. Logan was positive that the Crucible and the Interschool Tournament had never seen anything even remotely like the dungeon Marco had created. Finally, Brandy Butter broke free of the mesmerizing performance and rushed the pedestal, his enormous broadsword swinging for the fences. Marco, however, wasn't quite out of the fight. He activated Dumb Show of Burguk, which allowed him to use his mime abilities to create invisible objects, like a wall. Marco mimed his heart out, and altered reality in the process. Brandy Butter smashed into the invisible rampart just as the puppets and pasta mimics, moving on noodle legs, rushed into the room, hitting the adventurers in the back in an avalanche of teeth and red sauce. It was a marinara massacre that was sure to leave ungodly stains for years to come. The chaotic ambush bought Marco enough time to drop from the ropes and hurl a flurry of magical knives. Conjured blades pincushioned Brandy Butter, ignoring his magical armor, as he was pulled down and enfolded by a monstrous 100-layer lasagna. Puppet Chadragoth had claws that shredded Feathers the Cleric like a cheese grater going to work on a block of Parmesan. Puppet Lady LCL drove her sword into Daggers McFinn, backstabbing the backstabber. Puppet McMarty pounded Brandy Butter's armor flat, while Puppet Tet leapt around the room, the epitome of feline grace, unleashing carnage in her wake. The auditorium erupted in applause and reverberating cheers. It was pretty clear to Logan that Marco hadn't really planned on defeating the raiders, but he'd managed to pull it off, thanks to his puppet creations. The satyr was still alive, but he'd used every bit of his apothos to achieve the victory. Of course, he'd nailed the wow factor, but that was only 5% of his total score. Inga and Treacle stood nearby, watching the battle play out below with worried glances. Inga blinked as the last of the raiders finally fell, head disappearing down the gullet of a delicious-looking chicken parm. That was... Her lips pressed into a thin line of disapproval. I don't know what the word is. Treacle threw sarcastic jazz hands.
2 words. Tricks terrible.
They waited while Marco reabsorbed all the remaining apothos energy he could, though there wasn't much left. For better or worse, probably for worse, he'd gone all out. The judges flashed his total score over dungeon number 6. Apothos usage, 50 out of 100. Structural economy, 85 out of 100. Minion management, 75 out of 100. Crafting manifestations, 95 out of 100. Wow factor, 100 out of 100. Total weighted score, 68.25, D+. Marco had survived the trial, and he'd clearly impressed the judges with his creativity. But thanks to his abysmal apothos usage, he scored low, nearly at the bottom of the proverbial barrel. Inga sighed. It's unfortunate, but not surprising. Back on Friday morning, she'd run an almost perfect dungeon, but even she wasn't at the top. She'd scored a 92, with a mixture of scores in the 80s and 90s. Inga's dungeon scored big points for her minion usage, though her lures could have been better. The real problem had been her structural economy. She went with a super complicated hive structure along with bookshelves and a maze that didn't quite work. She hadn't been able to decide, and so she'd thrown in everything but the kitchen sink. Her apothos usage had been on point, however. Treacle exhaled. For once, he wasn't holding the jawbreaker or sucking on it. He did, however, spout poetry.
Now the time has come. Minotaur Dungeon Showdown. Blood on spinning gears.
Logan rubbed his head. What's that now? Treacle's competing in the next round, Inga translated, before hugging the big Minotaur. I wish you the best of luck, my friend. We'll be watching. Logan knew what Treacle Glimmerhappy was planning to do to the simulated Dungeoneers, and he couldn't wait to see the carnage. Chapter 11. Marco joined Logan and Inga on the viewing deck. All 3 cheered Treacle on. In the end, the Minotaur scored even better than Inga, beating the point spread in his favor. His deadly labyrinth machine was exactly that. An intricate clockwork labyrinth with a ticking time bomb mechanic built in for added effect. The walls of the labyrinth grew closer and closer every 10 minutes, forcing the Dungeoneers to hurry into traps or bumble into various automated monsters, all fueled by Treacle's AFS core improvement, otherwise known as an augmented Fulgurstone. The dungeon was so well laid out that Treacle's Ugnaught Calflings were able to kill most of the Dungeoneers. The lure was a pair of powerful magical crossbows, one that could fire bolts like a machine gun, and another that was basically a stinger missile. It was anti-dungeoneering technology at its finest. 2 adventurers, Daggers McFinn and Sir Rosencrantz Brandybutter, made it through the warren of horrific traps and into the inner sanctum. Once inside, they didn't survive for long. Treacle defended his pedestal with a magic crossbow in each hand, all the while sucking on the jawbreaker. It made for an awesome image, especially as his death trap dungeon ticked down. Marco had definitely helped with the sound design. Daggers died under a hail of crossbow bolts. Brandybutter took a single bolt to the chest and met a grisly and truly spectacular fate, exploding in a geyser of severed limbs and gore. The Minotaur walked away with a total score of 93.9. Historically, it wasn't a score that would put a Dungeon Guardian in the top 6, but every year was just a bit different. There was still hope. Inga was amazed at how well he'd done.
Treacle certainly had the wow factor, but the dungeon was very expensive as far as Apothos goes. Also, the structural economy was extravagant. Since the scores are weighted, Apothos usage is critical.
Logan was thinking the same thing, and he had some ideas when it came to that. Treacle's round ended at 3 p.m., and Winter Silver, their primary competitor, would start constructing her dungeon at 4 p.m. Logan had been up for nearly 24 hours, so he used the lull in action to grab a little fungal shut-eye. A little before 7 p.m., he cracked bleary eyes, stretched his spongy limbs, and trudged up to viewing deck number 9, still feeling worn out from the past few days. He got there just before Winter Silver was set to begin, and was happy to find the rest of his cohort waiting for him near the railing.
"Hurry,"
Inga called, waving him over with one hand. Thankfully, they'd saved a spot for him, or he would have been stuck watching the event from one of the crystalline projector screens scattered throughout the various club rooms.
"It's starting."
Marco grinned as Logan joined them and held out a thick sheet of parchment.
Jisoo sent me a note, he said,
chest puffed up with pride.
She was so impressed. And Cavandry Spencer thought my design was bold if, and I quote, a little self-indulgent. A reporter wanted to do a write-up on me for Monsters Weekly. I have to admit, I wasn't sure if I was going to walk away from those Dungeoneers.
But you did, Logan said, clapping his buddy on the back. And it really was something to see. The words guttered and died on Logan's lips as he saw the grandeur of Winter Silver's dungeon. The lair of the Snow Fiend. A grand archway carved from enchanted blue ice led into 3 interconnected caverns, each bigger than the last. There were no mazes to navigate, no false rooms, no secret passageways. It had a simple design, and everything was beautifully polished to perfection. The last of the 3 chambers was her inner sanctum, a vast audience hall of blue-white ice, powdered with glittering snow and multi-hued stalactite-like icicles. The middle cave was completely dark, though there were more icicles hanging down like overgrown bats from the transparent ceiling. Treacle nodded.
3 rooms. She's going to do well on structural economy. No wasted space. No unnecessary Apothos expenditure. It's a gamble, though. She better have some good traps, and her minion management is going to have to be on point.
"Agreed,"
Inga said.
"I've done some research on her. After that unpleasantness on Thursday night, I took a break from reading the tax code to look up exactly what kind of dungeon core Winter Silver is. She's classified as a white worm, a rare type of ice wyvern. Look there, in the first cave. She's using foot freeze to trap as many of the Dungeoneers as she can."
The icy ground seemed to be just snow, blown in from the entrance. That wasn't the case. It was a deceptively clever snare. Brandybutter was caught first. His plate mail immediately started to ice over, lightning forks of hoarfrost racing across the metal, freezing the joints so he couldn't move a muscle. Halsey the Sad and Feathers the Cleric didn't fare any better, and both ended up caught in the frosty death trap. Inga kept up the commentary as the Dungeoneers painstakingly progressed through the space.
"She could have used her flash freeze ability, which would have killed one of them, but it's prohibitively expensive since it's an insta-kill spell. Instead, she's using practical low-cost spells and abilities to amp her Apothos usage score. Calculating, but clever.
From the snowy sides of the cave came spinning cyclones. At first, Logan thought they were more traps, but no. He saw fiendish faces snarling within the swirling snow. Inga winced.
Ah, yes. Those would be her blizzard elementals.
She tapped at her chin with one slim finger.
I must admit, it's rather disconcerting that she's unleashing such powerful monsters right away.
In the end, the blizzard elementals killed Halsey the Sad and Feathers the Cleric. Morty Mimsy was able to use a firewall and a fireball to get the rest of the party out of a tight spot. Brandy Butter helped, with an enchanted flaming sword, courtesy of the magnificent Mimsy. The flaming blade dealt additional damage against the elementals. Working together, the raiders were able to kill her frontline minions, but they'd lost both the spellcaster and their healer in the process. It was a costly victory for the raiders, and one that would ultimately cripple them in the long game. Which was Winter Silver's plan, Logan had no doubt. The middle cavern was a gloomy, eerie place, full of drips and ghostly, whistling winds. The floor was stone, but frozen ponds were scattered seemingly at random throughout the room. The party crept forward through the darkness, avoiding the icy patches no matter the cost. The frost floor in the last room had exacted a terrible toll, and it was clear they wanted to avoid paying that price again. But Winter Silver had planned for that as well. Marco laughed and shook his head. Oh, she's good. That darkness, the cold, that wind? I love that she went classic. Do you know what the lure is? A dragon-slaying spear, a dragon lance, if you will. There's also a ton of jewels and treasures, all endogenous, so they're cheap.
Look,
Inga pointed.
That whistling wind is covering the sound of her stalagmites.
Marco closed his eyes. Stalagmites. Let me guess. Giant ice spears that fall from the ceiling? Lovely. Just lovely. I can appreciate a pun that kills. That was exactly what stalagmites were, and Winter Silver had positioned the deadly spits of ice above the stone sections of the floor devoid of the frozen pools. She'd known the Dungeoneers would avoid the icy pools, which meant she also knew exactly where to place the traps for maximum devastation. Daggers McFinn, the party rogue and point man, was able to effortlessly dodge the falling stalagmites, but Sir Mediocritus wasn't so lucky. He took a spike to the top of the skull. It impaled him straight through, killing him where he stood. The falling spikes caused the remaining party members to panic. They quickly realized the deadly, oversized icicles were only above the stone sections of floor, which immediately pushed them toward the frozen pools. Winter Silver was ready again. The ice ponds cracked, and slender lizard people, covered in white scales, slipped through the fissures. They moved on silent feet, lashing out with wicked fangs and razor-sharp talons made from black ice. The creatures overwhelmed Morty Mimsy before he could even utter a spell.
Frostbites,
Inga nodded.
They are her less powerful minions, but those stalagmites distracted the adventurers, making them easy prey for the weaker creatures.
Arfgar broke away from his teammates and bolted toward the exit at the far end of the chamber. There were 2 huge piles of snow flanking the door. Both looked harmless. Neither were. One slid down to engulf the barbarian completely. The other let out a room-shaking roar. What are those? Marco asked breathlessly.
Avalanche golems,
Inga replied, leaning forward against the railing as she studied the layout.
They're essentially living avalanches.
Livalanches, Marco whispered. Diabolical. Daggers McFinn tried to dodge the golems, but he was soon swamped in snow. Brandybutter turned to flee, but one of the avalanche golems slapped him with a big hand studded with sharpened sticks and pine needles. The paladin staggered back, only to find himself covered in a swarm of frostbites. Winter Silver, in the inner sanctum, was in her full wyvern form, and at least 50 feet long. She threw her head back and roared in victory, her lithe body wrapped around her pedestal, where the dragon-slaying spear lay. It hadn't even been 45 minutes, and not one of the dungeoneers had come close to making it into her inner sanctum. Her dungeon was as lethal as it was simple. Inga sighed.
I'm rather disappointed. Winter Silver's personal arsenal is legion. She has a freezing breath weapon called Arctic Blast. Her hoarfrost gaze glaze can stop adventurers in their tracks, completely paralyzing them. Then there is her sub-zero scales ability, which encases her in impenetrable frost armor. Did I mention that she can create ice walls at will? Because she can. And she can also beat her wings to generate terrifying wind, which is, of course, terrifying. And blustery. Not to mention Slam Bite, Glacier Tail, and Numbing Embrace. Much as I hate to mention it, she is a truly formidable opponent.
Agreed, Treacle muttered. She's going to score very well. Even I can tell she still has plenty of Apothos left.
The judges flashed their scores over her dungeon. Logan put his hands over his eyes and turned off his senses. I don't even want to know. It's just going to freak me out. What he did know for a fact was that he had his work cut out for him, especially since he was on his own, without a symbiotic partner to back him up, and he only had a fraction of the weapons that Winter Silver had. Of course, she was a white worm, and he was a fungaloid. Even at B class, he didn't have her arsenal. What did he have? A whole lot of spores and a whole lot of rot, and he was going to use both. He might not win, but he was going to try his best, and suddenly, he couldn't wait to compete. Chapter 12. Logan used every minute of the 3 hours to craft the best dungeon possible. He had ignored the scores of all the remaining competitors, especially Winter Silver's. She was the talk of the tournament. Everyone was chattering about her unprecedented, near-perfect score. While Logan didn't have the specifics, he knew that Winter Silver and Chadragoth were at the very top. That surprised no one. Trying to match what the top-tier contenders had accomplished wasn't feasible, so Logan didn't even try. He simply focused on his own work. However, to add to the pressure, rumor had it that Brandybutter and his dungeoneers had managed to get to the pedestals of a handful of dungeon cores, and their cores had been shattered in the process. No one was very surprised by that. What was surprising? There was a Crystal Duchess dungeon core from Sodrian's School of Guardians that had scored surprisingly well, given the school's bad reputation. A testament to the fact that anything could happen in an event like this. Logan was definitely at a disadvantage, but he wasn't out of the running just yet. Before he put the finishing touches on his dungeon, Logan checked his matrix one more time to make sure he didn't miss anything. Logan Murray, Guardian Core Matrix. Base race, Fungaloid. Current evolution, Nightfell Monarch. Cultivator class, Azure Branch Cultivator, B class, rank 4. Primary elemental affinities, Morta, Toxicus. Racial abilities, Digestion. Racial scale, Domestic fungi. Level 1 protospore cultures. Opal truffles, mucal film, ghoul's snare, blisterwort, God's Eye Caps, Eyelash Stinkhorn. Level 2 Protospore Cultures, Brain Caps, Gem-Studded Puffballs, Skull Caps, Ash Vein. Level 3 Protospore Cultures, Spore Wargs, Crimson Coral Fungus, Sunflower Pods. Level 4 Protospore Cultures, Curry-Boo-Boo, Corpse Bomb Fungi. Fungal Form, Active. Exoskeleton, Pneumacity. Mycological Rage, New. Fungal Form, Passive. Fungal Vision, Disease Immunity, Poison Immunity, Blindness Immunity, Deafness Immunity, New. Replicate. Spore Halo, Pollenic Affliction, Symbiosis, Athlete's Ailment, Rapid Growth, Narcotic. Maybe he didn't have Hoarfrost Gaze Glaze, Glacier Tail, or Sub-Zero Scales like Winter Silver, but he had some formidable skills of his own, even if they were a little less flashy. Once finished, Logan hurried through his 3-room dungeon. The rooms were connected by a narrow set of descending steps, about 12 feet long, stuffed with mushrooms. Good thing he had rapid growth spores. He would unleash his protospore cultures and then let the rapid growth leak out of his cap gills. Watching in real time, he'd see the fungal growths grow larger and larger until they narrowed the corridors between rooms into a tight passage full of blisterwort and other dangerous spores. One of the nice things about going last was that he could see what the other competitors had done and implement the most effective strategies. Winter Silver had chosen to keep it simple, and he was going to do the same thing. And like Marco, he had added a secret passageway that connected the first room to his inner sanctum. That first room was a mushroom jungle with a single bridge spanning an oversized digestion pit that took up most of the floor. On the southern side, he put the entrance to his secret passageway, covered in Ghoul's Snare and Eyelash Stinkhorn, which smelled like rotten sewage to most people. For Logan, it was like comforting incense, spicy and warm. But his senses were working on a completely different level. That digestion pit in the bridge room was going to be important. Since he was B-class, he could generate 3 such pits. He placed one in each room, knowing he'd need all 3 to win. One of the heaviest weighted components was Apothos usage, and if he could get any of the Dungeoneers into his digestion pits, he'd be able to reclaim a significant portion of energy. He burned all of his Apothos to create his fungal traps and mushroom minions, including an excited Mariah Carey, a squeaky-voiced skullcap waddler, and the generalissimo of his mycological strike force. He'd upgraded her with Ash Vein, Crimson Coral, and Pneumacity to create a Crimson Ash Shrieker. So instead of a cute little mushroom girl, Mariah was tall, willowy, and clad in bloody red plate armor. She also wore a ruby witch's hat and wielded a shepherd's crook glimmering with ash vein mushrooms, a powerful narcotic. He placed her in the final room as a last line of defense along with 3 spore wargs, all upgraded to blisterwort spores. The giant fungal dogs, Noodle Doodle, Booker DeWitt, and Princess Peach, were also decked out in razor-sharp crimson coral. And what wasn't coral was concentrated blisterwort. If their fangs didn't give you a disease, and you weren't impaled on their spikes, then you were going to get a rash that just might kill you. First was the bridge room, followed by a sparsely populated cavern bristling with stalactites and stalagmites, like the teeth of a slumbering dragon. He'd built a hidden trap into the ceiling, inspired by a slime dungeon he'd seen compete earlier in the competition. He added a few of his floating sunflower pods which, when triggered, would send the rocky teeth careening down onto the Dungeoneers below. He added creeping colonies of ghoul's snare to the ground and mixed in patches of mucal film, which he normally used to cover a pit trap. He'd been experimenting, and it could also be used to make surfaces treacherously slick. Logan had coated the floor of his secret passageway trap with the same substance. They were even worse than the sheets of black ice he used to encounter back in Colorado. Lastly, there was his throne room, the crowning achievement of the fungal king's mushroom mangler. That was the name he'd come up with for his dungeon. The backstory was that a crazed fungaloid monarch had packed his throne room with a variety of expensive mushrooms. His opal truffles would aid in creating delicious sauces, prized by the chefs of kings. His ash vein was a powerful fungal narcotic. But the greatest prize of all was the legendary God's Eye caps, mushrooms that glowed with an otherworldly blue light. Logan's mysterious alchemy class had come in handy on that front. With the costly knowledge he gained, he could now brew Blue Filter Divine, a potent potion based on the 5 elements theory that could help advance a C-class dungeoneer by several ranks. 2 parts powdered God's Eye cap, dissolved in a concentrate of Apothos-infused Aqua Fortis. Marco had helped with that bit. Further mixed with dried rockhatter dung, a tincture of bulbous creeper ivy, and strained unicorn hair, all brewed under the waxy light of the worm moon, while continually cycling Morta Apothos through the solution for 10 hours. It was a brutally painful process that had nearly killed Logan half a dozen times. But the suffering was worth it. He had endured and produced 2 vials of the stuff. Blue Filter Divine was worth 100 times its weight in gold, and would be more than enough to lure in Sir Brandybutter and his band of dungeoneers, since most of the raiding party were C-class. Sure, there would be at least 2 B-class thrown into the mix as well, but they could sell the filter for a small fortune, even if they couldn't benefit from its effects personally. Logan could only hope that he wouldn't have to face an upgraded Morty Mercutio Mimsy. If the magnificent Mimsy had access to nearly unlimited fire-based attacks, Logan's fungal nightmare might be in real trouble. The 3 hours allotted for dungeon prep flew by in a blurry haze. In no time at all, Logan sat on his throne, his core gem floating above him like a small burning star. His 3rd digestion pit surrounded his kingly seat like a moat. A last line of defense, though hopefully the raiders wouldn't make it that far. Other than the God's Eye caps and the glowing vials of Blue Filter Divine, Logan didn't have a lick of light anywhere in his dungeon. He didn't need the light, thanks to his fungal vision, but the dungeoneers certainly did. Fighting while wielding torches was an awkward business, and hopefully he'd force one of the magic users to waste valuable energy casting Orb of Continual Light to dispel the perpetual gloom. While he waited for the conjured dungeoneers to arrive, Logan quickly reviewed what his digestion pits could do. Digestion pits convert 15% consumable mass directly into additional apothos. Digestion pits instantly convert 70% of all apothos with an elemental affinity into pure apothos. Reclamation/reconstitution. The fungi can consume inorganic matter such as weapons, armor, metals, and fabrics, breaking them down and reclaiming the items as base usable crafting components. Reclaim 50% of the item into raw material. Muscle memory. As the saying goes, you are what you eat, and this has never been truer than for a fungaloid. Gain a 2% chance to randomly learn a physical skill or ability from a digested foe. Logan was fairly certain that the muscle memory wouldn't apply to the simulated dungeoneers, but it might. Weirder things had certainly happened while at Shadowcroft. And in some crucial ways, the Arena Suprema was even stranger than Arborea. Who knew what might happen? A voice boomed through Logan's dungeon, making his mushrooms shiver. Welcome, ladies, gentlemen, and dungeons of all ages, to the last round of the Interschool Tournament of Collegial Dungeon Excellence's Crucible Contest. Are we ready to damage Dungeoneers? There was a thunderous chorus of yelling and applause. Logan made the mistake of glancing up. Through the transparent ceiling, he could easily see trolls, dragons, fairies, and flying slimes floating above him. Winter Silver was among the dragons, and she winked, then smirked at him. The viewing deck overlooking his dungeon was packed to the gills. Suresh might not like him, and Winter Silver might have a bitter grudge against him, but it shocked Logan a bit to realize he had a following. There were scores of monstrous creatures holding up signs saying, "Let's go Logan," or "Fungaloid Life Forever," or "Team Terrible 12th." Wilder still, only a few of them were from Shadowcroft. Apparently, their antics really had been making quite the stir. Right at the front of the pack were his friends from the Terrible 12th, flanked by Chadrigoth, Tet, and most of the Ninth Circle. Logan felt the pressure. It wasn't just all the spectators. It was the very real fact that while the Dungeoneers were simulated, this little exercise was for keeps. His dungeon had better be good. He also wasn't confident that any of his friends had scored well enough to get them into the semifinals. Other than Chadrigoth, of course. But the Abyss Lord wouldn't need Logan's symbiotic bond ability. "Dungeon cores, get into position," the voice boomed. Logan leapt off his fungal throne and pushed through the ghoul's snare and eyelash stinkhorn curtains that covered both hidden entrances. He wasn't about to repeat Marco's mistake. He effortlessly sped up the slimy mucal film covering the slippery slope. The ground was fungal. He was fungal. It was love at first fung. A Dungeoneer wouldn't be so lucky, however, and there was a deadly surprise waiting at the end of that mucal slide. Standing at the secret door, Logan opened a series of slots in the stone, then switched his gaze back to his dungeon core gem so he could view the bridge room. Unlike Marco, Logan didn't have as much wow factor to work with. His dungeon was relatively plain, and mushrooms weren't exactly known for their flash and pizzazz. If anything, most mushrooms like to hide and stay away from the eyes of the world. The fact that his dungeon was completely dark didn't help matters either. He'd done his best to compensate by crafting an elegant and ornate bridge that could have been ripped straight out of The Lord of the Rings. These people loved Tolkien even more than Thor Darkworld, and even Treacle would have been proud of the craftsmanship on display. Zen Ikix's creaking voice sounded overhead.
"And now, brave dungeons, we have 10 seconds before Sir Rosencrantz Brandybutter and his team of brutal raiders are generated. 9 seconds. 8."
The countdown continued until the venerable threshing turtle croaked,
"May the blessings of the Tree of Souls be yours. The final round of the Crucible starts now."
Logan didn't exactly breathe, nor did he have a heart, but he found himself breathless, while an anxious heartbeat thudded in his ears. Not that he had ears either. Some experiences went beyond mere biology, though. He heard Sir Rosencrantz Brandybutter at the entrance, which was just bare stone and an unadorned archway. Nothing fancy, except the smell. The stench was a symphony of awful.
"Egads, old chaps,"
Brandybutter said, pinching his nose between 2 fingers.
"Did you smell that? I'm sure my sinuses shan't ever be the same."
"Yes, the air is smelly,"
Sir Mediocritus droned in his very average voice. He wore very plain armor. His sword was a very straight sword. Not too long and not too short and not broad enough to be a broadsword.
"Not you smelly fool,"
Arfgar of the Hill people yelled.
"It is a deadly stench. Methinks me in the realm of the dead. Me see if me can see smell."
Logan grinned. Arfgar had never been the brightest tool in the shed. The barbarian wore big metal plates lashed to his body by leather thongs. He gripped a stupidly large single-bladed battle axe. He also had a series of gleaming daggers sheathed on an oversized belt. He stepped forward.
"So dark, so smelly. Maybe me see bridge, but hard to tell."
Linderval Lenathandix, a.k.a. Feathers the Cleric, joined him. Everything about the cleric screamed bird, from her hook-shaped nose to her feathery red and yellow cloak, which made her look like a Las Vegas showgirl. But unlike the showgirls on the strip, her skin was covered by enchanted golden plate mail, lovingly crafted with phoenix motifs. Her ebony cudgel glowed dimly, doing little to dispel the murk. Logan hadn't seen her with that club during the other runs, which meant that the dungeon auditors had tweaked Brandy Butter and his party specifically for Logan's dungeon. But if his time as a dungeon core had taught him anything, it was to be ready for the unexpected. He'd planned accordingly. On the far side of his ornate bridge was a small legion of waddlers, lying in wait to ambush the invaders. But they weren't alone. If he had any chance of winning, he had to stack the deck in his favor, and that included using his own personal spores, his spore halo. He shook his head, shedding a massive, swirling cloud of narcotic spores from his gill flaps. He willed them through a snaking network of crevices worked into the walls and ceiling. Dungeon HVAC at its finest. Invisible spores rained down on Arfgar and Feathers, unbeknownst to the rest of the party. Spores were insidious that way. Maybe they weren't as powerful as Dragon's Breath, but they were also harder to fight. There was no dodging the attack, no countering with a lightning-quick parry or avoiding the blow with a towering kite shield. They worked their magic slowly but surely with every breath. Logan caught a burst of movement. There was Daggers McFinn, in his roguish leathers, creeping through the fungal growths, obviously looking for traps and secret doors. He'd missed the entrance to the secret passageway entirely, probably because of the horrendous stink and the mass of blisterwort clinging to the thin vines. Unlike conventional traps, blisterwort couldn't be disarmed and had to be endured to progress. Daggers had his knives and short sword sheathed, but on his back was a quiver of black arrows, and in his hands was an obsidian shortbow. He could prove to be a nuisance in the long run, so it was best to whittle him down quickly if possible. Logan released a swirling tsunami of Polinic affliction, directing it toward the thief. A second later, Daggers sneezed, a thunderous sound that shook the room. Perfect. Logan wanted to take out Daggers and the magnificent Mimsy first. Without the rogue, the party would never find his secret passages. As for Mimsy, he was an existential threat thanks to his powerful fire magic. If Logan could kill those two, he would switch focus to Feathers because nothing was as depressing as dishing out delicious damage, only for it to be healed seconds later. Polinic affliction had started off as such a weak power, but now that Logan was an Azure Branch cultivator, there was a chance that it could do some serious damage. 30% chance of causing shortness of breath, 15% chance of causing blindness, 9% chance of anaphylactic shock, 5% chance of mortal sneezing. Even if Daggers failed to catch an unfortunate case of mortal sneezing, there was a high probability that he would develop at least one of the other afflictions. As for Arfgar and Feathers, if all went well, they might be overtaken by Logan's narcotic spores. At C-Class, the spores merely intoxicated those inflicted. But at B-Class, there was a slim chance Logan could usurp their will with a well-timed suggestion. Arfgar swayed a bit, already intoxicated. He lifted his axe.
Me have such big axe. Is me compensating for something?
Feathers normally scowled, but instead, she gathered up her cloak and started to pet the feathers.
My cloak is so soft. I bet Illumina Pate has soft feathers. God feathers must be soft, don't you think?
It wasn't at all clear who she was talking to. But Arfgar responded anyway, petting the cleric's cloak with thick, calloused fingers.
You're right. It's soft,
he marveled in awe.
"Oh there, comrades! Why do you tarry?"
Brandybutter bustled into the room. He was all plate mail, sword, and shield. The visor of his helmet was open, revealing a very full mustache. It was B.J. Honeycutt from MASH Season 8, 1978 all over again. The magnificent Mimsy and Halsey the Sad both came in, clad in wizard robes. Halsey had circles under her eyes and had long, stringy black hair in need of washing. This time, she had a staff with a fist-sized ruby perched at the top. Logan had seen that before. It enhanced her magic missiles. Honestly, Mimsy looked more like someone's creepy uncle than a bona fide wizard. He had wispy hair and a sheathed dagger at his belt, which tried valiantly to restrain his paunch. He lifted his hands.
Let's clear the air of some of this foulness, shall we?
Jets of red-orange flames burst out, frying some fungal growths clinging to the ceiling, and wiping out at least some of Logan's spores. That was unfortunate, though not exactly unexpected. The auditors weren't going to go easy on him, it seemed. But that was fine. Logan didn't plan on going easy on them either. The flames died, leaving a charred stink in the air, and Mimsy looked quite pleased with himself.
There, that's better already,
he crowed, tucking his thumbs into his belt. Logan ignored the sorcerer and sent an eerie whisper floating through the air.
Kill Mimsy.
His voice was little more than a ghostly murmur. It was a trick he'd picked up from Marco, and boy, oh boy, did it work wonders.
Kill Mimsy,
he whispered again, the ethereal voice of seasonal depression speaking dark tidings.
Kill Mimsy. You know you want to.
You know?
The hulking barbarian said, blinking heavily lidded eyes.
Arfgar do want to.
He turned with a roar and swung his axe as hard as he could, aiming his blow at the magnificent Mimsy's wispy beard. The barbarian's wicked axe sailed through Mimsy as though he were nothing more than a shadow, and continued right through Sir Mediocritus's neck. That was unexpected. Well, 1 Dungeoneer down, and 6 to go. Chapter 13. The magnificent Mimsy's form flickered and vanished as Sir Mediocritus's headless corpse fell to the floor in an explosion of clanking metal. Above him, Logan could see the people cheering him on, but he couldn't hear a thing. The arena magic must have muted the crowd noise, a fact he was grateful for, since he was sure the noise was deafening. Daggers McFinn wheezed as he laughed.
That looked like it hurt.
The thief's face was pale as he struggled to breathe. He had to be suffering from shortness of breath at this point. The rogue had sneaked back out of the fungal growths to regroup with the rest of the party in front of the bridge. Feathers immediately grabbed the barbarian.
By Illumina Pate's pink scalp, I call upon the powers of the bald phoenix to make you mellow again.
Her hands glowed with golden power as she cast the anti-curse spell, neutralizing the effects of Logan's narcotic pollen. Arfgar blinked.
Me do something bad?
He asked, glancing around. He sheepishly looked down and realized who he had killed. He shrugged.
But not too bad.
Sad Halsey wrinkled her nose.
Ew, gross, so much blood.
The real Mimsy appeared back in the center of the bridge. Flickering flames engulfed his hands, not burning him, but providing ample light.
My new fire form ability worked perfectly. I knew this place was going to be exceptionally dangerous. It's in the frickin' name. Mushroom Mangler? Yeah, there's a ton of mushrooms around here to mangle us. Glad I entered in my illusory form.
If Mimsy could cast illusions with his usually more vanilla fire magic, it probably meant he was a B class. Unfortunate, since fire was one of Logan's greatest weaknesses. He would just have to redouble his efforts to take out the sorcerer before he got into the inner sanctuary. Arfgar snorted and slammed his bloody axe into his chest plate, the clang reverberating off the high ceiling.
Me no fear fungus,
he grimaced, and stormed up the bridge. Sir Brandybutter motioned to the rest of the party. Follow Arfgar and Mimsy, but stay on your toes, yes? Feathers, Halsey, and Daggers followed after the impulsive barbarian, moving slowly while the rogue scanned for any obvious traps. Once the party was fully on the bridge, Arfgar in front, Sir Brandybutter taking up the rear, Logan launched his first direct assault. He forced a pothos from his core, sending it racing through the invisible channels that littered his fungaloid body. He triggered Mycological Rage, a new ability that would give him an unreasonable amount of rage-fueled speed and strength for a short while. While under the effect of the rage, he would see red and be compelled by some basic instinct to rampage and kill. He threw open the secret door with a flourish and charged out with a booming roar. As he rushed forward, he activated another of his Halo Spore abilities, this time shedding Athlete's Affliction in a cloud. The back three raiders, Sir Brandybutter, Halsey, and Feathers, were suddenly up to their knees in fungal pollen. At the same time, Logan bent and used his augmented strength to toss Sir Mediocritus's headless corpse into the digestion pit, spread out below the bridge. Immediately, he felt the acids begin to work, breaking down Sir Mediocritus. At the far side of the bridge, the skullcap waddlers launched their attack, armed with crimson coral swords and wearing piecemeal red fungus armor. They came at the adventurers in a wall, but they were comically small compared to the barbarian leading the Dungeoneers. They barely came up to his waist. Arfgar hacked up one, then another, while Mimsy tossed a fireball into that side of the room. The heat washed over Logan and killed untold spores. Sir Brandybutter lunged at Logan with his sword outthrust, but Logan danced back, plucked a writhing mass of ghoul's snare from the bridge railing, and hurled it at the paladin's head like a fastball. The fungus immediately wrapped itself around Brandybutter's face as though it were trying to crawl down his throat. Logan summoned a silver short sword from his ring of blades and slashed at the paladin, but it bounced ineffectively off Brandybutter's armor. Although Logan was physically bigger and stronger than he'd ever been before, he still wasn't a match for a B-class fighter decked out in heavy plate mail. "Devil fungus, begone!" the paladin cried, peeling the clinging mushroom mask off the bottom of his face. Ghoul's snare really wasn't designed to act like a xenomorphic facehugger, but Logan needed to buy himself a second, to get away from the knight and into the range of the far more vulnerable spellcaster, Sad Halsey. She was almost as squishy as Logan was, so a physical attack might actually do some good. Fueled by mycological rage, Logan launched himself onto the bridge's guardrail and sprang off, coming down with sword reared back for the killing blow. Sad Halsey was about to get a lot sadder. Logan batted aside her staff with his chitinous-free arm, then drove his sword into her chest. The blade punched through her sternum, and his sheer weight bowled the sorceress over, sending her tumbling, ass over tea kettle, off the bridge and into the digestion pit below, his gleaming blade still firmly planted in her torso like some gruesome version of the sword in the stone. The reckless charge also sent him plunging into the acidic soup, but Logan's digestive juices were only dangerous to others. Even in heavy armor, he easily glided through the sludgy, unnaturally warm liquid and clambered onto dry ground near the willowy mushrooms sprouting on the far side of the room. With a thought, he recalled his weapon, stowing it once more in the ring of blades before his digestion pit could begin to devour and reclaim the metal. That done, he turned and bolted toward his secret passageway as arrows thwacked into the wall. The corpses of Sir Mediocritus and Halsey were both fueling him now, and he felt their power coursing through his veins. C-class adventurers sure packed more of a punch than a week-old ham sandwich. Logan vanished into another fungal curtain, revealing the darkened corridor that led to the second chamber. Brandybutter saw him retreat. "Lo, a secret passageway!"
"On it," Daggers called, gasping. "Lucky my sinuses are so full, I can't smell a thing."
Logan grinned as he slid down the mucal film slide, easily controlling his descent. Halfway down the steep and treacherously slippery mucal slope was a small stone alcove. Secreted away was another secret passageway that would allow Logan to bypass the second chamber and go directly into his inner sanctum, all concealed by thick stone and a layer of crimson coral. Logan leaped into the alcove and waited for the adventurers to take the plunge behind him. Back at the top, he heard Daggers yelp.
"Wait, what? Slippery?"
And then the rogue sneezed loudly, and there was a cacophony of cursing and yelling as the thief careened down the passageway. There was no light, just darkness and deadly spits of razor-sharp coral protruding at random intervals from the floor and walls. At the bottom of the corridor was a closed door. Its backside was covered in jagged, foot-long spikes of coral. The whole passageway was basically like a human-sized garbage disposal. McFinn might have been able to stop his rapid descent with a well-placed dagger, or maybe he could have wedged his short sword in the wall. But both options were beyond his abilities as he gasped, sneezed, and coughed his way down the mucal slide. Daggers must have had some kind of intuition or second sight, because he tried to slide into the alcove where Logan waited. Logan, though, gave Daggers a little nudge, a tiny kick, and the rogue continued down, slamming into the spikes with some truly disgusting sounds. Logan couldn't help but love the irony of killing a trap-finding thief with a trap. It was one of a dungeon core's little treats. Still under the effects of mycological rage, Logan raced down to the bottom of the passage and grabbed the body of the rogue, still warm and twitching. Logan briefly considered tossing the rogue into his digestion pit, but he was already snacking on 2 adventurers. He had a better idea of how to use the remains of Daggers McFinn. He pulled open the door to the central chamber with a grunt, dragging the rogue behind him. This second room wasn't as large or impressive as his inner sanctum, but it was deadly in its own right. Logan had gone heavy on the stalactites and stalagmites. And again, he'd learned a thing or two from Marco. Water dripped arrhythmically, creating an unsettling sense of atmosphere, along with a whistling wind. He'd also added a few extra cavern sounds, taken from, embarrassingly enough, Minecraft. Logan propped daggers up against one of the stalagmites jutting up from the floor, as if he were skulking there, waiting for the rest of the party to join him. Around him floated sunflower pods, eerie big balloon-like fungi which drifted about, filled with very flammable, poisonous gases. Logan conjured a handful of God's Eye caps under Dagger's feet, but mostly, he pumped the rogue full of corpse bomb fungi. Adding some rapid growth spores, he encouraged the body to fill with gases, the skin blackening and starting to split as it rotted at an accelerated pace. Logan slammed the entry door to the central chamber closed, then quickly retreated to his inner sanctum. Even though he was no longer physically present, as the dungeon lord, he could see the entirety of his dungeon, including the first chamber, where Brandybutter, Arfgar, Feathers, and Mimsy were milling about uncertainly. They'd dispatched all the waddlers easily enough, but Daggers had disappeared down the corridor and hadn't reported back in yet. Because he was dead. Very dead. And now filled with an explosive fungus. Arfgar grumbled,
"Me want to find Daggers. He owes me 5 gold pieces."
Mimsy tittered.
I have some bad news. I think you're out 5 gold.
He crept up to the edge of the downward sloping passageway and called out.
Daggers, are you alive?
His voice echoed off the stone. There was no reply. The sorcerer frowned, shrugged, then stuck one hand out, palm up, and unleashed a wave of fire, scorching the mucal film and the blisterwort, though leaving the crimson coral intact.
If he wasn't dead, which he probably was, he is now. Let's continue, shall we? I would imagine the hardest part of this dungeon is over. Plus, I just charbroiled everything inside this connecting passageway. Should be relatively safe now.
Arfgar shook his axe at the wizard.
"You go first, then."
No, my giant idiot friend. That's your job, the wizard shot back.
He's right, Brandybutter said. Best we make haste. The longer we tarry in this place, the more likely we are to be afflicted by the fungaloid's many spores. Arfgar grunted and marched forward, back across the bridge, and regarded the scorched ground suspiciously.
"Okay, but me go slow."
"We will guard your posterior," Brandybutter promised.
"I might guard it, but I'm not gonna heal it."
Feathers grimaced.
"I don't want to get that close to him. Don't the hill people bathe?"
"Only before festival day,"
Arfgar growled.
"Give me cudgel. It is dark. Me no like dark."
Mimsy shot a flaming finger at Arfgar's axe, and it was immediately covered by a bright yellow fire. Arfgar wrinkled his nose.
"As barbarian, me no like magic. As guy who want to survive, me love magic."
The barbarian squeezed his big metal-covered body through the narrow crack and into the sloping passageway. They found the spike-studded door at the bottom of the corridor, but there was no sign of Daggers, and Mimsy's fire had burned away the blood that had pooled on the floor. All that remained was a charred black smudge. Arfgar pried open the door and halted at the threshold to the central chamber. Brandybutter pointed at the ghoul's snare spread out across the floor. "Careful now. Do not stray into that black fungus. It will capture your feet. and the taste is very foul indeed. They follow the trail of bare rock that wound between the stalagmites, avoiding the black mushroom material. But they didn't have their rogue to point out an indentation in the stone. It looked like a simple, dried-up pool, and since it wasn't covered with Ghoul's snare, Arfgar thought it was safe. He was wrong. Logan could have snapped his trap closed right then, but he waited. The real problem raider was Mimsy. His fire magic was devastating, and Logan was pretty sure he was holding on to his most powerful spells, preparing for an assault on the inner sanctum. Logan waited until Mimsy was in the indentation, and then unleashed his trap. In the ceiling above was a mucal film, holding back a digestion pit. Logan reabsorbed the mucal film, and suddenly it was raining acid, the indentation quickly filling. Arfgar must have smelled the rancid bile because he shoved Mimsy back, thinking he could escape the worst of the digestive juice rain. Once again, the barbarian was wrong. Arfgar was immediately drenched. It was as if Logan had thrown a hill giant's stomach acid on the barbarian. He dropped his axe and screamed as he clawed at his face and eyes with clumsy fingers. Mimsy bumbled back into feathers, and Brandybutter yanked them both to safety. By that time, Arfgar was a blubbering mess, trying and failing to wipe away the digestive juices that were eating holes in his skin and pitting his metal armor. Unfortunately for the barbarian, it was going to be a long, slow, painful death. Mimsy saw this and decided to put the poor brute out of his misery with a knife strike to Arfgar's exposed throat. The barbarian fell onto his belly, eyes glazed over in death, his body entirely covered in burbling acidic goo. Logan felt another jolt of apothos as another raider started to disintegrate. Mimsy frowned. "Damn shame to lose my knife." Then he laughed. "Only 3 of us now. I would suggest we turn around." Brandybutter frowned and cut him off. "Of course you would. The blue filter divine won't help your core. However, it will aid feathers." He rubbed one saboton over the other, trying to scratch an obvious itch. The cleric scowled. "It's Landerval, or even Linda would be fine. You know how I feel about being called Feathers." "God, but she is insufferable," Mimsy sneered. "In case this isn't abundantly clear, I genuinely don't care about her. As I was saying, I would suggest we leave, if not for the bounty of Ashvane waiting at the end of this reeking pit. Even just an ounce of that stuff goes for several pounds of gold on the open market. I need the money now that Daggers is dead. Turns out, he owed me 5 gold pieces as well." "We don't know he's dead," Feathers, a.k.a. Linda, protested. "The evidence isn't good." Brandybutter stamped his feet. "Also, my feet are itching terribly. I worry I might have to remove my sabatons to get some relief." "Or we could keep moving like the professionals we're supposed to be," Mimsy suggested. "Here, perhaps this will help." He pointed a gnarled finger and gave Brandybutter's longsword a fiery upgrade. "There, you are now on the front line, my friend." Brandybutter nodded. "Yes, you are correct. I will not think about my own discomfort. We will avenge our fallen friends." "I wouldn't exactly go as far as calling them friends," Feathers replied. "Acquaintances? No, even that feels a little too friendly. I know, co-workers. That feels better on the tongue. Although, I suppose I would list Daggers as a reluctant acquaintance, since I did have a laugh with him at that bar that one time." She paused and canted her head to one side. "Does it feel like we've all done this before together? I get the feeling we're caught in this endless loop of dungeoneering. Like,
I think it's been decades since I've showered.
Mimsy squinted at her.
You're daft. Probably just the effects of whatever fungus is floating in the air. We met at an inn. There was beer, a pretty barmaid, and bathtubs there. We all decided to join forces to complete this dungeon.
And we became fast friends, Brandybutter insisted with a determined nod. We said we would do anything to support one another, even if it means our deaths.
The paladin has a very selective memory, Mimsy said. Go on, fighter guy, and try not to get yourself killed.
I shan't, my good man. And for what it's worth, you are quite right, Linda. We have done this before. But that doesn't matter to me since I do so enjoy the game. In truth, there is naught else I would rather be doing. It seemed the Dungeoneers did have some idea of their predicament after all. That was extremely disturbing, even if Brandybutter clearly loved the adventure. Brandybutter turned and traipsed across the room, stopping every so often to scrape one armored foot over the other as he attempted to scratch his feet. He paused and pointed his sword at a darkened figure in the distance. Daggers? Daggers McFinn! I see you! Are you alive? The three raiders slowed, then stopped. Logan held his breath. So far, everything had gone his way. But he still had a couple of hours before the competition ended. So many things could go wrong in that time. He'd just have to hope for the best.
Why isn't he moving?
Feathers said.
Daggers, answer us. It's a trick,
Mimsy screeched. The wizard tossed the biggest fireball yet right at Daggers. Logan winced. It was exactly the response he had been hoping for. But the problem was the Dungeoneers were too far away. The sunflower pods exploded, one after another, each a literal mushroom cloud of oranges and yellows. Rocky stalactites dropped from the cavern above, smashing into the ground and exploding outward in a hail of stony shrapnel. The blast also activated Logan's corpse bomb. The fiery fog soon gave way to a deadly green mist. Although Brandybutter and his ragtag crew of adventurers avoided taking fire or shrapnel damage, the creeping poisonous cloud was another thing entirely. Feathers raised her glowing cudgel. By my Phoenix Lord's sacred legmites, protect us from gases most foul! All three raiders inhaled deeply, and golden light suffused their bodies. They were going to walk through those poisonous gases without a second thought. Then Brandybutter sat down and took off his sabatons. Logan hoped to see rotting flesh, but instead, Brandybutter's toes were a bit red and irritated. With a simple prayer, he quickly healed the bacterial infection, foiling yet another of Logan's schemes. Other than killing Arfgar, his second chamber had been a bust. Brandybutter jumped to his feet with a clang of metal. Well, the air is a bit foul, but let's not have that stop us. Mimsy grinned. I'm going to chop up our mushroom friend and make a stroganoff out of him. He casually tossed another fireball into the narrow stairs winding down into the inner sanctum. The blast ignited most of Logan's gem-studded puffball bombs and incinerated the ghoul's snare climbing to the floors and walls.
I hate the stroganoff,
Mariah squeaked beside Logan. She was standing in reserve, along with his three most powerful blistering death wargs.
The beef, so stringy. The sauce, so rich. The noodles, so noodly.
Noodle Doodle barked at hearing his name. Logan was pretty sure that his main minion had never eaten beef stroganoff. He was equally sure that he might be in real trouble. He was about to face 3 adventurers, and at least one, if not 2, was a B-class cultivator. Logan had never missed his friends more. At the end of the day, he was a support dungeon. As lame as it was to say, friendship really was his superpower. It was dangerous to go alone. Chapter 14. Logan's first instinct was to have all of his minions hide, and then they could try to engineer an ambush. However, he was going to take a page from Marco and go for a little showmanship. He thought about crafting more spore wargs, but if he had any hope of getting a slot in the semifinals, he needed to end the competition with an abundance of apothos. His digestion pits were snacking on 3 heroes already, which would help some, but he really wanted to add at least 1 more. If he wanted to walk away with a competitive score, he'd just have to trust his own skills and his boss-level minions. He did use a little apothos to create 2 curry boo-boos, cute little mushroom people who held up toadstools as offerings on either side of him. He liked the aesthetic, and he just might need them for a little of their healing magic. Even though he was a ball of nerves, Logan waited patiently on his fungi-covered throne in the middle of his final moat-like digestion pit. Around the pit, bioluminescent god's eye caps and vials of the blue filter divine emanated a blue glow. His core gem spun lazily above his throne, powering the dungeon. Brandy Butter came striding in, holding aloft his flaming sword for light, his face hardened in resolve. Around him was Logan's forest of mushrooms, and hidden within were Mariah and the 3 blistering death wargs. Mimsy and Feathers followed at a cautious distance. "Who dares invade my fungal realm?" Logan thundered, amplifying his voice, making sure he was the center of attention. "Villain!" Brandy Butter boomed, brandishing his sword. "You have slain 4 of our comrades, and you made my feet itch. Come now, chap, and give us the potions and the mushrooms we want for our sauces. We are hungry for justice and stroganoff." That sounded like a Russian restaurant near a courthouse in Rockford, Illinois. Mimsy's hands burned brighter. Behind him to the side, Mariah emerged from a patch of sharp crimson coral. She was using her own version of his pneumacity ability to float silently across the ground. Logan watched in his peripheral vision as she unleashed her narcotic spores, which swirled around all 3 raiders like a dust devil. Logan leapt from his throne, but he didn't attack. He drifted over the raiders and spun around, unleashing a bouquet of his own spores, a trifecta of pollenic affliction, athlete's ailment, and narcotic. While the raiders watched on in wonderment, Logan enhanced the attack with rapid growth. Mimsy was the first to go on the offensive, clearly less impressed with Logan's display than the other 2. The sorcerer scowled and hurled a fireball right into Logan. Logan kicked off a nearby stalactite, hoping to avoid the attack, but he was half a beat too slow. The spell slammed into his chest like a wrecking ball of pure force and hurled him up and back, straight into the ceiling. Tongues of fire crawled across his exposed, rubbery flesh, dealing continuous damage with every passing second. The pain was excruciating. Logan drifted down, the fire still eating through his spongy body. Good thing his shield and armor were magical, or they would have been burned to ash. He touched down among the forest of mushrooms, which immediately began to smoke and smolder around him. He was being cooked like portobello slices in butter. His guardian form body was too weak to move. He could only watch the ensuing action.
"Don't saute my master!"
Mariah yelled in a squeaky voice. She wasn't called a Crimson Ash Shrieker for nothing. Her high-pitched voice filled the room and stunned the raiders for a second. Mariah spun her crook like a propeller. The weapon was coated with more crimson coral. She slashed through Mimsy's hamstring, whirled it around, and drove the sharp point into his shoulder. Blood poured out from the wounds, but the spellcaster wasn't out of the fight just yet. With a warbling war cry, Mimsy exploded into flames, hurling Mariah against the wall like a rag doll. But Mimsy's attack also knocked Feathers flat. Noodle Doodle used the ensuing chaos to attack. The enormous fungal hound lunged out of more mushrooms and latched onto the cleric, shaking her like a cherished chew toy. She even squeaked when he bit down. Booker and Princess Peach joined the impromptu mauling, but poor Peach got skewered by Brandybutter's flaming sword. Booker growled and slammed his spikes into the paladin. Unfortunately, Brandybutter was so heavily armored, there was little chance he'd be hurt by the blister wart covering the fungal dog. Or so Logan thought. Noodle let go of Feathers and pounced right onto Brandybutter's unprotected face. Noodle landed on the ground even as Brandybutter's face swelled and turned an alarming shade of fire truck red. Noodle wasn't done. He was just getting started. With a howl, he wheeled about and rammed his spikes into Feathers, who giggled. "Bad doggy." She must not have been feeling her wounds because of the double narcotic attacks, courtesy of Logan and Mariah. Mimsy, who was bleeding profusely, saw the danger that the blistering spore warg presented. The wizard thrust both hands out and unleashed jets of flame from his fingertips. They engulfed the struggling cleric and the bloodthirsty warg, and both became torches of living, screaming fire. Mimsy's nose was running, and his eyes were red. Logan wasn't sure of the condition of his feet. The wizard called out to the paladin, "I need blood of healing, and I need it now." It was ironic that Mimsy was begging to be healed when he'd just torched the party's healer. Oh, these soulless raiders were so silly. Logan tore his eyes from the battle to roll around in the damp mushrooms, which finally smothered the worst of the fires crawling across his body. A nearby Curry Boo Boo bounded over to his side and touched Logan with a giggle. Cooling power and a renewed wave of vigor rushed into Logan, healing his most severe burns. He wasn't at 100%, but he was feeling strong enough to gain his feet. The other mushroom healer was by Mariah, undoing the damage Mimsy had dealt her one giggle at a time. By God, those things were adorable. It was painful how cute they were. The paladin tried to talk, but his face was too swollen, and he was sneezing, coughing, and almost unconsciousness at this point. He raised a wobbling sword into the air and tried to cast a healing spell, but there was no way he could utter the verbal component. He was far too swollen and phlegmy. Mariah darted forward and drove the point of her crook through Brandybutter's neck, ensuring he never got the words out. The two remaining blistering death wargs latched on to Mimsy, who went down with a yelp, limbs flailing wildly as the fungal dogs gorged themselves on the sweet meat of a fallen dungeoneer. Logan stumbled forward, his legs still fried and unsteady beneath him. Mariah rushed to him and handed him her shepherd's crook.
"All hail the fungal king!"
Noodle Doodle and Booker raised their snouts and barked in agreement. Logan spun, looking up at the transparent ceiling. "It's not over yet. I still have 2 hours left on my time. I want to use that to digest the dungeoneers." The threshing turtle chuckled.
Of course, Dungeon Lord. We clearly see that things are not over just yet.
Logan was still in a fair amount of pain, but he didn't want to spend the extra apothos to heal himself. He just had to grin and bear it for a couple of hours. This was certainly nothing worse than the tortures Rockhart had put him through 100 times before. On his throne, he watched as Mariah directed the spore wargs to drag the 3 bodies into the digestion pit. There, the acids immediately began to turn the bodies and equipment into apothos. The added energy helped Logan, but what really helped him out was cultivating. Logan cycled the influx of Apothos, using his favorite and most trusted technique, the boundless wheel form. He envisioned that energy as a hunk of clay on a potter's wheel, spinning round and round, faster and faster. His core responded, whirling, even as he pressed down and in, shaping that power through sheer force of will. He carefully fed the strands of turbulent life force into the mass of energy within him, reeling them in like stray fishing line. Then he forced that raw power through the invisible knots circling his core, stripping away the Apothos affinity and harvesting the Apothos in the process. It hurt. Mariah offered him a concerned look as she clutched her crook to her chest. Logan squinted through the pain. "I'll be fine," he said. The minutes crawled by, but Logan didn't break. Instead, the pain dissipated as he lost himself in the ever-familiar loop of cycling, letting his mind drift as his body did what it was designed to do. Still, it was such a relief when Zen Ikgix called out,
"The final ends in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7.
Logan grinned. He'd made it. The threshing turtle continued.
Thank you to all the dungeon cores who have competed. It was very exciting. And now, Logan Murray, here are your scores. You are a clever young dungeon. Yes, yes, you are."
Logan looked up. Apothos usage, 110 out of 100. Structural economy, 90 out of 100. Minion management, 78 out of 100. Crafting manifestations, 80 out of 100. Wow factor, 95 out of 100. Total weighted score, 96.95. A. He'd taken a lot of risks, but it seemed worth it. He spent a few minutes reabsorbing his dungeon, and before she was gone, Mariah hugged him and squeaked,
To the victor go the spoiled spoils.
That made Logan laugh. The longer she was around, and the more he used her, the smarter the Crimson Ash Shrieker became. She was a part of him, yet she was also becoming aware and unique in her own right. Logan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He'd done really, really well. Sure, he could have managed his minions better. The final 2 curry boo-boos weren't necessary. That really hurt him. On top of that, he should have crafted more items to act as lures to help liven up the place. However, since half the grade was Apothos usage, his having more Apothos than when he started made all the difference. Before he reabsorbed them, the threshing turtle allowed Logan's curry boo-boos to give him a ton of healing hugs to fix his remaining burns. Logan stuck his core gem back into his belly and walked out of the empty cobblestone dungeon and into the arena itself. His friends were waiting for him, wide smiles on their faces. Marco danced around him while Inga and Treacle hugged him. Chadragoth was large enough to envelop them all with his massive arms. Around them were a variety of different food stalls, staircases, and elevators. It was like any football stadium that Logan had ever been in. The concession stands had some interesting choices, though. Morta nachos, Fulgar tacos, and Glacius burgers. They were foods based on the 13 Apothine energies. How somebody could eat a lightning taco was beyond Logan, though the Morta nachos looked really good, all drippy, moldy, and smelly. Ted stood back, arms crossed and smiling. She nodded at him. You did very well on your own. He did amazing! Marco did a little jig. Admittedly, the wow factor was mostly that whole throne thing you did at the end. The whispering, though? Kill Mimsy, kill Mimsy, kill Mimsy.
was super well done. But then, you've learned it all from me.
You're not wrong, Logan replied. Chadrigoth had tears streaming down his dark blue cheeks.
You're amazing. And you did that all by yourself.
Treacle recited poetry around the jawbreaker bulging in his cheek.
My friend the fungus, shining in the musty dark, like fine shower mold.
Inga gave him a smile.
I must admit that I was sad not to have my insect armies down in your mushrooms. Those dungeoneers never would have reached the inner sanctum had the two of us been allowed to participate together. Still, it was a truly admirable showing, Logan. Now, let's go up to the reception area. The top 6 dungeons from the top 6 schools will be chosen. You did well, Logan, but...
Marco lost both his smile and his dancing hooves.
But what?
Inga glanced at Logan with a pained look on her face.
Chadrigoth got a 98.5, A+. Most likely, he'll be representing our school.
Marco's mouth dropped open.
He did that well? Wow. And I was so close to winning.
Tet's ears visibly twitched, but she didn't say a word. Sometimes, it was best to let the goat languish in his delusions. His D+ was a long way from an A+. Chadrigoth shrugged.
We're all alive, so that's something. The irony here is that my dungeon would have sucked if it hadn't been for Logan. He really taught me how to use my shame mace to destroy people. Even I was unnerved to see Brandy Butter sucking his thumb and rocking in the corner.
Now that was a difficult image to imagine. Logan tried not to show his disappointment. Let's just go up to the reception. I was really happy with the way things turned out. Yeah, the raiders got into my inner sanctum, but there was no last-ditch dramatic effort to save my gem. We won pretty easily, all things considered. Back in the reception room, the stage was full of the heads of the schools, the judges, and other important people, including Weavelord, who stood there with some of the other dungeon accountants. Lolozi Webbs acted as MC because her school had taken the top slot. The gigantic demon spider queen easily silenced the room. Shadowcroft milled about nearby, as big as the spider queen, but far less imposing.
Hello to you all, Webbs boomed. I am pleased to announce that only 10 dungeon cores failed to protect their sanctums and had their gems shattered. That's less than a 10% loss, which is the fewest casualties we've had in more than 20 years. Truly well done.
People applauded politely. Logan winced. Anyone from Shadowcroft? Inga shook her head.
Fractilla made some mistakes and nearly died. And you saw Marco's dungeon, which, was nerve-wracking.
Marco laughed.
If there's one thing I know how to do, it's rack nerves. It's sort of my signature move, I guess you could say.
Webb shot out some webbing, and it wrapped around Marco's head, silencing him. Jisoo saw and waved energetically at the goat man. Marco waved back, completely unconcerned about the layer of sticky webbing covering his mouth. Kavandri Spencer just stood up there in his blood-stained apron, smiling with flabby lips stretching over his yellow shark teeth fangs. His eyes were pinched closed by a ribbon of rusted barbed wire. Even with all the blood, gashes, and knives, the blade ghoul looked tickled to be there. Webbs cleared her throat and continued.
I am very pleased to announce that the overall winner of the Crucible is Nightfall University's very own Winter Silver, a white worm, who has broken all tournament records with a near-perfect score of 99.25.
Winter Silver positively beamed as a thunderous round of clapping filled the room.
And Nightfall University had another overall winner, who scored too well not to be included in the semi-finals. we have Woody Bone Splinters, a Sylvan Revenant, who scored a 98.99, the second best score in the entire Crucible.
Woody rose into the air and floated above the crowd, a spectral leafy figure that looked like the loved child of a gnarled tree and a withered corpse. Inky darkness radiated off him like a cloak. Logan could appreciate the moss covering the Sylvan Revenant's head and the rot of his gray skin. From the podium, Webbs offered Shadowcroft the side-eye and a smug grin.
From the Shadowcroft Academy for Dungeons, we have Chadrigoth Nobleblade, everyone's favorite Abyss Lord, a native of Eritreus and part of the royal family of illustrious Nobleblades, who never fail to impress.
Chadrigoth gave Logan a pained look. Logan tried to be a good sport. "Go on, Big Blue," he said, patting the Abyss Lord on the arm. "You deserve it." Chadrigoth swelled in size and unfurled his leathery wings. The dark flame burning around his head threw out enough heat to melt some of Winter Silver's ice crystals. She was not impressed. Professor Suresh, surrounded by the students of the Ninth Circle, roared at the display, but it wasn't a sound of appreciation. It was a growling yell of complete frustration. None of the dungeon cores in the Ninth Circle had scored high enough to be considered for the semi-finals. Webbs announced the other victors in short order. Tommy Bugnut, a chitinous bugbear, would be representing Gadsor's Institute of Defense. Tommy was about the biggest roly-poly imaginable, except under that pillbug armor was a huge Kodiak bear with gleaming silver talons. He'd scored a 98.25. Britta Scary, a laughing lich, let out a chilling giggle when she learned that her score of 97.8 had secured her a spot in the next round. She was a tall, pale creature with blonde hair and an unnerving smile. Her hands were bigger than her head, while her feet were impossibly tiny. Hailing from the Plaguebringer College of the Undead, she'd been a favorite. Last and the very least was Lorena Quartz, the Crystal Duchess Dungeon Core from Saldrian's School of Guardians. Her final score was a flat 97, a few percentage points higher than Logan's. Yeah, if only he'd have scored a bit better. However, his heart warmed when he saw how excited Lorena Quartz was, and how all of the misfits and outcasts from Saldrian surrounded her, cheering her on. Saldrians hadn't fielded a dungeon core in the semifinals in more than 100 years. Marco had made his way over to Lorena and was trying to hug the giant crystal woman. But in the end, he was just a small goat man gripping her jagged crystalline leg. Inga grabbed Logan's hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze. Another of her hands patted him on the back.
"Don't worry, Logan. We'll still have fun this year. And I know Marco is happy our tournament class isn't important now, so he can slack off."
Logan sighed. "Yeah, I'm trying not to be disappointed, but none of us made it. I figured at least one of us would get in."
Thank you to all the schools for competing,
Webbs called out.
And we'll see you in the semifinals.
"Wait!" Chadrigoth thundered. As the giant demon in the room, he couldn't be ignored. He'd even summoned his flaming dark sword and his fire whip. He cracked that whip to make sure everyone was looking at him. "I have an announcement to make." He paused and pressed his eyes shut tight as though he was preparing to do something extremely painful. I will not be competing in the semifinals," he thundered after a moment. "I'm stepping aside to give my spot to my best friend, Logan Murray." Logan blinked in genuine surprise. He wasn't the only one that was shocked by the announcement. Mouths dropped open all around the room. What is he thinking? Why would he possibly give up such an honor? There was a moment of absolute quiet, followed in short order by a wave of pandemonium. But up on stage, Skip Shadowcroft smiled at Logan. What in the heck was happening? And did the headmaster know something that Logan didn't? Chapter 15. Hours later, Logan stood with the Shadowcroft contingent in the middle of the Arena Suprema. All of the dungeons had been cleared. Now, all that remained was a massive grassy field with a single gorgeous tree stretching gnarled fingers toward a sky full of stars. Magical light posts, arching over the field, glowed with a warm light. Everyone else had already returned to their home realms, but the Shadowcroft dungeon cores were the last to leave, so they were alone on the expansive field. The tree was actually a branch of the Tree of Souls, and doubled as a bi-portal, which would return them to Arborea when they were finally ready to pack it in. For the semi-final and final rounds, the fields would be brimming with eager spectators, and merchants would flock to the Arena Suprema, temporarily transforming it into a marketplace to rival even the Cross-World Bazaar. Not that the advanced rounds would be held in the Arena Suprema proper. No, the massive stadium was where people would gather to watch the spectacle, which would take place on distant worlds, pre-chosen by the Shadowcroft Academy, since it was the host school. But that was months away, and Logan had more immediate concerns on his mind. Like what in the world Chadragoth had been thinking? Shadowcroft had been thoughtful and quiet after the Abyss Lord's sweeping proclamation, while Suresh the Magnificent tried in vain to get Chadragoth to change his mind. The tournament judges were fine with Chadragoth stepping aside. It was a foolish move, they said, but it didn't break any rules. The games were voluntary after all, and no one could be forced to compete against their will. Logan had the next highest score, and he was popular with the general audience as well as certain gamblers. At 2-to-1 odds against him, Logan had doubled a lot of people's money. Suresh wouldn't leave it alone.
Listen, Mr. Nobleblade. I was afraid you would do well, and you did. But little did I know you would just walk away from victory. Let me be clear. I don't like you. If I'm being entirely transparent, which I never am, your dashing good looks and competency make me feel old and vaguely self-conscious about myself and my various self-awarded titles.
Huh, Logan thought. That really was rather introspective for the Rakshasa.
With all of that said, Suresh continued after taking a long breath, you are our best bet to win, and the Shadowcroft Academy needs this win. Our reputation has been suffering because of certain professors and the leadership in general.
Shadowcroft's gemstone flashed in the belly of his trunk.
Oh, come now, Suresh. Tell me more about which professors I should remove, and how we might change our leadership.
Suresh scowled and folded his arms across his chest.
I'm not saying anything you don't already know. Nothing I haven't said in private and in public 1,000 times before. But you want us to win, don't you, Skip? Don't you?
Shadowcroft smiled through his mossy beard.
Indeed, I would like us to win.
He nodded, beard waggling slowly from the motion.
At the same time, I agree with our beloved Abyss Lord. Despite what you may think, Suresh, Logan is our best bet. Mr. Nobleblade knows it, which is why he is stepping aside. Is that not right, Chadragoth?
That's what I think, Headmaster. And let me be clear, Professor Suresh. This isn't easy for me.
The big blue demon ignored both Lady LCL's and Jimmy McMarty's over-exaggerated eye rolls. Even Fractilla and the Ninth Circle seemed frustrated. But then, they were all tired and not thinking clearly. Though it had only been 4 days, it seemed like forever ago when they left Arborea for the Arena Suprema. The Crucible itself had also been extremely taxing, pushing all of the participants to the edge of their capabilities and beyond. Chadragoth stood under the branches of the bi-portal looking pensive.
"This goes against everything I learned growing up,"
he said softly.
"My family only values people who succeed. If you're not the best, you're the worst. If you're not first, you're last. That's literally the credo of the Noble Blades."
Logan thought that sounded suspiciously like he was quoting a certain Will Ferrell movie. Marco, who was still picking Lolozi Webb's spiderwebs out of his fur, piped up.
"Mr. Kobold only shows movies, and I can't remember who teaches my alchemy class. I don't think I've been making beer. I agree with Suresh the Handsome. Certain professors are a problem."
Inga shushed him. "We've moved on, Marco. Keep up." Chadragoth approached Logan. When Logan had first started out at the academy, he'd only come up to the blue demon's waist. Logan was still shorter, so it wasn't eye to eye, but it wasn't eye to nipple either, which was a win in his book. Chadragoth's core gems sparkled under the starlight. The Abyss Lord vibrated with power, and thin wisps of blue-white light seeped from his core, flowing down into what looked like a gentle mist. The Abyss Lord was holding something in his hand. There was power there as well. Chadragoth gazed down at Logan, his jaw clenched tight in determination.
"We've had a rough go of it these couple years, but you taught me so much about myself. Stepping aside is hard for me, but the headmaster is right. You are our best shot, because you and Inga can work together better than you and I can. You see, I get it now. For us misfit dungeon cores, for us nerdy, crazy guys, it's not about the power we get for ourselves. It's about protecting the Tree of Souls. And murder. Lots of murder. But mostly protecting the tree."
Logan thought about pointing out the fact that Chadragoth wasn't a misfit or a nerdy guy, but decided to hold his tongue. This was an opportunity for growth for the Abyss Lord, and he didn't want to ruin it. "Look, Chadragoth," he said, "I'm not asking you to do this. I'm sad I lost, but I'll be right in the front row cheering for you. You did amazing, and you've always been the strongest person in our year, and one of the strongest students in our school."
"Yeah, I am awesome,"
Chadragoth said, nodding in agreement.
"But I was never stronger than when you and I worked together to save the multiverse. Me and you, bro. Me and you. And I know in my heart that if you'd been allowed to run the Crucible with Symbiotic Bond, you would have crushed it. You scored a 96.95%. Inga scored a 92. Together, you would have scored a 188.95. That's twice as good as Winter Silver."
Logan frowned. Chadragoth was powerful, but math wasn't his strong suit. Still, it was a nice sentiment.
"It needs to be you, bro. Here, I want to give you something. Something that belongs with a true champion like you."
The Abyss Lord opened his palm to reveal 2 old worn sweatbands. The kind people wore on their wrists to mop up sweat. The sweatbands were neon pink and green, with very strong 80s vibes.
"I got these from the Sacred Hollow last year, but I didn't really want to use them because they looked so dorky. But they're hella powerful, and they're yours now. You're going to do great, Logan. I'm so glad you're my friend. Maybe someday we can be best friends for real."
Tears sparkled in Chadragoth's eyes. Lady Elisiel pretended like she was going to puke.
Those smell so bad, she said. And yeah, Chad, those sweatbands are the worst. If you ever wore them around me, I would have broken up with you immediately.
You're such a nerd, Jimmy McMarty huffed.
Tet sighed like only a cat girl can sigh. Give it a rest, you two. Try not to be so stupidly shallow. Suresh threw his manicured paws above his head.
What is the meaning of all this? Why aren't we going home? I mean, it's been decided, right? Everyone's favorite fungaloid,
He deliberately used air quotes.
is going to compete with the Astral Moth Girl. Let's just leave already so I can go home and drink away my very understandable disappointment.
But that wasn't going to be happening. Not in the way they thought. Chadrigoth raised his hands.
No, we can't leave yet. I can feel something changing in me. Standing this close to the Tree of Souls, I can see things so clearly now. I've been holding on to old ideas. My conditioning, my family, all of the pride and ego that I thought made me so strong. It's the opposite. It's the letting go. We surrender to win.
Beads of bright light condensed on the leaves of the tree overhead. Logan's breath caught at the beauty of it. Those beads of light rolled off the leaves and drifted down like fat flakes of snow right onto Chadrigoth. His core gem burned with power, and the odd mist leaking out swirled around him in a whirlwind of magical light and preternatural fog, sweeping up the motes of energy drifting down from the canopy. For a second, Logan thought Chadrigoth was dying. But no, he was ascending. The shell of blue-white light thickened around the Abyss Lord until he was lost completely. Then the rush of power guttered, faded, and died. All that power hardened into a blue-gray metal until Chadrigoth was covered in a coating of hardened dark iron. It had a very Han Solo trapped in carbonite look. It had happened so fast that Logan wasn't sure what to do. Lady LCL and Jimmy McMarty took several steps back. The Ninth Circle stared on in slack-jawed wonderment. Professor Suresh stood with his arms crossed, while Shadowcroft wiped at tears leaking down his wooden face.
Revelation, the headmaster whispered under his breath. Such is the key to advancing beyond B-class.
Inga tentatively approached the massive Chadrigoth statue and traced her delicate fingers over the rough iron surface.
This is like when I created the chrysalis so I could ascend to B-class,
she said, voice low.
When he emerges, Chadrigoth is going to be A-class.
Figures he'd wuss his way to A-class,
McMarty spat, blazing with lava heat.
My real question is, how are we going to get him home? I'm not carrying him.
Treacle didn't spout any haiku. He just sucked on his jawbreaker and summoned forth a variety of Ugnaught calflings and an arachnoid-limbed walking table, not unlike the serving trays they used back in the dorm rooms. The contraption tilted itself, and the calflings gently lowered the metal-bound demon onto the table. Without saying a word, Treacle escorted the table and his minions to the Tree of Souls, and they all vanished in the blink of an eye. Logan bustled forward and quickly found himself back on Arborea, under another star-dappled night sky. Logan touched Chadrigoth's claws poking out of the iron. Well, buddy, good luck. Leveling is never easy, but I think you'll do it fine. Treacle's jawbreaker clacked in his jaw. The Minotaur smiled.
And I was just getting used to the big blue guy. But he'll be okay. He's got an inner strength to him, like a fine core of steel.
He paused, still slurping loudly at his jawbreaker, and stole a sidelong look at Logan.
For what it's worth, I'm glad he stepped aside. You're going to do well. And who knows, in the finals, Marco and I might join you and Inga. Wouldn't that be a sight to see?
The semifinals seemed so far away, well after the Forever Green Festival, which was basically Christmas in the Ashvata multiverse. Shadowcroft appeared next, and he came over to Chadragoth's sarcophagus.
To become a jade leaf cultivator, he'll need plenty of Apopos. Best if we take him to the Akros Colosseum. I don't think in his present state he'll mind the elements one bit. And I know Euless will enjoy having him there. It will motivate other students.
Chapter 16. In the end, Shadowcroft was right, as he was so much of the time. Rockhart did indeed love having Chadragoth's statue standing tall at the center of the practice fields. He ended up using the Iron Abyss Lord as a coat and scarf rack during practice. Very convenient. Logan also enjoyed having him around, though for a different reason. Over the next 3 months, Logan would go and sit next to the Chadragoth trapped in carbonite to work on his twine, or to practice his cultivation techniques, and to generally ponder his life. It was strange. For much of the first 2 years at Shadowcroft, Chadragoth had been such a thorn in his side, the stereotypical bully/homicide suspect that made Logan's life, and the lives of the Terrible 12th, miserable. Then the craziness of their second year happened, and Chadragoth had become Logan's friend. Hell, one of his best friends even. That was a plot twist he'd never seen coming. The hole the Abyss Lord left behind was surprisingly hard for all of them to bear, and Tet took it as hard or harder than the rest of them. Logan would often come and see Tet standing by the statue, talking to him, which was something Logan did as well. Inga admitted to doing the same thing. When working on the audit became too much, or when archiving Shadowcroft's office was driving her crazy. No one knew when Chadragoth might emerge from his metallic cocoon. And after the first few weeks, Logan had to admit he was giving up hope, which was exactly when Rockhart reminded him that dungeon cores could exist for thousands of years, if not indefinitely, and that advancing to A-class would take some time. The days stretched on, quickly turning to weeks, weeks giving way to months, and before long the Forever Green Festival was right around the corner. It was Marco's idea to throw a winter party for Chadragoth, which was amazing, since the Goat Man wasn't the biggest fan of the Forever Green Festival in general. He had past trauma. Losing a friend and being killed during the festive season would give anyone holiday woes. Also, Marco had to plan the party while cleaning all of the bathrooms, which had become kind of an obsession for him. If silverware almost broke Inga the year before, the constant scrubbing just might snap Marco's already fragile mind. Still, the Forever Green Festival party was a big hit. Most of the school came, even though it was cold and snowy and a bit windy, which was odd since Arborea was flat and didn't actually have any kind of weather system. However, the bonfires kept them warm. The air was filled with the smell of chestnuts roasting on an open fire, and there was plenty to drink. Not only were the Gelatinous Knight and Nimoy in charge of drinks, Enrico Cagster had created a new flavor of liverkill, Abyss Lord Blues, which tasted like blueberries left out in the sun and then coated in gasoline and chocolate. It was a truly terrible flavor combination. Marco drank too much of it. In truth, Marco said the liverkill flavor tasted better than the Blue Divine filter. Since it was designed to help C-class cores cultivate better, both Treacle and Marco had been steadily drinking as much of the stuff as Logan could brew. It was a slow and tedious process, although Marco constantly said that it wasn't a slow enough process. He stated in no uncertain terms that if he never had to drink another drop of the vile stuff, he could die a happy and fulfilled goat man. As Logan was a B-class cultivator, it couldn't do anything to improve his core, but he tried it anyway and found it to be pungent yet refreshing. Although, admittedly, he did now enjoy the taste of moldy dumpster water. Unfortunately, the brew didn't seem to be doing a whole lot to help Treacle or Marco advance either, and it was having some odd side effects. Treacle had become completely obsessed with crocheting and had started creating cute scarves and colorful jackets for his metal murder machines. As for Marco, he'd become more than a little twitchy and had grown infatuated with Dark Matter Multiverse Radio, a conspiracy talk show that covered everything from Elvis sightings to your stereotypical gray-skin aliens, known as Zeta Reticulans, probing cattle. Listening to DMMR wasn't easy, since the multiverse was a big place, and radio waves weren't known to travel all that far. To solve the problem, Marco had to use a special DMMR tuning fork, smack it against the wall, and then let the sound reverberate through a video crystal. The entire process was wildly inefficient and impractical. It also happened to be extremely problematic and deeply, deeply stupid. The DMMR conspiracy theories weren't helping Marco's mental health any, and that certainly wasn't helping him advance his core. Needless to say, everyone in the Terrible 12th was frustrated with their progress, especially since their specialized cultivation training didn't seem to be helping either. Logan could relate. He'd hit another plateau, this time at B-Class Rank 4. No matter how hard he pushed his body, it wasn't enough. He'd made significant progress on his ball of twine, but wasn't seeing any tangible gains in power. A-Class never felt so far away. At least Chadragoth would get there, hopefully. With the Forevergreen Festival firmly in the rearview mirror, and classes starting back up once more, Logan found himself on one of the 4 stone benches that Rockhart had placed around Chadragoth, absently contemplating his life and the Miami Vice sweatbands encircling his oversized wrists. He put them on, but so far they didn't seem to be doing anything. Either that, or Logan was having trouble accessing their power. Inga, Marco, and Treacle found him just before dinner. The sky the hazy purple of twilight, a fine mist hanging in the air. It was a bit cold and very damp, which Logan enjoyed. Even from a distance, Inga grimaced as she tromped across the Colosseum grounds.
Logan, could you put the terry cloth bracelets away? I can't handle the smell.
Marco laughed.
Pff, that's nothing. I know you guys don't want to hear it, but someone in the Crystal Tiger clan did something unspeakable in their freshman dorm's bathroom. It was a crime against humanity that will forever haunt my dreams and live on in my darkest memories. But yeah, sure, the wristbands smell gross.
Who hurt you, Marco?
Inga asked, laying a hand on his forearm.
Was it GK?
I don't want to talk about him, he said. But what I do want to talk about is our new classes. Away from Arborea. No toilets to clean. Who has 2 thumbs and is excited for that? This satyr.
Treacle spit out the jawbreaker.
Unique classes start. Knowledge drips like sweet honey. New kids on the block.
Logan grinned. He was excited to get off-world. His Uncle Bud used to say, "Sometimes a change is as good as a break." He could definitely use a change in his routine. He was in a rut and needed something to jar him out of it. Yeah, I honestly can't wait. Marco has his clown school,
Clown College,
the satyr insisted.
let's not be demeaning. And at least I don't have a bug class.
Cosmic entomology,
Inga corrected.
Are you excited to meet Ronald Crucible's brother, Treacle?
She asked, turning toward the Minotaur. He nodded stoically.
Well, to be honest, I don't know if I am or not. Might be. Professor Crucible and his brother don't get along. From what I've gathered, Professor has a very big family, with a lot of siblings, and they all have a very complicated family dynamic. Not unlike this jawbreaker. There are layers to it. But I do like armor, and Professor Donald Crucible is supposed to be the best of the best. We'll see. I am trying to keep an open mind, but I'll probably hate it.
Nah, it's going to be aces, big guy. Going off-world.
Marco did a little dance.
And we'll be alone. Time to get in some serious trouble.
Please don't, Inga said. We need to really do well. Despite our inclusion in the inter-school tournament, the Azure Dragon clan is in last place this year.
Marco shot her an accusing finger.
Because of points. Yes, points. It's the points that are the problem. I heard all about this on Dark Matter Multiverse Radio. It's a whole thing. How can we lead the leaderboard if the points are against us?
Inga let out an exasperated sigh.
How many times do I have to tell you that show is utter rubbish? Just admit that you have no idea how the leaderboard works.
Marco squinted at her.
No. You have no idea how it works. Which you would if you tuned in and listened to the show for once. That's the problem. That and the points.
Treacle had popped his jawbreaker back into his mouth. He didn't seem to have an opinion on the issue. Despite Marco's protests, there was no conspiracy to uncover. The truth was, the Azure Dragon was in last place because of simple math. Chadragoth was out of the picture, and the Terrible 12 had stalled in their advancement progress. It didn't help matters that the Azure Dragon freshmen were looking pretty lackluster, while the backstories had been making amazing progress, mirroring what Logan had done his freshman year. That meant the Onyx Tortoise clan was breathing down the Crystal Tiger's neck, and both the Vermilion Phoenix and the Azure Dragon were trailing. True, Logan had won some points for his clan, since he and Inga had made it into the semifinals, but even Rockhart pointed out how lackadaisical his clan seemed this year. Even Tet had slowed her progress. Logan reached out and touched the metal statue of Chadragoth. Well, I'm hoping that the second semester brings some kind of change. I should learn something from other Fungaloid dungeon cores, right? Treacle spit his candy into his palm.
Something should grow on you. I made a mold joke. Something moldy. No, things are going to get better. They have to, right? I'm new to optimism. I don't quite understand it.
Marco sighed.
Hope, my minotaurial friend, is never off the menu of the buffet that we call our lives. Speaking of buffets, let's go eat. I have to hit some public restrooms in Vralkag. Ain't no rest for the wicked, nor is there no rest for people who clean restrooms. There's some irony there.
The next day, Logan took off for Nightfall University and his Mastering Mushrooms Magic, Protecting the Multiverse One Spore at a Time class. If hope was on the menu, then so was strangeness, disappointment, and all the other flavors of emotion that we call life. Chapter 17. Logan lingered in front of the Raven Hauntblood School of Specialty Classes at Nightfall University. The school was a glossy black fortress of towers, bridges, fountains, and buildings all carved into the side of a seemingly infinite rock cavern, known as the Onyx Ravine. Nightfall was so named because the school was buried deep within the ground, and the sunlight never touched there. Instead, the ceiling of the great cavern, hundreds of miles overhead, was studded with an endless carpet of glowing purple crystals that cast the cavern into perpetual twilight. It was perfect. Logan's special fungaloid class was located in the Ravenhaunt Blood Building, but standing there with a fountain of his own was an enormous bronze statue of Melvin R. Chevalier. The now-deceased kitchen ghast towered over the courtyard, holding a basket of cherry turnovers in outstretched hands. The inscription was touching. Melvin R. Chevalier, kitchen ghast and friend, was taken from us too soon. Ripe is the fruit of life when baked into a turnover. Logan didn't get that last part, but now he understood why Wintersliver had been so mean to them. A few people glared at Logan, recognizing him as one of the dungeon guardians that had accidentally helped get the kitchen ghast killed the year before. Billy the Scales had been the true culprit behind Melvin's untimely death, but Logan had played a small part in what had happened. They still had Melvin's cookbook, which was an odd combination of delicious recipes and small personal notes threatening murderous vengeance and a non-zero amount of cannibalism. However, Melvin clearly had more friends than enemies at Nightfall, which was a surprise. Logan headed into the large building, heading toward his classroom. He was trying to look studious and intimidating, so he showed up in his armor, with the battle skirt and the pauldron, though he kept his ruby-studded shield tucked away inside his ring of pockets. First impressions were important. That was also why he neglected to wear his Miami Vice sweatbands. He had to admit he was more nervous than he'd been in ages. He'd grown accustomed to taking classes with his cohort. Once again, like in the Crucible, he was forced to go it alone. As he opened the classroom door, the familiar scent of mildew and decay hit his senses like a warm spring breeze. He immediately felt some of his stress and uncertainty melt away. These were his people, he reminded himself. What was there to worry about? Still, Logan lingered in the doorway, frozen by what he saw. It was a cool, damp place, overflowing with spores. The floor was covered in black mildew, as were the desks to the right. Circles of yellow fungi sprouted from the worn wood of the lecturer's podium on the left. The back of the room was filled up with some huge mycological nightmare. It was a gigantic mushroomish overweight serpent, with patches of hard chitinous algae covering him like scales. The dragon-like mushroom had enormous pale eyes and a cap with a bill in the front and the rear, almost like a Sherlock Holmes hat. He was mostly shades of gray. Sitting in moldy desks were a variety of other fungaloids. One was tall and thin and pale, with a huge nose underneath a cup that covered his eyes, ears, and most of his face. Beside him was a toadstool woman who stared at Logan with a slack jaw and a vacant expression in her beady eyes. A night-black mushroom man wearing a black hat and cape, looking vaguely Zorro-esque, though without the sword, sat mysteriously in the back of the room near the fat fungal serpent. Or was it a fungal basilisk? Logan had read about them, and there were some definite similarities. A rotund mushroom with a bulbous belly and a small little round cap, the color of brown mustard, raised a hand.
Hey, it's Logan Murray!
There was a lot of blinking and grinning. One three-headed fungal creature, a collection of red, pink, and black growths, had 3 different reactions. The reddish head smiled.
Wow, a celebrity. Good job on the Crucible.
The blackish head scowled.
I hate him. He got Melvin killed.
The pinkish head looked confused.
Who's Melvin? What's a crucible? Is that Professor Crucible we're talking about? Where are we right now?
Black and yellow spores swarmed around Logan and lifted him out of the doorway and into the classroom.
Excuse me, Mr. Murray. I don't mean to be rude.
The collection of odd fungal students let out a whoop.
The professor is here. Welcome, Professor.
Logan turned and took in the teacher. He was a willowy yellow mushroom with slender arms and legs, all dressed up in a gold suit and wearing a bright orange tie. In his hand was a battered old leather briefcase. Around him swirled a cloud of black and yellow spores, clearly visible.
I'm Professor Rick Nella.
The yellow fungal man smiled.
And maybe you should be teaching this class, Mr. Murray. I mean, B-class rank 4, and someone who made it into the semifinals in the inter-school tournament? Impressive, Mr. Murray. Very impressive.
Professor Rick paused, frowning.
I know, Laurie, I know. I'm not kissing his butt, but I'm showing him some respect. I think that's appropriate, considering the circumstances.
The cloud of spores swirled and danced in obvious agitation, and Professor Rick pointed to a seat next to the three-headed mushroom guy.
Yes, well, why don't you have a seat next to Trio?
Murderer?
One of the three trio heads muttered as Logan slipped into a desk.
It wasn't his fault, another head hissed. There was an ancient evil. Melvin was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. These things happen, you know.
The first head grimaced.
Everyone is always blaming everything on the ancient evil. Ancient evil this, ancient evil that. I don't buy it.
What is the nature of evil?
The last head asked. Professor Rick snapped his fingers, getting their attention.
Welcome, class. Some of you I know from Nightfall University, like Trio here, while others of you are repeat visitors from some of our prestigious sister schools. And then, of course, there's Logan Murray, but I fear I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. Why don't we go around the room and introduce ourselves? We are the few, the proud, the fungaloid.
Trio's hand shot up.
We'll go first.
Redhead looked deeply concerned.
Don't tell them that it's our 10th year, and don't say this is the second time we've taken this class.
Blackhead looked visibly disgusted.
I'm one of the trio, and you didn't hear my other heads say a word. I have no past, my present is dubious, and I try not to think about the future.
The pink head looked confused.
What class is this again? What class am I again?
The introductions continued in an orderly, if strange, fashion. As it turned out, most of the fungaloids were low C class, but Peewig Bulge, the fungal basilisk, was actually an E-class rank 1 from Saldrian's School of Guardians, where Marco is taking his clown classes. Peewig might have been big, but he couldn't move very well, and he couldn't speak very well. Still, he seemed nice. They all did, honestly. The red and white toadstool woman was Amanda Pierce. She had trouble keeping her mouth closed. Every little thing seemed to shock her. Next to her, the fungaloid that was mostly nose and cap was Luco Paxillus. The brown mustard mushroom guy with the big belly and the tiny cap was Gary Bernardi. Out of all the fungaloids, he was the most accomplished. But then again, he was only C-class, rank 6. He had hopes to get to rank 5 in the next few years. It was a collection of misfits and oddities, with Professor Rick leading the parade, swamped by a cloud of black and yellow spores, which seemed to have a mind of its own. Rick often seemed to be talking to either himself or to the cloud. It was hard to tell which. And it was very distracting. The professor scowled, gaze focused inward.
I know. But we had to get done with introductions first, Laurie.
And yes, Yeast Tea hasn't said his name, but you know how he is.
Everyone in the class stared straight forward, but Logan turned around to take in the mushroom Zorro decked out in the hat and cape. The mystery fungus gazed at Logan with squinted black eyes.
You don't want to know me, Murray, he said. I'm bad news, as bad as it comes. My past trauma is my armor against everything that could ever possibly hurt me. Except more trauma.
Yes, Mr. Yees, Professor Rick said indulgently. I know you've been through a lot, but we really should get started.
He turned and grabbed a basket, and just from the sound of it, Logan knew exactly what it was. Silverware. The strange obsession people had with tableware continued. The professor walked up to Logan and shook the basket.
Please, pick one, Mr. Murray.
Logan reached in and grabbed a rusted winter soup spoon from Eritreus. From the capital city of Aurora, in fact.
How did he know that?
It must have been all the time he was bonded with Inga. Professor Rick continued around the room, passing out more silverware, until everyone had one. Peewig immediately stuck a big serving fork into his mouth and slobbered all over it. Rick returned to the moldy podium.
For today's lesson, I want to talk about the half-decomposed elephant in the room. Yes, fungaloids, fungal dungeons, mushroom knights, mycological paladins, and worshippers of the spore lords aren't what people would call a desirable class. In fact, I've personally been called useless, a waste of cosmic energy, a giant moldy nerd, and the worst professor to ever teach a class in any university.
Poor guy, Logan thought. Fungaloids really did get the short end of the stick, and there was no way Professor Rick was the worst professor to ever teach a class in any university. Professor Kobold literally just showed old videos and slept at his desk. And while Logan couldn't remember much from his alchemy class, he had the strangest notion that his teacher was a bipedal raccoon, probably rabid, definitely high on bath salts, who also talked a mile a minute. It was like some kind of Guardians of the Galaxy and Breaking Bad mashup. Logan had brief flashes of the class, but mostly it was a hazy fever dream waltzing around inside his spongy head.
Some of that may be true, Professor Rick continued. We fungal dungeons aren't the flashiest, the most powerful, or even the most intelligent.
Peewig grunted in the back of the room. He'd eaten through the tines of his fork.
But what we lack in power, style, and intelligence, we make up for with what I consider to be an extraordinary superpower. Our ability to digest most any item and pull the apothos out of it. Very good, Mr. Bulge. I see you have enjoyed your spoon.
More grunting. It hadn't been a spoon. Gary Bernardi grinned.
Fun fact, I can eat things with my hands.
Little toothless mouths opened on his palm, and he reduced his butter knife to nothing.
I like to eat things with my hands.
Amanda Peers gaped.
Gosh, well, isn't that a neat trick? I have to make a little digestion pit, which isn't nearly as nifty.
The red and white toadstool woman closed her eyes, and a little puddle appeared under her desk. She dropped her shrimp fork into it. Bubbles formed. So Amanda was an actual fungaloid, just like Logan. He created his own pit on the floor beneath his desk and unceremoniously dropped the soup spoon in. He was surprised that the metal wasn't actually metal at all. It was concentrated morta apothos. Unless Logan was mistaken, Professor Rick had generated these himself, which was an awfully impressive feat. Yeast Tea threw away his steak knife and sprang to his feet.
This is a waste of my time. I thought maybe I could be free of the darkness inside me. But how can I? I am the darkness.
He marched out of the classroom, slamming the door behind him.
Don't mind him. He'll be back.
Professor Rick said. He starts a new character arc at the beginning of every Fungaloid class. By the end, he'll see you all as his brothers and sisters. You'll be his found family. At least, until one of you dies, which usually happens, and then the cycle will invariably start anew. His spore cloud swirled around, blinking and flashing in clear agitation. You know I overshare on the first day, Lori. Fine, I'll stop. Let's just get to the next part of the lecture. Is that okay with you? A long, uncomfortable pause followed. Fine. I said fine. Logan didn't quite understand who Lori was, and it wasn't like he could ask. Also, it sounded like Yee's tea would make a fine addition to the backstories back at the Shadowcroft Academy. Rick cleared his throat and adjusted his tie. Now, who can tell me what was strange about the silverware you digested?
It was so silverware-y,
Gary offered up triumphantly. Amanda blinked and smiled, mouth hanging open.
I was going to say that, Gary. We're so smart. High five.
They tried to high five, but didn't have the manual dexterity or fine motor skills to pull it off. Gary ended up high-fiving her face, and then his little hand mouths began to slowly try to digest her. Logan knew the answer to the question, but he wanted to see what everyone else would say. There were a few more guesses. Peewig did more grunting. It didn't seem like a language, more like indigestion. Trio had a whole argument with himself. Well, the red and blackheads did at any rate. Pinky was still trying to figure out where the spring salad fork had gone. Logan finally raised his hand. The silverware was an endogenous manifestation, made of mostly Morta Apothos, which makes sense. If I had to guess, I'd say you made them, Professor. And I have to say, the rust was a good touch, as was the distressed metal of the handle. I genuinely thought they were real before I started digestion. His answer was part treacle, part Inga. Logan already missed his friends. Professor Rick visibly brightened. My. You're as good as they say. You should teach the class. To go from E class to B class in 2 years? It can't be done. Peewig has been at it for 50 years, which is a ton of tuition. Peewig finally spoke.
Dumb student loans.
Logan cast about in wonder. Who were these oddballs? And why were they taking so long to level? Professor Rick sighed. Be quiet, Lori. I have every right to be impressed. He returned his attention to the class. Yes, we fungal classes have a lot stacked against us. But really, we are special. Some say we started life in the multiverse, and that all the animal species and every Dungeon Guardian class originated from spores. We'll be covering that as well as the Spore Lords, who are far more than a myth, I assure you. We shall also suggest some fungal cultivation techniques that haven't really worked for us, although we have high hopes for you, Logan. Oh gosh, can I call you Logan? Or do you prefer Mr. Murray? Logan is fine, he replied, shifting awkwardly in his seat. You just made my day, Logan. Professor Rick beamed. Now, who wants more silverware to digest? All the oddball fungal dungeon cores raised various appendages. As Logan looked around, he felt a knot form in the pit of his digestion pit. This was a disaster. He'd come here hoping to learn how to push past the plateau he'd hit, but it was clear he was the strongest fungaloid in the class. Likely even stronger than Professor Rick. He wasn't going to find any quick and easy answers here. But honestly, that wasn't why he was upset. No, he felt terrible for the mushroom people in the seats around him. He wasn't better than them. He was exactly like them. He'd started out at the very bottom of the dungeon core barrel, with the odds stacked against him in every conceivable way. He'd just been lucky enough to find a good headmaster who had believed in him, and friends who'd been willing to help him even when he was weak and worthless. From the sounds of it, many of these fungal cores had been studying for years without any progress. And that was probably because everyone had written them off before they'd ever gotten a chance to show the world any different. Maybe they couldn't help him advance, but he'd be damned if he couldn't help them advance. It would probably be an uphill battle, he thought, looking at Amanda stare vacantly off into space, a line of drool oozing down from her mouth. But he was always up for a challenge. If he'd learned anything from Chadragoth, it was that sometimes you needed to step down to help others step up. Chapter 18. Hero Hardclaw Shirazi had made some pretty bad decisions in his life. There was that one time he used the Wand of Lightning in the putrid Portcullis dungeon that fried most of the party and melted a pretty cool magical candelabra. Losing out on the loot was tragic. Losing the party? Meh. But Hardclaw had also made some good decisions. He'd walked away from a dungeon called the Trapped Tomb of Terrors, which was a wide assortment of murderous traps far too complicated for most heroes to ever solve. Eventually, an S-class dungeoneer had walked right through the Tomb of Terrors and crushed the smug dungeon core in about 5 minutes. Good for him. Hardclaw was glad he'd passed on that one. Knowing your limitations was important. Helping to start the Scarlet Paradox had definitely been a good decision. Inviting Mr. Lou Shador to become a co-owner? Hardclaw found the whole experience ambiguous. Yes, guild membership was at an all-time high, and the Scarlet Paradox was booming. Money was flowing, Apothos was flowing. Everyone was pretty happy with what was going on. Those were the high points. The low points? Mr. Shador was loud, opinionated, difficult to work with, and messy. So unbelievably, inexplicably messy. The powerful dungeoneer had moved into the best suite at the top of the guild hall, and the smell wafting out from the room was atrocious. His minions came and went unseen by anyone, but they left behind garbage. Old roller skates, a few broken daggers, some clown makeup, tubes of mascara, heaps of self-help books, and crumpled up bits of paper, which were actually cryptic love notes. Do you love the idea of me? Yes or no? Which do you love more? Me, the universe, or chocolate sundaes? Pick one. I love you like a burrito, but only one with chorizo. Otherwise, I hate you. Hardclaw had hired cleaners, as a responsible business owner is wont to do, but he had to pay them platinum to go in and remove the massive amounts of food and weaponry from the suites, as well as deep clean the hallway carpets. Another problem with Mr. Shador was his #1 obsession: the inter-school tournament of collegial dungeon excellence, which was the only reason Mr. Shador had signed on to promote the Scarlet Paradox. The tournament, which featured the best and brightest of the dungeons of tomorrow, was an event so cloaked in secrecy it probably should have opened a cloak and dagger emporium. But the thing was, Hardclaw had a spy on the inside. He knew when the semifinals would be. He knew who would be competing. And most importantly of all, he knew where they would take place. Invaluable pieces of intel, one and all. And probably the only reason Mr. Shador hadn't killed him yet. Hardclaw limped on his magic mace leg into the Situation Room, which was at the center of the administrative offices of the guild, which sat above the tavern but below the suites. The Situation Room was mostly filing cabinets, but at the center was a magical crystalline hollow table. The hello portal dominated the far wall, opposite the table and filing cabinets. The portal was one of the best benefits of being part of a guild. Members had access to transportation to a multitude of worlds that all housed dungeons. The hello portal screen was relatively clean, but the magical table in front of it was nicked and stained by all the unruly dungeoneers who'd sat there over the years. Wolfgang Red had carved his initials in one area, while Belinda Dangerous had spilled her acidic tea on another end. Hardclaw would have replaced the table in a second, but it turned out crystalline hollow tables were expensive, especially ones hard connected to a hello portal. The Catman cared far more about functionality than appearance. However, with the money he was seeing from Mr. Shador promoting the Scarlet Paradox, Hardclaw was considering replacing the entire building. Maybe a new place, with a magical fountain, like the Sages of the Golden Thread had. The Sages also had this big courtyard filled with statues of their heroes. For a long time, Hardclaw thought all that extravagance was a waste of money. He might have been wrong there. Hardclaw clicked a switch, and lanterns flared to life.
Good, brother, you're here.
The voice surprised the Catman so much he tried to leap back in a somersault, but ended up tripping over his own mace leg and into a beige wall, a firm reminder that he was no longer the rogue warrior he'd once been. No more roguing. No more warrioring.
Luchador?
Hardclaw sputtered.
Oh, yeah, brother,
the masked hero said.
How long have you been sitting in the dark, waiting for me? Also, why? How long Luchador waits is unimportant, he said. But the why should be obvious. Dramatic effect. Oh, yeah. Now, I want to talk about the tournament, brother. The Crucible round has been over for months, and yeah, I get that it might take some time to get info, but I'm talking about how tired of waiting I am. Feels like you're stringing me along, and we can't have that. I want all that you have. Nothing else matters. Let's talk winners, losers, and dungeons for the semifinals. 6 of them. 6 garbage newbie dungeons waiting to get their core gems cracked. Now what can you tell me, brother? And it better be good. I've been spending a lot of gold to keep the lights on in this place.
Hardclaw pulled himself up and gulped as he tried to calm his nerves. He could feel his ears twitching. Yes, I have some news. It just came in from my spy, and I was going to tell you everything. I was waiting to confirm a few details, but now's as good a time as any to share what I have with you, especially since there's been a rather surprising development. Surprise me then, brother. Hardclaw limped over to a filing cabinet and pulled an enormous, rune-encrusted bronze key from a chain around his neck. The whole cabinet shook and clanged as he turned the key, and a chorus of locks, binding seals, and magical warding runes disengaged. He pulled out a dozen manila folders packed with special parchment. He shuffled over to the crystalline hollow table across from Shador. The big, strange dungeoneer had his gleaming white boots propped up on the crystal surface. He was leaning back in a chair, the crimson cowl of his cloak covering his face. He had one hand resting on his big, hairy belly. In the other was a chocolate cayenne pepper creamsicle, trademarked and delicious. Mr. Shador's face remained a mystery, hidden by the cowl of his cloak. Hardclaw quickly rifled through a folder's contents and slapped the first parchment on the table. The surface glowed, and a magically conjured figure appeared. A giant ice wyvern. That was the winner, a white worm called Winter Silver. She was the favorite, so it's not a surprise. If you're looking for a soft target, you're going to want to avoid her, Mr. Shador. He paused and licked his lips. But before we continue,
Would you mind if I asked you why you're so interested in the Dungeon School tournament?
Shador pointed his creamsicle at the ice wyvern.
That's the dumbest question I've ever heard, brother. Like asking me if chocolate cayenne pepper creamsicles are delicious or not. Yeah. These garbage newbies are going to be protecting nodes. But they don't have much power now, do they? They're still in school, which makes them easy pickings. And you're right. Winter Silver wouldn't be easy pickings. What about that Noble Blade kid? Did he win? I hate that guy. Hate that whole family, actually. One of them took out a friend of mine a while back.
Hardclaw put Winter Silver's parchment back in a folder.
Well, that's the surprise. Chattergroth won, but he stepped down at the last minute. And there's a rather interesting dungeon core that took his place. Have you ever heard of Logan Murray? Nope,
Mr. Shador said, then sucked noisily on his creamsicle. A bit of melted cream dripped down onto the white tape covering his meaty forearms.
What's his story, brother?
He's a fungaloid, and though your typical mushroom dies pretty quickly, Murray has managed to advance to B class in only a couple of years. He's impressive. Some are saying he might make fungaloids cool again. Mr. Shador wrinkled his nose.
Stinky, moldy, breakable. Keep going. That better not be your surprise, brother. 'Cause it ain't much of a surprise now, is it?
News of Chattergroth stepping down was shocking. And the fact that this relative newcomer to the dungeon core scene, and a fungaloid no less, was going to compete was big news. Mushroom dungeons just weren't taken seriously, despite the rumors of how powerful the Spore Lords had been. But the Spore Lords had been dead for 10,000 years at least. Couldn't even really call them rumor at this point. They were little more than a dusty, mostly forgotten legend. Probably why Mr. Shador couldn't care less.
Yes, of course, I do have another surprise.
He didn't. Instead, Hardclaw coughed, pretending it was a hairball, while he stalled for time. He'd have to make one up.
As for the other competitors, they aren't as impressive as Winter Silver, certainly, but they probably won't be that easy to beat.
You're right, Mr. Shador. They still are in school, but that doesn't make them particularly weak, I don't think. Mr. Shador licked some cream off his white tape bracelets.
Easier than a dungeon who's had centuries to dig in. Don't tell me my business, brother. I was born to eat dungeon core gems and crap thunder. Tell me about the rest of the winners.
Hardclaw went through the list quickly, putting parchment down on the table so images of the semi-finalists appeared one after another. Woody Bone Splinters, Sylvan Revenant from Nightfall University. Tommy Bugnut, a chitinous bugbear from Gadsor's Institute of Defense. Britta Scary, a laughing lich from the Plaguebringer College of the Undead. Lorena Quartz, a crystal duchess from Saudrian's School of Guardians. That last one made Shador laugh.
Now, that crystal lady's the one I'll go after. Can't believe Saudrian's school is still around, yeah. I thought they closed down years ago. I like breaking through crystal dungeons, brother. Like a bull in a china shop, yeah. I'm the bull. Lorena Quartz is the china shop.
Hardclaw wasn't going to argue with the dungeoneer, but in his mind, attacking a competitor who didn't win, but had the winning position given to him, would be the easiest dungeon to beat. Mr. Shador swiveled in his seat, and then leaned over the magic table. He motioned with his dripping treat.
Have they chosen the 6 celestial nodes yet for the semi-finals?
Hardclaw sniffed at the mess.
If you could... Maybe I could get you a napkin. What for?
The dungeoneer used his hands to wipe up the mess, and then he licked his fingers clean. Hardclaw was all for self-grooming, but this cloaked and cowled raider was just gross. The Catman forced himself to ignore the disgusting indignity and soldier on. I wasn't going to come to you until I could confirm the locations the host school has chosen. I have the worlds, but not necessarily the dungeons. First up, we have Sucrosia. Hardclaw slapped a parchment onto the table. An image of a candy world appeared. Bright pink bubblegum trees and soda pop rivers. There were literal mountains of rock candy, and the clouds were spun sugar drifting through a perfectly blue sky. Shador grunted. Now that's a tasty little world, isn't it? Show me the node. Hardclaw had to take a moment. You don't even call them dungeons anymore. You know they're nodes. The dungeoneer swept his creamsicle through the air, splattering more splashes of stickiness across the table. We ain't kids, Hardclaw. We destroy nodes and harvest apothos for our own gain. Let's not sugarcoat it. Hardclaw shifted the paper and showed the dungeoneer the rock candy caves of the dungeon, which was currently being protected by a powerful Arcanus confectionery mage by the name of Dia Betty. Okay, Candy Dungeon. Keep going. Hardclaw put down a fresh parchment. Twilidia. It's a shadow world, full of shadow creatures, and it's always twilight. The dungeon, a celestial node, is a pit in the Forkswa Desert. Very sandy, very dark. Currently, there's a deadly nightshade protecting the inner sanctum. We can only hope the fungaloid winds up with the sand pit. Mr. Shador grinned at the shadowy desert crack. Real hot and dry for a fungus, brother. That'd be good. What was his name again? Logan Murray. Might just be my guy. Depending on location. It's random though, isn't it? 6 cores get randomly placed in 6 dungeons, yeah. Mr. Shador only had a little bit of his creamsicle left, but he wasn't eating it. It was kind of distracting. Not to mention the mess. Completely random, Hardclaw confirmed with a nod. We won't know which dungeon gets which node until the day before the contest. I'll work on making sure our Hello Portal can get you wherever you want to go. I've also put the word out to other dungeoneers who might want to— No! Shador shouted, rising out of his seat. I get my pick, brother, and you best believe I want to hit more than one. You keep this quiet, Hardclaw, or so help me I'll make a mess of your guild. Hardclaw stiffened. Our guild. You're co-owner of the Scarlet Paradox now. Shador sat back down and seemed to sniff his creamsicle. No eating, only sniffing. Give me the last 4 worlds, and quick now. Hardclaw did as he was told, eager to be rid of the adventurer. Necroscant was a giant cemetery world, the vast necropolis of an ancient civilization. Basically a crypt that covered an entire planet. There were only 2 celestial nodes there. One a relatively weak skeletal pit that wasn't going to draw any serious raiders. The real prize was the Grand Tomb of Anonymity, which was a sprawling underground crypt, miles long, that accumulated in a fright fest. It was currently being protected by a ghoul king. Of course, Necroscant would be perfect for either Woody Bone Splinters or Britta Scary, since they were both undead dungeon cores. The world of Angelaria was just strange. The celestial node was located on the back of an enormous moon-sized fish that swam through the galaxy with glowing fins that caught and harnessed the solar winds. It ate lesser stars and often lured unwary travelers into its enormous spike-studded maw. Dangling above its cavernous jaws was an odd glowing appendage that acted like the sun. Impossible as it was to believe, there was a thriving settlement on the monster's back. The residents were fish-faced folk who subsisted off the vast cosmic moss that sprouted along the beast's scales. Angularia had only a single dungeon, located in the back of the massive fish's throat. It was a damp and inhospitable location, not completely underwater, but close to it. The dungeon core currently protecting the node was a boggle-eyed bogeyman who had embraced the wet nature of the place. Palashun was the fifth world, and it was a place of steam engines and coal smoke. Every bit of green was covered in a layer of black ash. The coal mining had removed a good deal of the mantle, and so there were vast underground cities, some living, some dead. There were 6 celestial nodes in total, which kept the world alive, even though all that pollution should have killed it. Most likely, the dungeon competition would take place in the Kentucky mines, which had several layers of mining shafts and was littered with digging machines and the corpses of workers that didn't make it. Currently, it was being protected by a foreman fright, a giant dungeon guardian in overalls and huge black boots, who carried a sledgehammer half again as tall as he was. Lastly, and the most boring of all, was Europho, which was a world trapped inside a feudal society. The dungeon was the typical medieval castle affair, with a nearby town that had a tavern called the Dewdrop Inn. It was cliché and uninteresting. Mr. Shador finally slurped the last of the cream off his creamsicle. He tossed the stick behind him right onto the floor. He didn't even try to aim for the trash can.
Good work, brother. Now I know what I'm up against. Yeah, boy, I think you're right. Gonna mash up that mushroom and then crack up that crystal lady. Then we'll see what's left for the taking. Don't care which node I get, but I'm gonna get one, all right.
Hardclaw found Eurofax trite, but at least it was both clean and familiar. Mr. Lou Shador was neither. Dirty and strange, Mr. Lou Shador wasn't about to be stopped. He was going to charge right into the semifinals of this dungeon tournament and wreak havoc left and right, leaving a string of shattered cores and raided nodes in his wake. Then again, the worlds might change, or one of the competitors might die. The semifinals were weeks away, and there was still so much that could happen. Regardless, Hardclaw was confident he'd gather up a ton of loot and apothos from Mr. Shador's raids. The Catman would just have to hire more cleaners. Good thing he could afford it. Chapter 19. Logan's trips to his mushroom class at Nightfall University made him grateful for the simple horrors of the Shadowcroft Academy. For example, a freshman dungeon had their core cracked in the library when a massive hammer trap smacked them in the chest. It had been in the S to T shelves, and really, most people blamed the scholar. Unironically, Madame Origami, the head librarian, always trapped her books on traps. You had to be careful. Logan traipsed down the stairwell of true seeing. He paused to look in the towering mirrors that lined the stairs, and he saw his old body standing there, staring back at him with a vacant expression. Short-cropped hair, tanned skin from working outdoors, his left leg gone, taken off below the knee by an IED, improvised explosive device, attack outside of Al-Fallujah. The strangest feeling washed over him. He'd grown so comfortable in his new fungaloid body that the human in the mirror looked like a stranger. Back on Earth, he'd been an E-class or a deep-root cultivator, barely more powerful than a U-class, which had just enough apothos to function. In 2.5 years, Logan had ascended to B-class, rank 4, which was an amazing feat all on its own. Most of the students and professors at Shadowcroft hadn't expected him to even survive the first year. But he beat the odds and more than just survived. He'd also made a ton of friends. And surprisingly enough, he counted Professor Rick and the other Fungaloid dungeons in his off-world class as part of them. Sure, they weren't the best and brightest, but they had kind hearts and a genuine desire to succeed. Why else had they attended that special class over and over? They were looking for something. A way to be more. Be better. Logan had been in their fungi-infested shoes once upon a time, and he knew what was possible, which was why he'd been teaching them a few techniques to improve their cultivation, while simultaneously stressing the importance of hard work and friendship. Mostly hard work. The funky Fungaloids were responding. Even Yee's T wasn't storming out of the classroom as much. Yee's admitted that he wasn't exactly darkness personified, more like the dusky light of a stormy day. That was progress, without a doubt. Logan continued down the steps of the stairwell of true seeing, content with his station in life and looking forward to studying with his friends in the very dangerous library. In a handful of days, the inter-school tournament officials would be releasing the list of worlds and dungeons that would be used for the semifinals. From there, the participants would have 3 weeks to prepare for the trial, which would take place over the first week of February. Logan couldn't wait. Professor Suresh the Magnificent had finally come around and was trying to prepare Logan and his classmates for the challenge ahead. Suresh randomly took them to different dungeons around Arborea, giving them tests to complete under exacting timelines. The Rakshasa professor still favored the Ninth Circle, but without Chadragoth around, he'd basically abandoned the first cohort. A waste of space and effort, he said. Tet simply worked with the terrible 12th, while Lady LCL and Jimmy McMarty spent most of their time making fun of everyone else from the back of the classroom. Good times. Professor Suresh drove home the point of the random dungeon assignments over and over. That was the whole thing with the semifinals round. Dungeon Guardians walked through the bi-portal at the center of the Arena Suprema and were instantly whisked away to one of the preset celestial nodes. It was simply luck about who went where. But a truly talented dungeon corps made their own luck. At least, according to Professor Suresh. Because Logan had no idea which world he would end up on, he needed to train and prepare for all 6. Especially because there was no telling who he would be facing off against. It wouldn't be Sir Brandybutter, Arfgar, Daggers McFinn, or any other of the ghostly raiders he was used to going up against in the Tartaruka cells. No, these would be real dungeoneers, lured in from across the multiverse. An entire list of suspected dungeoneers would be published alongside the list of preset nodes, but there was no telling how things would shake out until it was all over and finished with. The inter-school competition had been going on for centuries, and during that time, the judges and participants had seen just about everything. Ideally, Logan and his friends would have gone over some of the potential dungeoneers they'd be facing in Professor Kobold's class, but instead they were still watching those old Devil McClure video crystals. True, the videos did talk about a variety of movers and shakers in the competitive dungeoneering world, but they were about 5 decades out of date. There was an entire spotlight section on a dungeoneer named Tedder Ted Shady, who Devil McClure insisted would change the dungeoneering guilds forever. Except, according to every reliable source, Tedder Shady had disappeared 20 years ago. He'd gone searching for elusive combat techniques on some far-flung world and had vanished. Of course, Marco insisted that Ted Shady later became a masked dungeoneer by the name of Lou Shador, who is currently terrorizing dungeon guardians across the multiverse. His source? Dark Matter Multiverse Radio, which was as unreliable as sources came. Logan was thinking about all that while he ambled through the library stacks in search of his friends. A bit of green slime dripped from the ceiling, but Logan sidestepped it out of habit before activating his pneumacity ability and effortlessly floating over a pit of glass vipers. He rounded a corner and found the Terrible Twelfth's normal table, tucked away in a secluded alcove, well away from many of the murderous creatures that called the library home. Inga was hunched over the table, surrounded by piles of teetering books as she sifted through receipts. A nearby window stared out into the depths of Loch Endless. A gargantuan sea monster with a serpentine neck and more tentacles than an octopus swam lazily past. A school of fulgur fish sparkled in the darkness before disappearing down into the infinite murk. Logan silently plopped down onto a chair across from Inga and took out his ball of twine, which had morphed into two inextricably tangled balls of increasingly dirty twine. He'd managed to get the core undone, hoping to find something magical, but no, nothing was there except more twine. Trying to manage one ball had been difficult. Managing two was a living nightmare. Now, when he tried to unravel either, he had to pull one big tangle through the threads of the other big tangle. "Hey, Inga, are Treacle and Marco going to be joining us?" Logan asked after a moment, setting the twin balls down in frustration. Inga closed a thick tome on economics. Edmund B. Ledger's Modernistic Money Theories and Ivory Tower Tax Axioms. The B stood for boring. She sighed and added the thick leather tome to the stack of books beside her. "Unfortunately not. Marco and Treacle are together, indulging in their obsessions. I'm beginning to suspect the blue divine filter isn't helping them advance." "Yeah, you and me both," Logan admitted with a weary shrug. "There's at least a 30% chance I'm making it incorrectly. I mean, I followed the recipe, but there are a lot of variables to consider. The bigger problem is that I'm having trouble remembering my alchemy class. You wouldn't happen to know who teaches it, do you? I think it's a raccoonish dungeon guardian, maybe." "I can tell you exactly who teaches it," she replied while idly sorting through some of the receipts. "Professor Arakunam Gilligan." She tapped at least one of the receipts that looked like they may have been set on fire at one point. "Professor Gilligan likes to expense stuff like baking soda, moon sugar, powdered dwarf beard, amphetamine filters, and 1-ounce plastic baggies. And some other things that I don't understand, but they don't seem at all like classroom supplies." "Ara is all right," Logan said in a low voice. The memories were hard to pin down. There was screaming and maniacal laughter, beakers exploding into flames, black smoke obscuring the lab desks. "Sometimes he just prefers Professor Ara. On other days, he wants us to call him Professor Giggles. Sometimes just Gilligan." Inga's voice seemed to be coming from far away. "Well, from what I can tell, Professor Gilligan's guardian form is something called a trash panda." Logan hardly heard her. He was still trying to glue memories together. "Marco says he likes the smell of the fumes, but he doesn't. And Marco hasn't made beer. He can't, because we're too busy. Ara isn't all right." Logan glanced up to see Inga organizing receipts. She gave him a long look and shrugged. "This year has been very strange, Logan. Honestly, nothing is turning out the way I expected. Not your alchemy class, not Marco's clown school, and certainly not our cultivation class." She glanced down at the reams of crumpled paper and receipts, a defeated look flitting across her brow. "You mentioned this Karate Child film.
Do you really believe we are learning anything through this terrible, tedious process? You have your twine, yes, but you didn't find anything at the core. And I'm still hundreds of years behind on Shadowcroft's taxes. I've checked, and there's no statute of limitations on how far back they can look. It's maddening, Logan. Maddening!
Logan shook away the dark memories of his alchemy class. I have 2 balls of twine now, right? 2 cores. That has to mean something, right? I don't know. Inga squinted at him. I can tell you the tax exemptions of dungeon academies and how they interact with local commerce, but that is about as useful to my cultivation as your twine. I think Rockhart couldn't kill us, so he's trying to drive us insane. No, he believes in us, Logan insisted. Mostly because he needed to believe that they weren't spinning their wheels for no reason. He believes in you, Inga shot back. The name of the movie is The Karate Kid, by the way. Logan swept one ball of twine through the loosened loop of another. As for Marco and Treacle, all the books say that the blue divine filter takes some time. They also mention that there might be some strange side effects, but in the end, it should get them to B class. Where are they anyway? Or do I not want to know?
Undercroft lobby bathrooms, she said absently, as though it should be self-evident. Marco said to meet him there so we could talk. Last I checked, Treacle is in there, crocheting. Treacle says the crocheting is helping him deal with the stomach pain he gets from sucking on the jawbreaker. Actually, Treacle is happier than he's ever been. But really, I don't think the little outfits he's making for his Ugnaught calflings have any strategic use.
Logan had just passed through the Undercroft lobby, and he didn't remember seeing any bathrooms. But if anyone knew the location of a hidden bathroom, it would be Marco. The satyr took his janitorial duties seriously, which itself was odd, and knew the location of every toilet on Arborea. Logan helped Inga pack up the assorted books and reams of paperwork, then followed her back through the death traps scattered throughout the library to the entrance. Inga counted out 10 paces exactly, turned right, and walked directly into the wall beside a set of large wooden doors that connected to the Codex Athenaeum. Instead of face-planting into unforgiving stone, she disappeared in a blink. Here, then gone in a flash. Logan nodded. Secret door. Not sure why you'd hide a bathroom with a secret door, but then I wouldn't put an acid trap in a library either. He also wasn't sure which dungeon cores had to use the bathroom in the first place. Logan phased through the wall like Inga had, and he found himself in a tiled hallway, meticulously clean. The scent of lemon disinfectant loitered in the air. Echoing off the tiled walls was the voice of the Dark Matter Multiverse radio personality, Emmerich the Warning Bell Bellsman.
It's pretty clear that Skip Shadowcroft, if that even is his real name, isn't a trio in guardian form. He's actually a carnivorous privet bush. I've gotten reports of him eating the treegies that work for him, which also makes him a cannibal. Why is no one stopping him? Well, I'll tell you. No one is stopping his cannibalistic delights because the entire Council of Dungeons are actually extra-dimensional time-traveling aliens called the Zeta Ridiculons, and they are here to siphon a pothos from the Tree of Souls. Not that this is news to any of my long-time listeners. I've been saying for decades that the Council is using the Dungeon Academies to do its dark bidding.
Inga's voice followed.
Please, Marco, you have got to turn that off. It's just lies. Shadowcroft is a trioin, and the Council of Dungeons are just dungeon cores. I know you want to believe that there is some grand conspiracy, but I've seen the tax receipts. The numbers don't lie. There's no conspiracy afoot.
unless it's Rockhart's grand scheme to write off socks as a business expense, which they aren't.
Say what you will, but the warning bell knows what's up, Inga,
Marco protested.
Emmerich Belsman is putting himself at great personal risk to expose the dangerous cabal of liars, cheats, cannibals, and murderers.
All the while, the warning bell kept on shattering, but his voice was getting lower and lower.
Of course, the Council of Dungeons have been in the pocket of the Spore Lords since they first began. Really, this all goes back to the Spore Lords, who are working with the Zeta Ridiculons to take over all of reality. And guess what? The Spore Lords actually started out as...
By that time, the warning bell's voice had faded, becoming too soft to hear. The hallway led out into a typical bathroom with stalls on the right and sinks on the left. Treacle was leaning against one wall, with crocheting needles and yards of yarn coming out of his back. As he worked, a variety of mechanical creations scuttled along his arms, ferrying the finished product into a compartment in the Minotaur's belly. His AFS Dungeon Core gem gleamed brightly. Except now there was a little ring of orange, yellow, and brown yarn around it like a tea cozy. Marco wore a gray janitorial jumpsuit and was resting his forearms against a dingy cart covered with a wide array of spray bottles, brushes, and rags. In the center of the cleaning supplies was a brilliant blue gem the size of a baseball, a standard audio crystal. Poking out of Marco's back pocket was the DMMR tuning fork. He took it and smacked it against the side of a stall. The fork buzzed, and the audio crystal blared with new life.
Hey, warning bell. Long-time listener, first-time caller. I want to know why you're not talking about Lou Shador and his Glow Brigade. They're the real threat. I know some people think they're just Dungeoneers, but this is bigger than that. Way bigger. You know what I mean? They're part of the Deep Dark, which has infiltrated the Council of Dungeons. The Deep Dark controls everything, man. Everything. I bet you didn't know that there are actual Dungeoneers working inside the Council of Dungeons? They say they're accountants, but it goes beyond that. Some say this Lou Shador is...
Inga reached out to silence the tuning fork. Without its reverberations, the entire bathroom felt quiet. Treacle let out a bovine sigh.
Thank the licorice goddess. That was growing tiresome.
Tiresomely awesome, Marco pouted. Guys, the blue divine filter may not have opened my core, but it has opened my eyes.
He tapped his forehead.
My third eye, to be exact. How can you not see the truth in what these guys are saying?
Marco's cart had a mop bucket attached, and he grabbed a mop and started idly cleaning the already spotless bathroom. Inga shot Logan a concerned look. Fascinating, truly. But you've been so busy talking about the warning bell that you've hardly mentioned clown school, she said, effortlessly diverting Marco's attention to the only thing that could rival his love for conspiracy theories. Clown school. Have you made any progress with your... what was it called? Mimistry?
I'm excelling at clown college, he said smugly. Although I will admit that my mimistry could still use a little work. But my professor, Nick Nickelwise, of Nick Nickelwise's Clown College and Traveling Variety Dungeon of Terrific Techniques, says I'm a natural. One of the best he's ever seen. And between us, he's seen them all. Mikey the Maleficent, the Black Jester, Bozo the Butcher, Suey the Sewage Jester. Plus, I'm really enjoying Sandrian's campus. It's tucked away inside this old office building with a fantastic brick basement. Bats in the attic, lots of stained or missing ceiling tiles. Not a lot of frills, but it has character for days. I've jammed a little with the headmaster, Vosmine. Now there's a squid with rhythm. I've also hung out with Lorena Quartz a bit, and she's super excited to be competing in the semifinals. She drinks tea. Why does tea smell better than it tastes?
Logan didn't have an answer, but he was glad not to be talking about DMMR conspiracies. What have you learned so far? Marco leaned on his mop like every janitor ever.
Juggling. So much juggling. Believe it or not, but Professor Nickelwise is actually a master of gravity magic. He has this shtick where he can make anything float. He's all like, "Down here, we get all floaty." Creepy stuff. Very atmospheric. Turns out, it's all just advanced juggling. Thanks to him, I can juggle literally anything. 3 pianos at a time? No problem. Yesterday, I juggled 6 chain-smoking zebras.
Why were they smoking? Inga asked, taken aback. Marco sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose.
See, this is why you couldn't make it in clown college. Because you fundamentally don't get comedy, Inga. The important thing is that I do, and I've incorporated my new juggling routine into my Nataraja's wretched rhythm and the dumb show of Burguk. Remember, mime is money. Love the juggling. If I ever rank up, I want to get some exploding dummy heads. Or, as Professor Nickelwise calls it, optimizing Malus Apothos, or OMA. You capture the kinetic energy and release it all at once. Cool explosions follow.
Treacle's crochet needles clicked.
Capture the power. Hold it deep inside of you. Release the Kraken.
He paused.
I'm very much in favor of OMA theory.
He then noisily regurgitated some cud and began to chew it vigorously. Inga's mouth fell open.
Treacle, why are you chewing cud? What about your jawbreaker?
Stomach burning me. Sorrows of a winter day. Chewing cud soothes me.
Treacle kept on clicking his needles. Logan felt bad for the Minotaur, but Marco's clown college class sounded legitimately impressive. It was also clear that Professor Nickelwise borrowed from a certain well-known Earth author, but Logan didn't want to burst Marco's bubble. It sounds like a real class. Marco rolled his eyes.
Of course it's a real class. Unlike this toilet cleaning business. You know, everyone bags on Sodrians because they're a little strange and underfunded. But I'm literally taking a class at Shadowcroft that has me scrubbing toilets. I'm pretty sure if I hadn't found DMMR and EWB, I'd be completely insane right now.
Logan had to do a little acronyming. Dark Matter Multiverse Radio and Emmerich the Warning Bell Bellsman. Marco choked out a laugh.
You better believe they want us all crazy, so they can control us.
Who are they?
Inga asked, clearly exasperated. The goat man nodded knowingly.
Them.
After a dramatic pause, he went back to mopping.
Anyway, the juggling is fun, and there's more pies than you'd think, which are delicious if a little painful. Eventually, when we're ready, Professor Nickelwise will teach us that old smell my flower bit. Acid daisy on the lapel. It's gonna be awesome. Also, Nickelwise is trying to find a carriage for the clown carriage trick. We'll pack ourselves into an extra-dimensional space inside a carriage, and we'll go careening around the parking lot of the school and then pile out, one after another. Just a ton of clowns all scattered about. It's going to be epic.
They chatted more as Marco finished up, while Logan worked on his twine. He wanted to defend Rockhart's decision to give them such odd tasks to improve their cultivation, but it seemed less and less like a Karate Kid situation, and more like plain old torture. They just left the secret bathroom outside the library when Tech came rushing down the hallway of True Seeing.
Logan,
They're going to release the 6 locations of the semifinals early, as well as the possible raiders you might be facing. There's a great many people up in the Golden Serpent Hall talking about it. Logan couldn't believe it. He couldn't wait to see what he and Inga might have to work with. He put away his twine in his ring of pockets, and they all dashed up the steps. Chapter 20. Most of the school seemed to be packed into the Golden Serpent Hall, which doubled as both the place for assemblies and the main dining area. Tet sat with them at their usual spot near the back of the great room. Up near the front, on the dais, Shadowcroft was conferring in hushed whispers with Suresh the Magnificent and several other professors. Everyone was shivering with excitement. Even Tet, who generally had a Catwoman's cool demeanor, was excited. I guess there was a security breach, and the information leaked out ahead of schedule. That could be worrying if the wrong Dungeoneers found out about it. She paused and cast a wary look to either side. You don't think there's a spy, do you?
Oh, you have no idea, Tet.
Marco had shed his janitorial grays and was back in his jaunty vest and jeweled coat.
There are so many spies working for both the Spore Lords and the Zeta Ridiculons. Even I might be a spy. The Deep Dark has its agents everywhere. Fingers in every pie, if you will. And if I've learned anything in Clown College, it is that there are a lot of pies.
The Catwoman's ears twitched in annoyance. With a vague look of disgust on her face, she kept talking. Anyway, the inter-school tournament officials have let all the schools make the announcement. She turned to Inga. And speaking of inter-school happenings, how are you enjoying your cosmic entomology class? Inga smiled. I'm glad to say that, at least, is living up to my expectations. It's absolutely fascinating. Did you know that there's a species of desert worm that moves through the sands of Abacus? They are very mathematically minded, and easily larger than the dread kraken that lives in Loch Endless. She gestured out the window toward the placid lake. Their movement draws large quantities of Fulgarapothos from nearby celestial nodes, which the worms then eat. Some dungeon cores have been able to harness that energy to protect their inner sanctums. We've also been studying gigantism in Armadillidum vulgare, also known as roly-polies, or your common pillbug. The armoring is notable. At the mention of armor, Treacle's ears flicked in interest.
I'll confess, I would like to see what type of armor they use. We've been learning to draw inspiration from nature's many assorted monsters in my Mercy of Manifesting Armor class. Professor Donald Crucible is a very nature-minded sort, which is not at all what I was expecting. He also happens to be a pacifist, which is a bit odd for a dungeon guardian.
Logan tilted his head. What? Like he doesn't believe in killing Dungeoneers?
Yarp.
Treacle's spider-like creations helped him get out his crocheting stuff, and he was soon clicking again.
Professor Donald thinks that with enough armor, you don't need to kill raiders. He thinks they can be changed. There is some truth to the nonsense that Marco listens to. There are actual Dungeoneers working as accountants at the Department of Universal Dungeon Efficiency. Though, to my mind, that just proves some raiders aren't completely evil. Not that the Council is controlled by the Deep Dark.
Marco raised his furry hands.
Whoa, wait up. Nonsense is pretty harsh. And then you say that the warning bell is right about something? Not nonsense. In the end, we need to really understand where the Apothos comes from. I know you all think it's the Tree of Souls, but that's only one theory.
Treacle sighed.
It's where Apothos comes from. The theory has been proven.
But what if this is all a simulation?
Marco asked. Tet grimaced. He's deep into it, isn't he? Very deep, Inga agreed. But enough of Marco's utter rubbish. Please, Treacle, tell us more about your armor class. I certainly wouldn't consider myself a pacifist, but alternative battle strategies are very interesting, especially since armored defense does play such a large role within the world of cosmic etymology. The Minotaur shrugged.
Not much to tell, really. The name says it all. But I am hoping I can combine what I'm learning in my runic haiku class with Professor Donald's class. One mystery has been solved. I know why our Professor Crucible has trouble with his brother. They are polar opposites.
Inga nodded. Professor Crucible at times can be unpleasant and difficult, but he's been crafting me filing cabinets for the headmaster's office. Archiving Shadowcroft's papers has been interesting.
Marco snorted in disgust. If that's even his real name, the papers probably aren't made of paper.
They are too, Inga said. Working with the headmaster has been fine, but between his crystal terpsichorean and his rosacea fly snag, it's a toxic work environment. The crystal terpsichorean likes to hide things from me, usually the very thing I'm looking for. And then there's the scratches I get from his rosacea fly snag. Her rose thorns are so sharp. Logan knew about the scratches. He'd used his curry boo-boos to heal Inga on more than one occasion. Marco snapped his fingers.
There's your spies right there. That crystal dancer can't be trusted.
Before the goat man could devolve further, Shadowcroft stood at the podium and raised his hands for silence.
Attention, everyone. Since we are all gathered here, I have several announcements before we get to the locations of the semi-finals. Firstly, I would like to once again congratulate Logan Murray and the assorted members of the Terrible 12th. In his own unique way, Professor Suresh has extolled your virtues and told me how hard you have been training. I think I can speak for everyone when I say that we are all excited to see what wonderful things you shall accomplish. Secondly, as most of you are aware, Chadragoth Nobleblade still hasn't ascended yet. But I would like people to stop drawing fake mustaches on him in permanent marker. The graffiti is shocking.
Lady Elisiel and Jimmy McMarty snickered. Shadowcroft frowned at them, while Rockhart outright glowered. The pair would get a good talking to after the assembly, Logan had no doubt. Shadowcroft cleared his throat and continued.
Now, before we see the 6 locations of the semi-finals, let us take a quick gander at our leaderboard, shall we?
Light shined out of Shadowcroft's core gem, displaying the leaderboard over their heads. The Crystal Tiger, 1,400. The Onyx Tortoise, 1,399. The Vermilion Phoenix, 1,125. The Azure Dragon, 1,064. Logan winced. Last place. If Chadragoth broke out of his iron cocoon before the end of the year, that could really change things. But right now it was looking rather bleak. The other clan's scores were higher, and a lot of that was thanks to some of Suresh's students doing really well. And then there was the triumph of the backstories. Marco pointed at the board.
See? Look at the Azure Dragon Clan score. 6 plus 4 equals 10. That's not an accident.
You're right, Tet muttered. It's called math. Is the Blue Divine Filter doing anything? Logan asked. If not, I think you should cut back. You weren't like this before you started drinking it.
Like what?
Marco seemed genuinely confused by the question. Suresh the Magnificent smiled smugly. While no one from the 9th Circle had gone on to the semi-finals, he loved that his clan was in the lead. Shadowcroft quieted down the murmuring with another raised hand.
Yes, many dungeon guardians are doing very well this year. But now, let's talk about what we're really here for. Our very own Logan and Inga will have their work cut out for them in the upcoming bout. The choices this year are unique, and I would like to personally thank the following faculty for helping locate the dungeons. Professor Darnell Zaganashvar, Professor Arquetta the Hellgazer, and the Rector Prime, Ulyss Rockhart.
All three stood to a polite smattering of applause. One conspiracy theory that was fairly innocuous was that Rockhart and Arquetta had used the trips to scout out locations for their honeymoon. Were there wedding plans? Not even Emmerich the Warning Bell Bellsman knew. As for Professor Darnell, he traveled everywhere and took his cultivation class with him. That was another reason the leaderboard scores were so high. Darnell had his students advancing by leaps and bounds. The exotic locations and the beautiful scenery had helped everyone unlock hidden potential. Everyone except the members of the Terrible 12th. Logan thought about taking out his twine, but he simply didn't have the heart. Besides, he had something else to focus on now.
Suresh, would you like to do the honors? Shadowcroft asked.
The tiger-headed man nodded.
It should be me. I'm the one teaching the tournament class, aren't I?
Marco nodded in approval.
Such an alpha move. I love that confidence.
Suresh sauntered to the podium and cast out images of the 6 worlds in quick succession, talking about the benefits and the drawbacks of each. Logan and Inga exchanged nervous glances. This was it. The moment they'd been waiting for. Yes, it was an honor to be in the tournament, but still, it was going to be dangerous. Any dungeoneer of any level might show up to try to destroy the Celestial Node, just like in real life. Shadowcroft and the rest of the tournament organizers walked a fine line in luring raiders in. They couldn't attract too much attention from the guilds, or else the really powerful dungeoneers would swoop in and annihilate the student dungeon cores. At the same time, the raiders had to be powerful enough to add some excitement to the competition. For the first time ever, Marco was paying close enough attention to summarize the dungeon locations.
Okay, Sucrosia is the candy world. Does sugar rot? Not sure. Twilydia is a gloomy world full of shadow creatures? What's the difference between a ghost and a shadow creature? Shadow creatures poop. I know that for a fact.
Don't elaborate, Logan hissed. Marco kept on with the commentary as Suresh talked about each of the worlds.
Necroscant is the cemetery world. Pretty straightforward. Angularia is the dungeon inside of a giant fish's mouth. Totally unrelated side note, but Fishmouth Dungeon would be a good band name. Pollution. Smoke, ash, big cities, deep sewers, and the Kentucky mines. I could work wonders with a space like that. Set up a series of interrelated scenes depicting slave wages, terrible bosses, abuses of power, labor unions, cave-ins, and ghosts. I'd make it a musical since there are, strangely enough, a lot of songs about mines and mining. Europho. Typical boring dungeon. Rock and yawning. But that becomes the tabula rasa, a blank slate for bug and mushroom fun.
Marco nodded.
6 dungeons. You'd want Necroscant or Angularia.
Suresh cleared his throat.
Those are the 6 locations. Now, for the possible dungeoneering parties that may or may not find the various nodes. We've narrowed it down to a possible 7 teams. We have prepared a brief summary of each. Keep in mind, the semi-finalists may or may not be facing these raiders. We have no way of knowing who might stumble upon the dungeons. We've done our best to keep the more powerful guilds from knowing about the competition, while luring in moderately powerful freelancers. Based on our best efforts, we have the 7 average rating parties on deck.
Logan felt a shiver run through him. At first. But when he started seeing what he and Inga were up against, he felt strangely confident. And a little baffled. Some of the teams were bizarre. First up was the Berserker Gnomes. Suresh used his dungeon core to flash 2 pictures, both blurry, of a tall man in a trench coat. Protruding from the coat were 5 evil-faced gnomes, with various haircut and beard configurations. 5 gnomes in a trench coat? Surely that couldn't be a thing. But according to Suresh's brief, that was exactly what they were up against. This crew was essentially the Voltron of evil dungeon-pillaging gnomes. They could pile up on top of one another, creating their ultimate trenchcoat form. And when not stacked 5 high, they fought as a pack of knee-high berserking maniacs. Gummy, Gammy, Jimmy, Fruity, and Snickers. Together, those vicious gnomes were a well-oiled rage machine. Treacle squinted.
I knew a Gummy growing up. He had anger issues. Bet it's the same. I do still wonder that Sacrosia is an actual place. Gnome dentists referred to it as a place of eternal torment. Bet that's the same place as well.
Marco was about to spout off something, but Inga stopped him.
Shush! I'm writing down the names of the teams.
Next up was the Ultimate Norms. A menacing team of adventurers appeared on the conjured display at the front of the hall. They were a tough-looking crew, their faces contorted into grimaces. They wore a wide array of armors and wielded a variety of powerful weapons. Enchanted swords, epic battle axes, a chained kusaragima. There was one notable exception. A paunchy, balding guy in a bowling shirt. He also happens to carry a pearlescent, glowing bowling ball. Professor Suresh pointed.
Norma, Norm, Norman, other Norman, Nom Norm, and Bowling Norm. Be careful of that last fellow. He's their cleric and wields the fearsome Bone Crusher. It's a magical bowling ball that always finds its strike. He was one of the original members of the Holy Bowlers. There is some tension there, since the Holy Bowlers are the 3rd team we are luring in.
Naturally, the next image showcased a team of humans in bowling shoes and matching padded armor, guiled to look like bowling shirts. A big chunky held a flail with 3 huge bowling balls connected to a handle. One of the Holy Bowlers wore a cloak covering his face. The center figure was a thin man whose right hand had been entirely replaced by a bowling ball. Suresh pointed.
That's their leader, Roy Munson. He lost his hand in a terrible bowling-related incident. But instead of bowing out of the dungeoneering game, he replaced the limb with the divine bowling ball of Sisyphus. He is both a fearsome warrior and a man of keen wit. The one in the cloak is the mysterious striker. Then there's 710, the alleyway avenger, and the dreaded Karabatsos. They are all worshippers of the god of the 10 pins, and they are the most powerful of the teams we've found. A good portion of them are Azure Branch cultivators, B-class clerics of the highest order.
Logan turned to Marco. So there's bowling in the Ashvata multiverse?
And miniature golf,
the satyr said.
Pastimes that are pure fun, if you're in middle school.
Inga was taking notes furiously with 3 of her 4 hands. She shook her head, which made her antennae flop around.
We should have covered this in our dungeoneering class, and not simply watched those Devil McClure films. They are so outdated.
Professor Suresh flashed the next image.
These are the Fighting Gyarus, a team of women bent on sucking reality dry of a pathos. Unlike many Dungeoneers, they know exactly what they are doing, and they simply don't care.
The Fighting Gyarus were hard-faced women in what could only be described as Japanese schoolgirl uniforms, along with some chainmail thrown in for good measure. One of the women, however, was in a strange combination of an American cheerleader uniform and plate mail. She had big pink pom-poms, studded with spikes. Suresh gestured.
That's Cindy Killshot, and those are her palms of insanity. They focus her magic with deadly results.
The image shifted to the cheerleader throwing deadly pink missiles and destroying a swamp dragon's dungeon core while the evil Fighting Gyarus grinned and cheered. Marco sat there blinking, utterly dumbfounded.
You'll never believe this, but I've had very specific dreams of being killed by a group of women who look exactly like that. I mean, exactly. Pretty sure it's prophetic. Although I don't mind. If you have to die, there are definitely worse ways to go.
Logan rolled his eyes and slung an arm around Marco's shoulder. Never. I'd never let murderous schoolgirls kill you.
No, please,
Marco said weakly.
Let them.
Suresh must have noticed the desire in the dungeon satyr's eye, because the professor moved on abruptly.
And now we come to Breaking Bard.
The next picture was a group of skinny, pasty ruffians with their arms crossed. Musical instruments hung off ratty leather armor with a steel pauldron here and there, which seemed more about fashion than protection. They were just a few missed haircuts from looking like a metal band. There didn't seem to be a warrior among them, except maybe some chubby guy who was wearing a shirt of daggers and holding a guitar. Suresh singled him out in particular.
That's Todd Mars, good with a knife and even better at ear-bleeding guitar solos. Breaking Bard is a team of thieving, roguing, loan-sharking bards. Mr. Murray, they know about you, and they want your mushrooms. Todd likes knives a great deal, but he also likes to use his guitar to crack dungeon cores with licks both catchy and dangerous. He's joined by Vince Pinkbottom, Nicky Whiteman, Tommy Lee Ermintrout, and the notorious Mick Fring. They aren't the most motivated of Dungeoneers, but what they lack in motivation, they make up for in magic items. They have a variety of rings, bracelets, and musical instruments that allow them to heal, find traps, and avoid local law enforcement.
Marco had a silly grin on his face.
Gotta be honest, I kinda love them. While I'll never go rogue, Jisoo would kill me dead if I did. If I did go dark side, I would totally join up with them. My loot would fit right in.
His face darkened.
I'd make it fit.
We have 2 left, Professor Suresh said. Next up, the cat's meow.
He flashed a picture that looked a lot like a Thundercats promo circa 1987, but in real life, not animated. It was a collection of Catmen raiders from Kitterzob, all holding medieval weapons. Suresh's eyes narrowed.
This is another powerful group of raiders, and while some have accused me of being from Kitterzob, I am a Rakshasa, not a Ferox. Notice my clearly mannish hands.
He lifted them up, showing them off. Logan was pretty sure he'd recently had a manicure.
Now that I think about it, the cat's meow might be the most powerful group of raiders here, even more adept than the Holy Bowlers, if not for the fact that they can't get along. There is no single leader to corral their baser instincts. They can't even pick a name. For a time, they were the Lightning Cats. Then they were the Cat's Pajamas. and on some worlds they still are. At the moment, for our purposes, we'll refer to them as the Cat's Meow.
Suresh then showed the last of the possible raiding teams.
Finally, we have Lupine Fury. They are a raiding team of shapeshifters, but oddly enough, none of them are actual werewolves, nor do we think there were ever werewolves in the party. Our working hypothesis is that they don't actually know what the word lupine means. Vocabulary isn't their strong point. Cracking dungeon cores and stealing a pothos is.
Suresh showed them side-by-side images of the shifters in their human form, and then in their hybrid form. You had the Turtle Man tank, there was a Porcupine Archer, a Crow Girl Rogue, a Skunk Woman Wizard, and a huge bear wearing a silver helmet. Unlike the others, the bear didn't look like a half-human, half-animal hybrid. It simply looked like an enormous bear in a helmet, though it did have gleaming silver claws on both its hands and its feet. Suresh nodded.
We have precious little information about the Lupine Fury, though it seems that the werebear is the leader. However, there are rumors that the silver helmet is cursed and slowly driving the great ursine beast mad. There are also reports that the non-mammalian shifters aren't integrating very well with the rest of the members of their party. The entire group is bloodthirsty, though, and while they might look adorable in their animal forms, they will kill you if given the chance.
Suresh flashed the last image of a skeleton king, lost in a fog of yellow-green smoke, full of porcupine quill arrows, having his dungeon core gem shattered by the bear's gleaming silver claws.
That picture was taken not but a week ago. The dungeon guardian was Ozzy ossified, and he is no more. The celestial node on Gamma Hybro 6 is also no more, and as a result, the entire Gamma world is withering on the branch. It is a sobering reminder of the kind of evil we are fighting against.
Suresh's gem dimmed.
What we do here is important, people. Never forget that. While I am petty and have my favorites, I am forever vigilant when it comes to the health of the Tree of Souls.
Logan glanced down at the list of possible raiders. Berserker gnomes, the fighting Gyarus, which included a world-ravaging cheerleader with deadly pom-poms, the ultimate Norms, the Holy Bowlers, Breaking Bard, the Cat's Meow, and lastly, Lupine Fury. Who would Logan and Inga end up fighting? Suresh ended his lecture by pointing at the Terrible Twelfth's table.
And so, Logan Murray and Inga Thozatharian, we have a lot to do to prepare you for the semi-finals. I'll expect you and the rest of the tournament class to show up early tomorrow. We still have 3 weeks before the event, but I want you two fully prepared. However, if something unfortunate happened to you in that time, it wouldn't be the end of the world. We still have Fractilla. This would be her chance to shine.
Fractilla the Ice Imp winced and gave Logan a look that said, "I'm so sorry our teacher is wishing death upon you and your friends." Logan hardly noticed. That was just part of life at Shadowcroft Academy. Chapter 21. The next 3 weeks blazed by in a blur of long days, sleepless nights, and early mornings spent training under the unwavering gaze of Rockheart and Suresh the Magnificent. Logan and the Terrible Twelfth drilled, studied, and cultivated for hours at a time, while also learning everything they could about each of the 6 different worlds. The entire process was like drinking from a fire hose. A fire hose that blasted out an unrelenting string of fire ants right into your face. As he stood in the Arena Suprema press room, Logan was honestly relieved that the training was over, and the tournament was finally here. Whatever happened on whatever world he was randomly assigned couldn't possibly be as bad as what Rockhart and Suresh had been able to concoct. Now, there was only one final obstacle to overcome before the semifinals were officially underway. But boy, oh boy, was it a doozy. An official press interview, which wouldn't have been so bad if not for the fact that Inga had a terrible case of stage fright. Logan's and Inga's interview for the Daily Node was being done by Benji Slafiro, who is the magazine's star reporter. Benji was a greater ooze grub, and his dungeon core gem was a fist-sized emerald that sat right in the middle of his expansive, drippy belly. Benji reminded Logan of Jabba the Hutt, if Jabba the Hutt were made of an army of toxic slugs that left horrible trails of sludge all across the floor. Rumor had it Benji had done some actual dungeon work a few centuries earlier, though Marco was pretty sure that it was all a ruse to get some legitimacy. The Warning Bell had done a whole episode on how Benji was working for the Zeta Ridiculons. Logan didn't think so. He did think that Benji knew how to write a good story that sold. The Daily Node was far more tabloid than other respectable periodicals, like the Dungeon Core Quarterly or Monsters Weekly. Even Council Public Radio was better. They had some cheesy line about CPR really getting your heart started in the morning. CPR also had a tuning fork and audio crystal combo listeners could purchase. Logan and Inga had talked with them all. Every interview was the same. Inga would freeze up and not say a word, and Logan would talk way too long and say way too much. It was too late for Marco to take over their PR, especially since he was hanging out with Suresh the Magnificent and some professors and faculty from Nightfall University in the party hall. The last time Logan had seen them, Professor Rick was there as well, with bean dip smeared across the front of his yellow suit. Poor Rick. One good thing was that his entire Fungaloid class had come to cheer Logan on. Currently, they were on viewing deck number 6, overlooking the Arena Suprema fields, which were full of vendors selling a whole slew of things, from tinctures to silverware to balls of twine. There was chatter in the media that Logan Murray's secret cultivation technique involved balls of twine, so those had become the next big thing. Everyone was selling balls of twine and using balls of twine. There was even a book that had come out called The Tao of Twine. People were praising it as the most revolutionary cultivation technique of the century. It seemed twine could help everyone but Logan. At the center of the marketplace was the huge branch of the Tree of Souls, the buy portal that would whisk the competitors away to their randomly assigned dungeons. On the sides of the arena were enormous IMAX-sized video crystals that would broadcast every aspect of the semifinals once they started. For a full week, Sunday to Sunday, the entire arena would be packed and captivated by the inter-school tournament. Logan wished it would just start already. It was Saturday night, another 17 hours until showtime. In less than a day, he and Inga would walk through the buy portal and arrive at their celestial node. There was no telling when the Dungeoneers might hit. It might be that very day, or it might be later in the week. The longer it took, the more likely a powerful group of raiders would show up, because the Council of Dungeons would be feeding the guilds information. Or the spies would. Marco insisted that spies had already told the guilds everything. It was part of the Zeta Ridiculon's master plan to wipe out all dungeons, thus destroying the Tree of Souls so they could take over as the new cosmic power. All would bow before their gray rage. At this point, it was best if Marco didn't talk to the media, even though his piece in Monsters Weekly had been a hit. The picture of him standing in front of his logo for the Tricks Terrible had been tasteful. People were still talking about how weird his dungeon had been. At this point, Logan prayed Benji Slafiro didn't ask about Marco. Every other news outlet had. and it was hard not to sound absolutely insane when talking about the Goat Man.
Mr. Murray,
Benji said, readjusting his grip on his pencil and notepad.
Some say you don't deserve to be here. What do you say to your detractors?
Inga didn't know where to put her 4 hands, so one rubbed her chin meditatively. 2 were behind her back. The last one waved awkwardly.
Hi, Professor Bott.
Logan reached over and lowered her hands for her. That's Professor Bartholomew Neckbet, Logan said, nodding toward the odd vulture man. He's her favorite professor at Shadowcroft. Inga turned the color of a vine-ripened tomato, a very embarrassed tomato. Logan realized his mistake. He's a beloved professor. I mean, Inga likes a lot of professors. She's very good at school. We work well together. I mean, I've only created a symbiotic bond with a few other dungeon cores, and she's one. Ted Akkad is another one, but me and Ted are just friends. There was Melvin, who thought there was this romantic triangle, but there wasn't. Benji licked his pencil and wrote in his notebook.
Romantic triangle. You, the astral moth, and the feline sandmaster from the Coptic champions? Got it. But your love life is one thing, Logan, and your ability to win the interschool tournament is another. You didn't even score a 97% in the Crucible. Yet here you are. Some people say you're cheating by including Inga.
I'm Inga Thosatharian,
she burst out. Then she stood there looking pale and terrified. Logan wanted to go back and drop that whole love triangle thing. But then Benji might ask about Melvin, which wouldn't be good. At all. Best to try and keep the questions on the topic of the tournament. Benji, Logan started. Mr. Slafiro. I had my doubts, but Chadrigoth Nobleblade didn't. He stepped down because he believed that Inga and I have the best possible chance of winning this competition. And I agree with him. We're both Azure Branch cultivators, and working together, there is nothing we can't accomplish. I mean, we fought one of our professors our freshman year and won. And our sophomore year, we stopped an ancient evil.
Oh, really?
Benji wrote so furiously, he was shedding green sludgy grubs like entomological rain.
What ancient evil would that be?
Nothing, Logan nearly shouted. He couldn't sweat as a mushroom man, but heavens, he was trying. Nothing strange with mannequins ever happened, Benji. Let's stick to the competition. We're going to be awesome, as long as we don't get Sucrosia, Twilydia, or Palushan. I mean, we could make Palushan work, and Eurofo wouldn't be bad, I guess. But really, we're hoping for either Necroscant or Angularia. We love rot. I love rot. Inga loves bugs.
So she eats her own bugs? Are they a delicacy?
Inga blinked her big glowing eyes.
What? No. Logan, he has delicious mushrooms and narcotics.
Benji kept writing.
Mushroom guy sells drugs.
That's not... Logan started to say. I mean, I can make all sorts of fungi, but I don't sell anything. Definitely not drugs. I use my various mushrooms as lures. My alchemy teacher might be a giant raccoon who sells narcotics, but I don't know. Benji chuckled.
Oh, we know all about Professor Aracunum Gilligan. Ara is all right. We heard the fumes from his experiments remove most of your memories. Can you confirm that for our many readers?
Logan didn't know how to answer. He didn't want to say another word. This whole interview had been terrible. But Benji wasn't done.
Do you have any words for Winter Silver?
He asked, quickly changing tack to keep them on their toes.
She's the favored, and it's a straight 1-to-1 bet. You've slipped down to 5-to-1 odds. Don't feel too bad. Lorena Quartz is 10-to-1. Have you made any bets yourself? It's not illegal, you know.
No, I don't have money. I don't think. Logan tried to remember. Gold pieces, maybe. Inga, do we have gold? Inga waved.
Hi, Professor Bart.
Benji rolled his beady little grubby eyes.
We've covered that already.
Treacle trundled over after seeing Inga's frantic waving. But instead of his normal big steampunk coat, he was wearing a cloak he'd crocheted himself. It was brown, black, and gold, and it didn't quite work. The Minotaur was carrying his grubby jawbreaker, which oozed almost as much as Benji. He'd lick it every once in a while and grimace. Logan thought he was a trooper to even try at this point. Benji glanced over at the big Minotaur nervously, but then gestured with his pencil.
Who is this Melvin you mentioned?
The Minotaur saved them.
Logan, Inga, I hate to interrupt, but you have some waivers to sign and some fans to talk to. Everyone loves you. Of course they should, because you two are clearly going to win.
Oh, and who are you?
Benji Slafiro asked.
Treacle Glimmerhappy.
Treacle shoved the jawbreaker into the ooze grub's face.
Would you like a lick?
No, not at all. The ooze grub was a little taken aback. Understandable since there was a great deal of hair on the candy.
Are you sure?
Treacle grew a few inches, thanks to some hydraulics in his legs. He loomed. There was a great deal of looming.
Very sure.
Benji gulped.
I think I got everything I need.
The ooze grub gave them one last weighing look, then shook his head and went sliding away to call after Britta Scary, the laughing lich from Plaguebringer College. It was well known that she was confident that she could handle any of the dungeons, and if she didn't get necroscant, she wouldn't even care. Marco had some great ideas about how a ghostly rock candy cave might be really frightening. Then again, the Laughing Lich would do well in any of the celestial nodes, except maybe for the Fishmouth Dungeon, though that would be a stretch for any of them, especially Woody Bone Splinters and Lorena Quartz. Everyone knew Lorena Quartz wanted Twylidia. Crystals and sand were natural companions. Inga fell against Treacle.
Thank you so much for saving us.
Treacle stuck the hairy jawbreaker in his mouth so he could pat the astral moth's back. Inga finally found the strength to stand on her own 2 feet.
Well, Benji was the last of them. If I never get interviewed again, it will be too soon.
Amen to that, Logan agreed with a nod. Do you want to come and meet my fungaloid friends from my class? We're going to check out the arena market before bed. Inga wrung her hands. All 4 of them.
I'd like to meet them, but we're not going to the party tonight, right? I don't want to dance. I want to sleep, maybe do some tax prep. But mostly, I want this night to be over. I wish we knew which dungeon we'd get.
Logan patted her arms. At least 2 of them anyway. Inga, we're going to be fine. We've trained for this. And if they throw us a curveball, we'll do what we always do.
Pretend we know what we're doing and hope for the best?
She replied sheepishly. We'll improvise, adapt, and overcome, he said, radiating confidence that he didn't necessarily feel. We've been triumphant before, even in the face of impossible odds, and we'll be triumphant again. Believe you me. Inga nodded hesitantly.
Do you really think so?
Logan turned to Treacle. She's not going to believe it coming from me. So how about it, Treak? Do you think we have what it takes to win? The Minotaur belched, and there was some clacking as the jawbreaker rattled against his teeth. But then he was smiling.
If past is future, if spring rain follows cold snow, summer's victory. That means you'll do what you've always done. You will win.
Logan shot Treacle a finger gun. Exactly. And the best part? I won't be alone. I'll have that esprit de corps that I love so much. Speaking of which, let's go meet the gang of fungi. Once they got away from the reporters, the rest of the night was a blast, despite Inga's initial reservations. Logan, Inga, and Treacle walked through the market with the mushroom cores. Trio didn't get in too many arguments with himself. Amanda was amazed at everything for sale at all the stalls. Gary Bernardi didn't try to shake anyone's hand, and Pewig Bulge managed to speak a few very cordial sentences. Even Yee's Tea was on his best behavior, and only stalked away once. Eventually, he even returned like nothing had happened. Logan and Inga did swing by the party before going back to their suites. Marco was dancing with Jisoo, who worked as a rogue dungeon hunter for the Arkandor Initiative. Kavandri Spencer was also dancing. Blood-splattered apron, shark teeth, barbed wire sunglasses, and all. It became crystal clear to Logan that Blade Ghoul dungeon cores shouldn't dance. It was too terrifying of a sight. At one point, Shadowcroft himself came over to wish Logan good luck. The big trio in dungeon core smiled at him.
You've certainly come a long way, Logan Murray. To think, you'll be representing us tomorrow. I hope you do well, and I hope you survive, for I still believe that you will do many, many, many wonderful things in your time.
Logan looked up at the kindly old tree man. I'll be happy to just get through the next week. Then Shadowcroft was drawn back into a conversation with Lolozi Webbs, who was thrilled that 2 of her students were competing. At one point, they ran into Winter Silver. Not that the White Worm bothered to even acknowledge their presence. She made direct eye contact, sniffed dismissively, then turned and headed deeper into the crowd. Inga was a bit upset by the interaction, but had mostly forgotten about it by the time they got back to her hotel room. After saying goodnight, Logan went to sleep in his black mold bed, wrapped in total darkness, with the scent of rot hanging heavy in the air. It was damp. It was cool. It was perfect. Until a slightly drunk goat man shook him awake. It was after 4 a.m., and Marco sat on Logan's bed, not even caring that it was getting some slime on him.
Buddy, wake up. I just wanted to tell you that I believe in you. I had a great time tonight, and I'm about to go get some sleep. But you better believe that I'll be there cheering you on. I love you, man.
Logan laughed. If you loved me, you'd let me sleep.
Don't be that way, Logan. I want you to really hear how I feel.
I do, Marco. And thanks, Logan said. Love you too, bud. Now get out of here and let me get a little more sleep. The satyr stumbled out the door, and Logan's heart felt full. Oddly enough, he wasn't scared. And he kept that courage, all through the hurrahs of the next morning, the parades, the bands, the congratulations, and all the pomp. The 7 competitors walked down the main thoroughfare cutting through the market, with cheering crowds on both sides. Winter Sliver went first, while Logan and Inga went last, waving at people. Pewig had expanded out to his full size, and on his back were the Fungaloids, all holding up Go Logan and Inga signs. Treacle and Marco stood with a bunch of dungeon cores from Shadowcroft, right at the front. Treacle waved rather energetically at them as Marco strummed his lute, conjuring a host of tentacle horrors that all held signs of their own. Some were what you'd expect. Go Logan, go Inga, mushrooms and bugs forever. You can't stop the fungi. He has tons of morals. Don't bug Inga, or she'll centipede all over you. Others came direct from DMMR and the warning bell. Stop the Zeta Ridiculons. The Spore Lords are watching. Don't trust anyone over 1,000. Inga turned to him. Her antennae were drawn in tight. She gave him a nervous smile.
Do we have this?
Yeah, we got this, he said, feeling utterly confident for the first time in a long time. They had trained. They had a good plan. And now all that was left to do was execute. Lolosi Webb stood on a stage made of webs hanging between branches of the grand gnarled tree. Her voice rang out over the crowds.
We shall not keep the dungeon cores waiting. They will enter the buy portal in order of their scores. Above, you will see which dungeons they have been assigned, and I assure you, they will be random. The semifinals will begin at noon sharp and will last one standard week. During that time,
We're gonna party until we die,
Marco roared. The crowd roared back. Lolosi Webbs unceremoniously blasted Marco in the face with webs so he wouldn't be able to interrupt her again. The Spider Queen turned headmistress cleared her throat.
as I was saying, during that time we will have a constant view of the competitors as they fight to save the celestial nodes from a team of dungeoneers. Once they have either succumbed to the raiders or killed off the evil heroes, we shall reinstate the original dungeon core, and the competitors will be scored by our judges. Winter Silver Grace Freeze, you are first with a score of 99.25.
Logan was surprised at her last name. Winter Silver Grace Freeze? It sounded like she'd known she'd eventually become a big, huge frozen wyvern. Interesting. Winter Silver bowed, gave her fans a wave, and then touched the tree trunk. She was gone in seconds. Above, the video crystals revealed her appearing in Angularia, which would work out well for her. With her ice powers, she had plenty of moisture to work with. The giant fish might not be happy about the process, and it might wind up with a nasty brain freeze, but most likely, Winter Silver would be fine. The crowd of onlookers erupted in enthusiastic cheering, and people started new betting. Reporters scribbled notes or talked into audio crystals. Inga sighed. Logan bumped her with his hip. Sure, it would have been nice to have fungi in a fish's mouth, but it's not the end of the world. We could still get necroscant. Lolosi Webbs continued.
Next up, with a score of 98.99, is the Sylvan Revenant, Woody Bone Splinters. Woody, please touch the tree.
The spectral undead tree floated forward and was ushered away across the multiverse. In an eye blink, he was standing at the entrance of the Kentucky mines, on the distant world of Palushan. There was a gasp from the crowds. Tough break. That wasn't ideal at all for Woody, since there was far more rock than dirt, and growing a forest underground wouldn't be easy. However, there would be corpses he could raise for his army, and he had root-based magic at his disposal. Nevertheless, Logan was sure that Woody had to be freaking out a bit. Next up was Tommy Bugnut, the roly-poly Kodiak, who had come in third. He was transported to Eurofo, which was probably the most generic choice for a dungeon, but neither good nor bad in the grand scheme of things. He'd be okay. It was your basic setup. Not too strange or fancy about that. The real blow was that Britta Scary wound up with the ancient necropolis that spanned the entire globe. She'd be protecting the grand tomb of anonymity. Thematically, it was perfect for her. A lucky break like that could mean the Laughing Lich would be laughing her way all the way to the winner's circle. For Logan and Inga, however, it was tragic. Only 2 worlds were left. Both of them were bad for Logan and Inga. In other news, there was no way of knowing which of the raiding parties would show up. Logan and Inga could very well face the berserker gnomes in the Candy World, or the holy bowlers in Twilydia. The guy with the bowling ball flail probably wouldn't have to worry about sand. Logan thought about the rest of the raiders with a bad feeling in his belly. Breaking Bard, the Cat's Meow, the Fighting Gyarus, the Ultimate Norms, and Lupine Fury. Lorena Quartz turned around and smiled weakly.
I'm so sorry, guys. Forgive me, but I do hope I get Twilydia because I like sand so much.
Inga tried to be polite.
Who doesn't like sand?
Anakin Skywalker, Logan muttered. When Inga gave him a confused look, he shrugged. It's a very specific cultural reference. I think I've made it before. In the end, Lorena Quartz got her wish. She was thrown into the Forkswa Desert on Twilydia. The crowd went silent. They all knew what it meant. Logan and Inga would be going to Secrosia. The Candy World might have been sweet for some of the other semifinalists, but for the Fungaloid and the Astral Moth, it was incredibly sour. Chapter 22. Logan didn't exactly smell in the human sense of the word, but all of his senses reeled after being on Secrosia for 5 minutes. They walked through a candy forest where birds like Easter peeps chirped from chocolate trees, covered with green frosting leaves. A colorful candy path led through the trees to the cliffs made of red rock candy. Strawberry. Or cherry, maybe. The steps leading into the dungeon had been gouged in that strange candy stone. The air was dry, which wasn't surprising because it probably rained Coca-Cola, which was a diuretic. The whole place gave Logan a digestion pit ache and made his non-existent teeth tingle. Inga's body lit up thanks to her lunar aura power, though she also used reflective sight, which allowed her to see in the dark. And Logan had his fungal vision, though the spores leaking out of his gills weren't finding any kind of home in the myriad of overly sweet, candied surfaces. He had a bad feeling in his belly. Inga saw the concern etched into the lines of his face.
Let us not worry, Logan, she said, patting him on the shoulder. You gave me a rousing speech not 20 minutes ago. Remember, we've been through far worse than this. Taking on Rockheart, assassination attempts by Chadragoth, defeating Billy Scales. We're better than this. You said so yourself. Besides, it's distinctly possible that the Dungeoneers might not find us for several days.
Logan let out a breath, releasing the tension he was holding in his shoulders. Yeah, you're right. This place is a bit overwhelming. Let's go see what the Dungeon Corps left us. What was her name again?
Diabetti,
Inga said.
She was an Arcanus confectionery mage, which is why she was hand-selected for this node. Not many of her kind around, as you can imagine.
Logan recalled the handful of pictures and the brief they'd received during their prep class. Diabetti was a jolly, cherry-cheeked elderly woman with a big belly and a bigger laugh. She could cast all sort of candy spells, had minions fashioned from gumdrops, and could hurl bubblegum grenades. Pretty standard candy-themed death traps. They followed the rock steps down to a warren of cobbled candy-stone corridors and confectionery rooms. Without a dungeon core in residence, however, all the traps, frills, and minions were gone. The place was barren of life and completely unnatural. The pit in his stomach grew as they wandered into a large, natural cavern covered with stalactites and stalagmites. But they weren't made from rock. They had rounded points and were striped like Christmas candy canes. In one corner of the cavern was a jawbreaker cave-in. Huge candy boulders were strewn about in a pile, Everything about this world was off. Strange. There was nothing even remotely natural about this environment. Sucrosia was a magical candy world, pure and simple, and the Apothos here was all over the place. There were several chambers where light from the sky above glowed through blue rock the color of blue raspberry Jolly Ranchers. There was definite Luminosus Apothos, as well as Vita and some air. There was zero Morta and zero Toxicus, and only trace amounts of Corrosivus. And that likely came from the Soda Pop River that meandered through the dungeon. In a way, that all made sense. Candy was all about light, air, and life. It was a terrible turn of events for Logan and Inga, especially since it seemed like every inch of the dungeon was packed with preservatives that seemed specifically designed to prevent the growth of mold and spores. They literally couldn't have picked a worse dungeon. It wasn't long before they were standing in the circular inner sanctum, where a chocolate fountain bubbled contentedly. The pedestal of the dungeon itself was like the Game of Thrones throne, except this one was made out of giant lollipops. Logan kind of liked the look of it. He noticed a note stuck to the front of the throne.
Hi, friends. Good luck in the tournament. I emptied out everything to give you a blank slate. This is a very special place, as you'll soon see. I just know you'll do great with lures and traps and minions. Keep it sweet. Love, Betty.
Logan inhaled, and all he smelled was the cloying scent of sugar. Even with the chocolate pond, there was so little moisture in the air. He breathed out spores to create a lure. His opal truffle mushrooms, the very first lure, and the ones he was best at making. His spores swirled around the floor, across the floor, and even reached the chocolate pond, and promptly fizzled and died in a most anticlimactic fashion. Just as he'd initially feared, he couldn't grow a thing here. Inga? Logan sent. I can't grow my mushrooms in this place. Not at all. That means I can't make my normal lures and traps. Since they had the symbiotic bond, they could communicate telepathically. Inga had the telltale fungal growths across her shoulders, and also some growths that melded in with her natural skin color. Those that did stick out were covered by Melvin's fedora.
That's terrible news, but we knew this was a possibility. Sugar is a natural preservative, after all. What about minions? Any luck with those?
Let me try. Logan concentrated, circulating a surge of Apothos out from his core, channeling it through his body as he willed it to take shape. But it was like trying to dig through bedrock with his nubby, fungaloid fingers. A nimbus of Morta energy formed around his guardian form in a cloud, and slowly but surely it took shape, resolving into Mariah. The skull-capped floor boss looked more than a little bit sheepish, since Logan was having significant trouble generating her crimson coral armor and her shepherd's hook. It wasn't like she was anatomically correct, but still, she looked at him uncertainly.
Naked, boss, she squeaked. I've primitive feelings of shame and embarrassment.
Logan breathed a sigh of relief, which allowed more spores to pour down, though they didn't go anywhere helpful. However, that relief was short-lived. Creating Mariah had drained a lot of his Apothos. He'd have to start making digestion pits as soon as possible. Inga tilted her head.
Well, that is an unfortunate turn of events. But, thankfully, you are not alone in this endeavor, my friend, she sent. There is no doubt that this place is strange, but there is a significant amount of Luminosus and Vita Apothos here to work with. Worst case scenario, we can use my lures and traps.
Logan had to smile. That's right. Since you ranked up to B class, you have so many cool things. Let me take a peek at your Guardian Core Matrix. Then we'll come up with a plan. A second later, Inga's stats filled his vision, Inga Thosatherian, Guardian Core Matrix. Base race, Astral Moth. Current evolution, Lunar Mothras. Cultivator class, Iron Trunk Cultivator, B class rank 10. Primary elemental affinities, Vita/Luminosis. Racial abilities, Flight, Astral Migration, Dust Dodge, New. Racial scale, Breed, Golden Centipedes, Spike Flies, Suki Ants, Generate Arachnid, New. Mothrill abilities, Reflective Sight, Chrysalis Swords, Metamorphosis. Mothrill Propagation, Insect Infection, Lepidopteral Reflex, Chrysalis Jewels and Gemstone Butterflies, New. Lunarmancy, Moonlance, Lunar Aura, Lunar Horror Creations, Moon Sand Manipulations, New. Lunar Phase Augmentations, New. Crescent Moon Mayhem, 50% resistance against earth-based and water-based magic, protection against Apothos types, Terra, Malice, Magma, Aqua. Attackers take damage for any successful strikes. Full Moon Fever, locked. New Moon Madness, locked. Logan noticed the new and updated notices, which came as something of a surprise. It had been months since Inga had leveled up. Thanks to their symbiotic bond, Inga could sense his curiosity.
I know you've had a lot on your mind, so I wanted to remind you of how things have changed since I became an Azure Branch Cultivator. Yes, I am now a Lunar Mothras. It's like Mistress, but decidedly not.
Logan winced. Sorry, I feel like a bad friend, but I do remember a few things. Your dust dodge, for example, makes it harder for Dungeoneers to hit you. You literally fill the air with dust.
And light them up with my lunar aura,
Inga explained.
I'm excited to generate some spiders, which was a skill I was ambivalent about at first. Spiders aren't true insects, you know, and there are already so many arachnid dungeon cores. But Professor Arquetta pointed out that there are so many of them because they work. Why reinvent the wheel, especially if the wheel works and survival is on the line? Besides, having a more diverse skill set is wise for situations just such as this. With that said, I'm still very pleased about my new lunar phase augmentations. Those abilities will pay off in time.
Logan then saw how Inga was going to save them. Remind me again what Chrysalis Jewels and the Gemstone Butterflies are? I think all the sugar is literally rotting my brain in real time. Inga sent him a vision of a dozen diamond-studded cocoons opening to reveal butterflies made of emeralds, rubies, and sapphires. The butterflies fluttered their wings and went flying around above their chrysalises, which could still be gathered for their diamonds.
Each chrysalis is priceless on its own, Inga explained, so raiders can sell them on the open market. However, the husks are also an ingredient in a potion that can help with cultivation. The butterflies themselves can be utilized to improve light and fire-based magic, namely, Ignis and Luminosis Apothos.
Those are some excellent lures, Logan sent, nodding along in appreciation. I have no idea what I'd do without you. I couldn't imagine trying to do this alone. The chocolate pond reminded him of something, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Inga nodded, her antennae bouncing below the fedora.
Think nothing of it, Logan. None of us are as strong alone as we are with the power of friendship. You have done the same for me more times than I can count. Also, we have that esprit de corps that you enjoy so much. We shall get through this together.
As for traps, since we can't employ your fungi, we can use my moon sand manipulations. That and the dungeon itself.
We will also have to rely heavily on our minions, but we've faced that challenge more than a few times. We need to be smart about how we use them.
Inga was right on the mark about that, and Logan's mind was already whirling with possibilities. Tell me more about your astral migration and your insect infection, he said, using the pedestal interface to observe the sprawl of rooms and corridors. This competition wasn't just about defeating the raiders, it was about doing so efficiently. Having Inga create the bulk of the lures, traps, and minions would allow them to conserve a large amount of apothos.
The two go hand in hand,
Inga said excitedly.
Insect infection allows me to draw a swarm of biting insects from out of the astral plane that I can use to swarm, upset, confuse, or even kill raiders. So too, I draw upon astral migration for my lunar horror creations, which gives me a great deal of flexibility when it comes to fashioning my minions. Lastly, as I unlock my lunar phase augmentations, I'll draw upon astral migration to allow my guardian form to teleport anywhere within a dungeon, and eventually, anywhere in the multiverse.
Logan was impressed. I see. So astral migration is more of a base ability that you can layer other skills onto.
Precisely, Inga said. Hence, there might be more abilities I can unlock over time.
Logan plucked his core gem out of his belly. Let's link up to the dungeon to see how we can alter the base design. Diabetes sure didn't leave us much to work with. He lifted a hand to forestall Inga's objection. I know, tournament rules say that for the semifinals, existing guardians should leave the celestial node exactly how they found it. Exactly.
Betty was just following the rules.
Inga tossed her gem over the game of Lollipop's throne, where it circled around the top. Logan flipped his gem into the air, where it joined Inga's in a lazy dance, like a pair of planets orbiting a candy-coated sun. He immediately felt every inch of the existing structure, from the entrance steps, down through the natural cavern, to the inner sanctum and the chocolate pond. Yes, this celestial node was full of Luminosus and Vita, but there were other flavors of Apothos, as well as a surprising flexibility in what they could shape. Logan realized two things. One, on this magic world, they could create some very cool and very powerful structures, and it wouldn't require him to summon virtually anything. And second, this celestial node was practically begging for a Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory makeover. Inga caught a few of his thoughts. She had a dozen questions. What was this Chocolate Factory story? Who was Willy Wonka? Why was the name of the movie different from the book? Why would anyone think to attempt a remake? All good questions. Logan spent 45 minutes trying to explain. Was it a waste of precious time? Maybe. Was it worth it? Definitely. It allowed them to create their masterpiece. Chapter 23. Inga finally relented.
Very well, Logan. We'll call it a murder factory, but we can't use the name Willy Wonka. Thanks to all your culturally specific references, I've taken it upon myself to extensively study copyright laws throughout the multiverse. While Dungeoneers are bad, IP attorneys are so much worse. Even I've heard of Disney.
Logan didn't even blink at that one. Out of all the weirdness, the fact that Disney had multi-dimensional IP lawyers seemed like the least weird thing he'd heard all day. Fine. We'll call it Wally Wonko's Murder Factory. If only we had Marco. He could use his gravity manipulations, aka juggling, for the soda pop room, and some kind of candy blade fans. That's a pipe dream, though. But I'll still want a conveyor belt room, and we definitely need a chocolate river, boiling hot and deadly. Do you think we can build a boat? Inga didn't even pause. They were already mapping out the general setup.
We'll want minions and traps up front, she said. We can turn the soda pop river into chocolate, very hot chocolate. and use it to connect the two parts of the dungeon. It will be splendid.
Logan had the idea of turning the cavern into a grand staircase that led down to the Chocolate River, and the entrance to the dungeon itself would be equally grand. They could create a huge gate with the name of the factory stamped up high. Then it would be a gumdrop path that led to the front doors, which they could cut into the rock candy cliffs, kind of like Petra, the UNESCO World Heritage Site in the Kingdom of Jordan back on Earth. Logan contemplated the natural aspects of the cavern. Those stalactites are rounded, but you could fly some waddlers up there, right? Mariah looked dubious. She squeaked suspiciously.
Mushrooms not growing on the ground tend to suffer from vertigo. I prefer to vertistay.
Inga winced.
Why am I not surprised your skullcap waddler floor boss has the same sense of humor as you?
Logan was on a roll. We fly Mariah and some waddlers up to the stalactites, maybe some curry boo-boos, and they lick the candy until it's razor sharp.
Sharp candy?
Inga's antennae shrank as her brow furrowed. Trust me, Inga. You don't even understand the concept of sharp until you've had a candy cane sucked on by a 5-year-old until it has a tip that can punch through a molecule. Your lunar horror creations can fly them up to the roof, and we can make hidden roosts for them. When the time is right, we trigger the trap. Stalactite spears fall, and we have my skullcap waddlers riding in on your killer moths. Inga's excitement filled the bare inner sanctum.
Yes, I love it. One thing I was thinking. We've been taught to maximize Apothos usage to fill up space. But I'm sensing that with this dungeon, the malleable nature of the candy environment will allow us more freedom to use blank spaces and ruined rooms. If we do this right, we can imbue the atmosphere with an unsettling sense of foreboding, like a derelict business going bankrupt. What if Wally Wonka is past his prime? What if his business is failing, and he's gone insane? To deal with his fears and disappointments, he created a twisted world of bittersweet memories of more successful times. Would that be a good backstory?
Logan had to take a minute.
Inga? That's so Marco of you.
But yes, I think we definitely work on that theme. The boat we create for the lava chocolate river can be dilapidated, but we'll need to make it seaworthy. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's map this out and get started. Connected to the dungeon, Logan showed Inga the basic design. From the imposing rock candy gates, the raiders would take the gumdrop walkway to the front doors, which would open into the reception room. Logan considered putting a trap on the gumdrop walkway, maybe add some explosions. But no. They would lull raiders into a false sense of security with a normal pathway. Then, when they reached the reception room, that was where Inga's hideously powerful golden centipede Spartan floor boss, Roy Boy, would be waiting. They'd have him working at a reception desk, while a horde of other insectile horrors hid in the walls, waiting for their chance to strike. Strange that the candy room would vomit out giant insects. It was perfect. And it was a kill room, where they should be able to take out at least one of the Dungeoneers. It was a tactic that they'd used during their freshman year finals. Instead of playing it safe early on, they'd front-load the entryway with some of their toughest minions. Also in the reception room would be a cheery fountain, with a depiction of Wally Wonka himself, which would look like Logan when he was in his first fungaloid form. A happy little mushroom man topped with a top hat, holding a cane, and wearing a brand new purple suit. Thematically, this would be Wally Wonka at his most cheerful. If the raiders made it to the inner sanctum, or even to the conveyor belt hell room, they would find Logan's current form, which was tall, dark, and twisted. His suit would be full of holes, the cane would be gone, and the hat would be evil. Such an evil hat. The reception room's fountain would also serve as the first of Logan's digestion pits. And the minute they crafted the fountain, they started loading it up with jawbreaker boulders. The white bespeckled stones were absolutely everywhere. Logan had some plans for those, but he soon realized something else. He couldn't make his crimson coral, but Inga, with the help of her lunar horror creations ability, could take the jawbreaker material and transform it into nigh indestructible armor with a little bit of elbow grease. It was a subtle act of crafting. The newly minted armor were endogenous manifestations that would never survive outside of the dungeon walls, but the minions didn't need to leave the confines of the dungeon. This was purely defensive. Logan tried, and he was able to use the jawbreaker armor as well. That would tie all of the themes together: candy, mushrooms, and insects. To be sure, Inga's candy-coated centipedes added a sense of the macabre to Wally Wonko's murder factory. And that meant Mariah could have her own armor as well: speckled white jawbreaker covering her mushy mushroom body. But since Logan couldn't summon her staff, they still needed to manufacture a suitable weapon. Logan kept his mind open as they continued to meticulously build their dungeon. The reception room connected to the delicious hallway of bubblegum doorways. The doors on the left would lead to boring office rooms, mostly derelict spaces full of crumbling rock candy walls or filing cabinets full of bogus documents. These would also be endogenous manifestations, relatively cheap as far as Apothos was concerned. One of the filing cabinet rooms would have giant centipedes tucked away, as well as one of Inga's chrysalis jewels. Just a little taste of the treasures to come. It was always good to tease raiders with potential riches. Meanwhile, the bubblegum doorways on the right would lead to the Grand Cavern Staircase and Funland, which was a whimsical place of green sugar crystal grass and imposing rock candy stalactites and stalagmites. They changed the formations to be red, not striped, which matched the solid green of the sugary grass and white of the thick frosting that lay across the room like frozen snow. A gleaming fondant staircase would circle around a burbling pit of killer fungi, Logan's second digestion pit. The Grand Cavern Staircase and Funland would have the falling stalactites, along with Logan's minions, all mounted on Inga's lunar horror moths like a Na'vi riding a Turok. Inga had more questions. What was fondant? What was a Na'vi? And what was a Turok? Logan explained the thick French frosting as well as the big blue people and the giant birds from the movie Avatar. Logan started to talk about the sequels, which was a daring gambit for any production company, but Inga silenced him immediately. Specific cultural references wouldn't help them. The fondant on the stairs wasn't just for show, however. It served to conceal slabs of thick yellow quicksand cake. Hot, undercooked, and extremely gooey. While trudging down the steps, the raiders would eventually find themselves knee-deep in molten hot baked goods, slogging through a confectionery bog that was as delicious as it was deadly. Their movements would be severely hindered when the ceiling came falling down and the monsters attacked. Logan had another epiphany. There was some strange rock that smelled like spearmint. It was actually wintermint, and it had magical properties. It was very cold and could drop the temperature of a room. The wintermint candy would also make amazing spears. With only a little concentration, he had a weapon for Mariah. The whole place had so much magic running through it that some of the building materials had special abilities. It was how they could turn the Soda Pop River into a molten lava chocolate river. Speaking of which, assuming the raiders survived the reception room and traversed the Grand Cavern Staircase in Funland, they would eventually find themselves down on the Dum Dum Docks, a whole pier made out of dum-dums, which was a nice foreshadowing of the game of Lollipop's Throne, the last bit of grandeur left for Wally Wonko. There on the Dum-Dum docks, the Dungeoneers would board the good ship Smarty, a whole boat made of magical Smarties resting on ridiculously hot chocolate. At the bow, Mariah would be waiting for the raiders, decked out in jawbreaker armor and wielding a Wintermint spear that had a 15% chance of slowing enemies with a successful strike. They'd added a variety of openings to her jawbreaker armor so she could pour out narcotic spores from her gills. They couldn't well block those up. Logan wanted to make sure that the boat ride was as psychedelic as possible. Just like in the movie. The raiders not driven to the edge of insanity by the boat ride would arrive at the Gummy Bear docks, which would invariably take them to the enchanted candy forest. If they didn't get off at the docks, they'd have another chance to escape the boat at a secret pier down the way, right before the rapids smashed the boat to pieces and killed any adventurers still on board. Most likely, though, the raiders would debark for the enchanted candy forest, where a myriad of even more horrific creatures awaited. Logan and Inga went for a dark, sugary Mirkwood feel, and that included giant spiders on cotton candy webs. The webs themselves were pink and blue, but the spiders were covered in a rubbery coating of gummy bear material, which looked horrific against their bulging black bodies. The gummy armor on their cephalothorax and abdomen allowed their legs more movement. Their fangs dripped with venom that tasted like root beer. Logan sampled it. It was very rooty. He hadn't loved spiders back when he'd been human, but now, hanging out with Inga and her love of cosmic etymology, he found them oddly endearing in a strange sort of way. They were so hideous that they became cute, especially perched in their neon-bright spun sugar webs. Sampling their venom was peculiar, sure, but it wasn't like the deadly toxin could hurt him. One of his passive fungal form powers was poison immunity. He had no immunity against delicious root beer. Square in the center of the enchanted candy forest was the last of Logan's digestion pits, which was already busy breaking down more jawbreaker boulders. Those boulders were filled with potent terra apothos, which could be stripped of affinity and repurposed. With the influx of energy from the celestial node and the pure apothos from the boulders, Logan was able to generate more minions, including a whole regiment of curry boo-boos. The adorable cleric mushrooms were going to be everywhere, providing healing for their troops. The main exit from the enchanted candy forest snaked through the trees. However, there were two side exits that led to dual jawbreaker boulder traps straight out of Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark. Logan liked that both side passageways had the same trap, because there was a chance the raiders would think the coast would be clear and be less prepared. However, if they followed the pathway to the main exit, it would funnel them into the Wintermint corridor, which was a rocky passageway riddled with spikes. The air was so cold in the cramped corridor that it would supernaturally slow the raiders. If they took a passageway to the left, it would lead them to a supposedly empty room, but the floor was made from moon sand. It would act like quicksand. While they fought to free themselves, Inga's nearly invisible Tsuki ants would descend on the trapped raiders like a biblical plague. Logan felt bad about that trap. Well, almost. The passageway to the right of the Wintermint corridor would be full of Logan's waddlers and sporewargs, who would come charging into the corridor while the Dungeoneers struggled against the biting cold. If the Dungeoneers made it to the end of the Wintermint corridor, they would enter the Piece de Resistance, the conveyor belt hell room, which would have the last of their minions prepared to bring death upon the raiders. Along with the monsters, the room would be full of conveyor belts carrying different colors of explosive candies and chocolates. Treacle had spent days working with both Logan and Inga to make sure they understood the basics of crafting with malice, or kinetic energy, and fulgar, or electrical-based apothos. The candy materials were so malleable that they were able to fill them with malice. Logan made the joke about malleable malice. Inga didn't laugh. The final dungeon was nothing like Logan or Inga would have ever planned on. But in the end, the world of Sucrosia had been a blessing to them. A platform in conveyor belt hell, where the raiders would enter, had a view of the inner sanctum, the grand throne room of Wally Wonko, which would be guarded by both Logan and Inga. Logan would be playing the titular character of Wally Wonko, the once jovial candy lord now perverted by his failures and a life of excess, a nod to Marco. Piled around the dilapidated throne would be heaps of chrysalis jewels. The gemstone butterflies would be fluttering through the air, drifting on an unfelt breeze. As an homage to Logan, it would also be full of candy mushrooms, which were for decoration only. However, they gave the throne room a strangeness that Logan appreciated. He knew Marco was watching, and the satyr would be so proud of them. Thematically, their dungeon was perfect. All during the setup, though, Logan was worried that at any minute, they'd discover Dungeoneers at their doorstep. Since they didn't have any active raiders, Inga's golden Spartan centipede stood sentry at the reception room, keeping an eye out. Even if the floor boss didn't see anything, Logan and Inga could feel any movement in their dungeon's AOI, or area of influence, which extended well beyond the entrance. So far, no one had showed. Another blessing. They worked overnight, so by Monday around noon, they were ready. Exhausted but satisfied, Logan rested on his throne, one leg draped over the armrest. Inga sat on a sugar toadstool near him, looking almost as tired as Logan felt. She also looked worried. Thanks to their symbiotic bond, he didn't even have to ask her what was bothering her. Her thoughts were splayed out before him like a picture book. She was nervous about a team of raiders that weren't on the list they prepared for showing up. "We got this," Logan sent. "I have to say, this is our best dungeon yet. It has so many kill rooms and innovative traps. Plus, working with the candy has been a lot easier than shaping stone." Inga gave him an uncertain smile. "While I appreciate your talent as a motivational speaker, it doesn't change the fact that an S-class Dungeoneer could show up and destroy us. I don't want that. My journey at Shadowcroft has been very unexpected. We've had so many adventures together, and I'm not ready for them to end." "They won't," Logan assured her. "Even if our cores get shattered, we'll go on, Inga, in the Tree of Souls. But that's not going to happen. We have our amazing minions. We have our traps. We have a plan. No matter who comes through that entryway, all we have to do is execute our vision, and we're going to walk away, victorious." Logan meant every word. In the end, though, Inga was right. There was no telling who would show up at their door. But that was what it meant to be a dungeon core in the real world. This was what life was like every day for those who graduated from Shadowcroft. Danger came with the territory. So long as they followed the plan, fought smart, and worked together as a team, Logan was certain that there was nothing they couldn't overcome. Chapter 24. Lou Shador, the A-class Rank 1 cultivator of legend, stood in the newly refurbished Situation Room of the Scarlet Paradox Dungeoneering Guild. The clutter was gone. The magical crystalline holotable was at the center of the room, as it should be, and around it were a dozen high-backed chairs made of polished pumpwood with gemstone accents. Shador had paid for the chairs and furnishings himself. He certainly had the gold for it. The Scarlet Paradox was booming. Raiders were constantly traveling to remote dungeons, while weary survivors returned and paid their tax of gold and apothos. Sometimes, The raiders cultivated the energy, but Hardclaw had magic items capable of drawing the energy from their cores. Other times, the Dungeoneers brought Apothos coins to pay their dues. Those were valuable. A little gold, a little platinum, a bit of the mystical energy keeping the multiverse alive. Magic mirrors were also good for storing Apothos and transferring it around, but they were bulky and had the unfortunate habit of breaking. Many preferred to store it in Apothos acorns, which made perfect sense considering it was the tree of souls that connected all the known worlds and gave them life. Shador stood with his arms crossed, waiting for his glow brigade to arrive. He inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of his special incense blend, which burned in the corners. Savage meditation. As tough as he was, he needed incense. It was also one of the best-selling items in his impressive merchandise line. The 6 different celestial nodes being used for the Dungeon Academy's tournament flickered in the air over the nicked and scratched table, which now had a certain charm, since the room wasn't packed with filing cabinets. An archive in the basement had been built to accommodate the files. The Scarlet Paradox had hired a birdwoman from Toriopa to handle the paperwork. Those Okatori loved to archive. What a waste. And so boring. Lou Shador could tolerate a lot of the downsides of this dungeoneering business, but he had absolutely zero tolerance for boredom. Zero. As he watched the images appearing and disappearing over the table in rapid-fire succession, he couldn't believe how far he'd come. To think, he'd started off on Humania, the same homeworld as Marky Softscales, which was kind of a weird coincidence. While Marky had gone on to become a Crimson Void Viper, Lou Shador had only been a disgraced deep-root cultivator, little more than a worm in the dirt. He hadn't even been called Lou Shador in those days. His parents had named him Ted Shady, and he'd been a quiet and awkward kid. Such a nerd. No one knew how weak and geeky he'd been. No one can ever know about his humble beginnings. And no one ever would. He'd made sure of that long ago. All those who knew about his less than impressive beginnings were dead and buried years ago. His humble origins weren't his only secret, however. Not by a long shot. There were a great many things he would be taking to the grave. Not that Shador was going to die. No. He was going to live forever, and immortality would be only one of the benefits. Others would be a life of excitement, being rich, being amazingly powerful. His thoughts meandered away from his past into his immediate future. He glanced at the empty chairs and found anger welling up inside his chest. The Glow Brigade was late. Again. They were vicious and powerful, but they could also be annoyingly flaky. They'd completely missed the opening day of the Inter-School Dungeoneering Tournament, so now they would have to settle for showing up on the 2nd or 3rd day, which wasn't ideal. He'd wanted to catch those dumb students with half-finished dungeons and blaze through them like they were nothing, and then smash the dungeon core himself. Normally, Shador might have gone in alone. However, a few of the more intimidating guardians made him pause. Even apart from Winter Silver Gracefreeze, who was as cunning as she was powerful, several of the semi-finalists might prove to be a challenge. He was arrogant, sure. It was why he'd forced Hardclaw to clean up the Situation Room and add the portraits of Lou Shador from his various adventures. But he wasn't a complete narcissist. He hadn't made such huge strides by taking needless risks. He smiled as he looked at an enormous portrait of himself. The artist had captured him in all his perfect glory. White boots, white taped arms, red and white tights, and the cowl of his crimson cloak half covering his mask. A mask that Shador had fashioned himself from training on that far-flung world of Uroth, where Ted Shady had died so long ago, only to be reborn as Lou Shador, the great and powerful hero of the ages. Shador had learned so much. He'd come so far. But he wouldn't rest until he had achieved S-Class and the real game began. He would have to devour whole worlds, whole galaxies to get to SSS Class. But then he'd transcend his humanity and become a god. Then, and only then, would he be satisfied. And thanks to his time on a little backwards planet called Earth, Lou Shador knew exactly what was possible and just how far he could ascend. Back when he'd been merely Ted Shady, instead of the great Lou Shador, he'd followed a trail of rumors and elaborate conspiracy theories that eventually led him to the ball of mud tucked away in the armpit of the galaxy. Earth was such an innocuous and unassuming place. No magic, no monsters, no dungeons or dungeoneers. So little a pathos that the world was limping along on life support. But there had been truth to those rumors, those conspiracy theories. Everyone had laughed at him once upon a time, but no one was laughing now. Because he'd found the truth. The Spore Lords. It was all about the Spore Lords, and he had learned their lessons well. Shador stood in front of the crystal table, feeling the energy in the air and watching the images of the 6 worlds flicker above the holotable. Sucrosia, Twylidia, Necroscant, and the others. Which one to choose? Not Winter Silvers, for obvious reasons. No. But what of the others? Hardclaw clanked in on his mace as he hobbled into the room. The Catman sneezed.
I hate the incense, Lou. I hate it.
Shador thrust his arms forward, and the red, white, and blue bandages wrapped around his hands shot out like striking serpents, slithering around Hardclaw's arms and legs and neck. The powerful coils drew the Catman forward and slammed him down into the chair at the end of the table.
It's Mr. Shador to you, brother, because we both know where all the cheddar is coming from. I'm the head cat now.
Hardclaw brushed away the tendrils from around him.
Fine, Mr. Shador, but why the incense? Calms me, bro, Shador growled. And you want me calm.
Hardclaw sighed.
I thought you'd be gone already. The tournament has started. Waiting on my troops. Trying to decide which dungeons I want to destroy. Oh yeah. Which celestial node would you choose, brother? Shador asked. I can't seem to decide. They got some good nodes this year. Yeah, they did. I'm like a youngster in a candy shop. So much yummy to choose from. Can't decide, brother. Angelaria, maybe?
Hardclaw suggested, swallowing hard.
I mean, the fish world does have the most apothos, and legend has it. The fish has some of the answers to the multiverse's most important questions.
But then Hardclaw changed the subject.
Where is your Glow Brigade anyway?
Late, Shador growled.
And when I find out who's responsible, brother, you can bet I'm going to punish them. They're costing us both money.
I bet it's the archer, Hardclaw said carefully.
She is forever messing with those wheels on her feet.
Or could it be your cleric with the hammers and the huge pair of pants?
Why such big pants? And why the chains? Hot Topic has her ways, brother.
Shador inhaled deeply, letting the incense flood his nostrils. The savage meditation wasn't calming him. Good. He wanted to be good and angry when the time came for dungeon destruction.
I don't think it's hot, and it wasn't Cruelli to kill. No, those two are good girls. But we both know the Grand Jester is chaos made flesh. It was her. Probably got into trouble. She makes me crazy, brother. She makes me crazy.
Hardclaw nodded. I don't suppose it was Edna of the Three Rings. She seems like the least troublesome of the Glow Brigade. Shadora laughed.
A fat lot you know, kitty cat man. Edna is no one you should mess with. In the end, it don't matter much why they're all late. They'll come, we'll go. Dungeon cores will die.
Then Shador heard the sound of 8 wheels rolling across the polished hardwood floor outside the door. A second later, his Glow Brigade hurried into the Situation Room. His archer, his cleric, his thief, his sorceress, carrying her powerful tome of diabolical magic. Yes, Edna of the Three Rings was not a sorceress you should underestimate. Cruelli de Kill spoke first.
It wasn't my fault, Mr. Shador. It's actually rather surprising that...
The Grand Jester cut off the archer.
Mr. S., you're blaming me like always. And like always, I didn't do nothing wrong.
Hot Topic laughed brazenly.
Except you always do everything wrong, Jester.
Edna cleared her throat.
Gee whiz, Mr. Shador. It was me. I had the girls wait around while I did some research. I found a few things that you might find of interest. I know we're late, but it'll be worth it, Mr. Shador. I promise.
Shador tilted his head and listened while Edna told him everything. Well, that settled it. In seconds, he knew which dungeon cores would be his prey during the semifinals. He planned on killing at least 4 worlds. Would that push him into S-Class? Perhaps. But this was only the semifinals. And he had an idea that in the finals, he'd crack the cores of both the victors. Even Winter Silver Grace Freeze and that freaky Fungaloid. Or maybe he'd do the mushroom this week. That candy dungeon he and the Astral Moth had created was a joke. Yeah, maybe Shador would smash up that Logan Murray. They were similar in a lot of ways. Both started out as weaklings and idiots. But Shador had transcended. He'd become awesome, while Logan remained as weak and stupid as ever. A moronic dungeon core like that needed a good cracking. Because in the end, mushroom dungeons were far too dangerous for Shador to ever let one live. Chapter 25. Shellex Aldebra milled about in his human form, though he wasn't human. Never had been. That would be too gross. He was a shifter, an onyx-backed tortoise shifter to be exact. He'd come from the dry deserts of Galapagos, a whole world of various reptilian shifters, and a place with several celestial nodes, which flooded Galapagos with life-giving energy. Shellex loved his homeworld, which made his quest to destroy dungeons all the more important. If other worlds died, it would give his world more apothos. That was why he dedicated his life to destroying dungeons. He'd assembled a party of like-minded adventurers, all powerful shifters in their own right, and called his dungeoneering party the Lupine Fury. And why was the Lupine Fury on the strange world of Sucrosia? Because their rogue, Dravina Molt, had heard of a treasure trove of chrysalis jewels, some unhatched, but some broken open to set free a kaleidoscope of gemstone butterflies. Dravina loved treasure, but the cocoon gems were more than simple loot. They were her ticket to a new level. And what was good for one member of Lupine Fury was good for the team. And what was good for the team was, ultimately, what was good for Galapagos. Shellex, the tortoise shifter, stood in front of the gates of Wally Wonko's murder factory with his team spread out behind him in a loose circle. The gates probably weren't iron, though they looked like it. On the other side was a gumdrop path that led up to the doors of the factory itself, carved into red rock candy cliffs. Shelleck shifted into his hybrid form. He was huge, 6.5 feet tall and 300 pounds. But he could get bigger. A lot bigger. His bardiche, a gargantuan axe that was part polearm and part cleaver, rested on his shell rising up above his shoulder. Shelleck's was the tank, but he was also the leader, no matter what Helmut Oso had to say about it. Helmut was the melee damage dealer of the group, an enormous bear with black fur, but he never shifted into his human form. On his head was a great golden helm, and it seemed to be the source of his magical golden claws and shining golden teeth. Those claws could cut through armor like it was paper. Those teeth could crunch through bone like they were dried sticks. Helmut was powerful, without a doubt, but he was also a pain in Shelleck's scaly butt. Helmut spoke with a pronounced accent. Some said it sounded like one of the Germanic languages that had once proliferated on doomed Aldalira. It was hard to say, but Helmut was very particular about how things worked within their party.
Herr Aldebra, I will not take one more step until you tell me about this Vale Vanko. What kind of dungeon are we dealing with, eh?
Dravina hopped around the werebear in her semi-hybrid form, half human and half crow. Black feathers hung from her arms. She had a beak and human eyes. Dirty bird feet dropped down from her studded leather skirt. She had a whole collection of daggers, both for throwing and for stabbing.
Yeah, Helly, I know. You just want to lick the ground, because you're a bear, right? And bears like the sweet stuff. But I wouldn't lick nothing, right? Right? A candy world might be sweet, but it can't be safe. Can't be. Treasure, Helly, we want the treasure. It's down there deep. Let's just go. Let's just get on with it.
The excitable thief transformed into her even more crow hybrid form and went soaring up over the gate, then landed on the gumdrop path that led to the building built into the rock candy cliffs.
Traps. I don't see any traps. But I can tell you about Wally Wonko. He made candy until he went crazy. He was greedy and weird and loved jewels and pretty things as much as he loved cherries and chocolate.
Shelleck's porcupine archer, Rothschild Sharps, pulled a quill from his back and knocked his bow. He too was in his hybrid form. His face was humanoid, but the rest of him was porcupine. He talked far slower than he shot, which made him annoying.
Well, now, Dravina is excited about this one. As for me, I got a bad feeling about it. None of the guilds know about it, except for the Scarlet Paradox, but they're keeping it quiet.
Why's that?
This is why I've asked us to pause, Liebling,
Helmut said with a sniff.
But there goes the avian, rushing in and threatening to expose us all.
Dravina shifted into a form that had hands and hurried forward. She tried to open the gate, but she was far too weak.
Help me! Let's go inside. Let's go. Let's not think. Let's just go.
Helmut took a huge paw and pushed open the squeaking gate easily. Dravina hopped up to the huge werebear.
I heard that avian crack, mister. You mammals think you're so smart. You think you're better than us avian shifters, or even Shelleck's, but you're not. Live young? Yuck. Mammary glands? Double yuck. Birds rule. Bears drool.
Helmut stood up on his hind legs.
They do, Dravina, Liebling. Bears do drool. It's very shocking. But I do not drool. Since you have found no traps, let us move forward. Shellex, is that all right with you, since you fancy yourself as our leader?
Shellex scowled and transformed into his full fighting form. A huge black shell, thick black scales, and a razor-sharp beak. A leather satchel dangled off his shoulder. He gripped his bardiche in black claws.
I am the leader, Helly, and don't you forget it. I'll go up the path first. Petula, get downwind. Then we'll go in our normal marching order.
Petula Cloud Sweat shuffled through the gate. She was a skunk shifter, with black hair with a white strip down the center. Her robes were equally black and white. She mostly stayed in her hybrid form, so she had little skunk ears, a little skunk nose, and tiny little teeth. Her eyes were small. She didn't say much, but she had an expressive face and waddled with a certain confidence. When she wasn't acting crazy. Yes, the Cloudcaster might be insane, but she was also the most powerful member of their party. She did have a certain stench to her which could be off-putting, but Shellix would die to protect her. She was their best bet of making it out of this strange candy dungeon alive. Rothschild Sharps was right. This whole situation was strange. Normally, the guilds knew about the dungeons before anyone else. Not this time. They'd been in a tavern on Baruch, the freckled halfling, when someone started chattering about a candy dungeon filled with jeweled butterflies. The minute Dravina heard that, it was over. They paid a local chapter of the Hermetic Order of Davos, a powerful dungeoneering guild, for use of their Hello Portal. Guilds always overcharged the indie raiders because the guilds wanted the raiders to join them. But Shellix and his lupine fury weren't interested. No, they were independent raiders, and whatever loot and apothos they got, they'd keep. All those greedy guilds could go straight to the deepest, darkest, murkiest of hells. Shellix sniffed the sweet air, and for a minute, the sickly, saccharine stench of sugar made him gag. Then he caught a whiff of Petula's peculiar odor, and he gagged a bit more. Her stink was part of her magic. A big part, actually. Shellix turned and made sure his party was in their marching order. He was up front, with his porcupine archer behind him. Then came the skunk sorceress. Dravina walked behind Petula, but the crow woman wouldn't stay there long. She would fly ahead, hop around, and then turn to give Helmet Oso dirty looks. The huge helmeted bear took up the rear position, but he could storm forward at any minute to use his magical teeth and talons on any monsters they encountered. In the case of the murder factory, they found monsters right away. Shellix pushed open the doors and walked inside, axe in both hands, ready to start swinging. The interior of the entry chamber was cloaked in deep shadow, until a new nasty odor assaulted Shellix's senses. The air around Petula began to glow. That stench swept around the room, giving them light. The tortoise shifter fought the impulse to put his claws over his nose. Instead, Shellix took in the room. It looked like the lobby of a business, only the carpet was dirty and torn. The walls were marked with slashes and burns, and all the lights had been shattered. At one point, it might have been nice, but its best days were long gone. The dusty wallpaper showed happy scenes. Cherry-cheeked children eating candy and following a fancy mushroom man into colorful caverns bursting with jeweled butterflies. They were in the right place, no doubt about that. A fountain bubbled in the center of the cramped room, a water feature that was far too big for the space. There was also something terribly wrong with it. That wasn't water in the basin, but a black goo that was bubbling around jawbreaker boulders of various sizes. The statue above the muck was that of the same cute little mushroom man from the wallpaper. The toadstool fellow was only about 3 feet tall and wore a jaunty purple suit, which included a cane and a top hat. The bottom of the statue was speckled with black goo. On the other side of the fountain was a hulking, curved reception desk. An insectile figure dressed in what looked like candy armor, white with colored speckles, sat there unmoving. The centipede man wore a helmet like an Aldeliran Spartan. It had dozens of limbs, but it was hard to tell what was leg and what was arm. All those ends looked sharp, though. The insect receptionist was utterly still. Was it the husk of a dead candy warrior? Or was it alive and motionless and luring them in? Dravina flew up and dropped down on top of the fountain.
This statue isn't alive, but that receptionist is, I bet. Rothy, shoot him up! Shoot him up quick! Can you smell the fountain? It smells like someone poured a milkshake on a sausage and mushroom pizza. Gross.
Before Rothschild could fire his quill arrows, the wallpaper behind the archer tore open, and a giant centipede, covered in candy armor, fell on top of him. All of the walls were writhing with insects, ripping through, ambushing Shellex and his party from every side. But that wasn't all. From the ceiling came huge, colorful flies with long spikes for bodies. They were the colors of a pastel rainbow, yellows and blues, pinks and greens. Those soft colors might have looked tasty, like Aldeliran sweet tarts, if the flies weren't trying to kill them. The receptionist wasn't dead either. It reared up on a dozen legs. 6 arms sprouted 2-foot-long blades. The candy centipede Spartan clattered over the desk, coming at Shellex with a sinuous grace and unnerving speed. The tortoise shifter swung his axe with all his strength, but the centipede Spartan ducked, and it was only in the last second that Shellex spun, taking all those blades on his shell. The blades sparked on his nearly impenetrable back, but that was only the first of the attacks. The spike flies struck Shellex in the face, and soon blood dripped down onto the leather jerkin covering his chest. In seconds, the lupine fury was swamped by all the monsters, candy centipedes coming out of the walls, and sweet tart spike flies dive-bombing them from above. Rothschild danced away from the encroaching centipede monster and riddled the creature with a host of quill arrows. The centipede squealed and pitched over onto its side, dead. More centipedes scuttled in to fill the void. He dropped another one, sinking several quills through the creature's face. But those same missiles clattered off the centipede Spartan's thick jawbreaker armor. Shellex swung at the Spartan again, but the thing was fast, which was remarkable given how many limbs it had. The Spartan scurried past Shellex even as Rothschild managed to hit it with several arrows. The Spartan ignored the quills, and the archer for that matter. It raced forward with single-minded focus, clearly targeting Petula Cloudsweat. Losing their sorcerer this early would cut this dungeon dive short. Dravina flew away from the top of the fountain, which mercifully hadn't come alive. She led a bunch of spike flies away, but she wasn't going to be able to help with the Spartan or any of the other candy centipedes. Helmet was covered in the insects. Even as he ripped one apart, another would slash at his thick hide. Shellex watched the bear tear the head off one centipede before barreling into another, his glowing talons rending chitin and sending black blood gushing across the floor. It was chaos. Then the awful fragrance of swamp gas and rotten eggs spread through the chamber. Though Shellex recognized the smell, it still made him almost throw up his lunch. The poisonous gas belched out of the skunk shifter, and it finally made the Spartan retreat, backpedaling all those legs right into Shellex. The tortoise shifter hacked into the centipede with his giant bardiche. His blade went through several layers of candy before it found flesh. Black blood sprayed across the floor in an arc. Spike flies dropped like mosquitoes in a bug zapper, the toxic gas exterminating them with extreme prejudice. Some of the spike flies even exploded from the atrocious smell. The centipedes, likewise, recoiled from the stench of Petula Cloudsweat's poisonous fog.
That was a stinky one. Can I light it on fire now, Mr. Aldebra?
Shellex laughed.
Give me 1 second to protect our team.
The tortoise shifter dropped down to the floor and triggered one of his onyx back abilities. A pothos pulsed out from his core, creating a half-dome of powerful energy around them, drawing his party inward while blasting his enemies out of the protective circle. With the members of Lupine Fury protected, Petula ignited her gaseous cloud around them. An enormous whoomp sent insects flying as orange and yellow filled the room. Everything not in the half-dome, and everything not dead from her poisonous gas, died in her inferno stink bomb. A second later, the fire sputtered and went out, leaving behind a small army of buggy corpses and smoldering candy wallpaper that smelled like burnt marshmallows. It was total destruction. Amazingly, the candy centipede Spartan stirred. The creature righted itself, retracted the blades protruding from its arms, and went running away on its many legs, leaving behind a trail of black blood. Most of its armor had been melted off in the explosion. Jawbreakers might be super hard, but they were also made of sugar, and sugar melted. Petula could provide those oven-like temperatures, and she wasn't even sweating. The skunk shifter smiled shamelessly.
I'm glad I ate those raw onions for breakfast.
Dravina flew to the exit, which was located beyond the reception desk. The doors were all on fire. Since she had a ring of fire protection, she was able to simply walk right through them, even as one of the doors fell off its hinges and clattered onto the ground.
Come on, it's hard to breathe. Must keep going. Keep on, keep on,
Dravina squawked. She wasn't wrong. Shellex cast another protection spell so he could push away the doors on fire, clearing a path forward for his team. Rothschild and Petula hurried through the flames, followed by the hulking figure of the werebear in the great golden helm. Helmet limped from his wounds. The candy centipedes had ripped into him, but good. Rothschild had also been wounded in the battle, as had Shellex, who had deep wounds on his face from the spike flies. However, they defeated the reception room without losing anyone. He knew his party was a little shaken by the encounter with the hideous receptionist and its monster pals, but not Shellex. He had years of experience, and he'd seen such tactics before. Occasionally, dungeon cores would push the hard stuff up front to scare away raiders. Then things got easier the farther down you went, because they'd front-loaded the dungeon. It was a bluff charge, meant to intimidate and run raiders off. Even if that wasn't the case, Shellex wasn't going to turn around now. He didn't much care about a few diamond cocoons and jeweled butterflies. They would help Dravina advance, but that was a secondary benefit. He and the Lupine Fury were there to suck the celestial node dry, to save their worlds, to improve their powers, to rid the world of another monstrous dungeon core. They would not be deterred, nor would they be defeated. This dungeon core had only hours left to live, whether it knew it or not. Chapter 26. Shellex Aldebra and the rest of Lupine Fury found themselves in a long corridor. 4 doors on the left and 4 doors on the right. All were a bright pink and looked exactly like bubblegum. A sign, canted at an odd angle, declared the corridor the delicious hallway of bubblegum doorways. Shellex wasn't about to see if they were actually gum. He just hoped they didn't lash out with stretchy tentacles. Between the doors were alcoves, and each alcove hosted a different statue of the mushroom factory owner, showcasing him in various heroic poses that Shellex was having trouble taking seriously. The little toadstool fungaloid looked too cute and happy, However, appearances could be deceiving, especially in a dungeon. Dravina squinted.
I'll check out the left, but the way is likely to the right. To the right. Mark my words, mammals. Come on, Shellix. Only mammals should get hurt. You and I are too good. Too good.
It was a lot of words and a lot of squawking. Shellix had a bandage from his satchel wrapped snugly around his head. Scout ahead, Dravina, but be careful. The centipede receptionist got away. I would imagine we might run into him again. Unless he's bleeding to death somewhere. We can only hope. The crow woman fluttered off down a hallway, the eyes above her beak darting left and right. Her daggers dangled from both belt and bandolier. The tortoise turned to take care of his wounded. Helmet's helm flashed, and his wounds were healed. I am very shocked by that battle. It is a miracle, Lieblings, that someone wasn't killed. I find this place shocking. Very, very shocking. Everything is so absurdly ridiculous, yet deadly. Shocking. Dankeschön, Petula, for providing us a much-needed escape, however unsavory. The skunk woman giggled.
Savor it, Mr. Bear, because I'm stinky with victory.
Rothschild had a bad gash on his upper chest. That battle was a rough one. I'm glad I have my porcupine quills. Otherwise, a bug would have eaten me. I could do with a little healing. Helmet, care to help me out? He talked so slowly. Helmet trundled over and looked at the blood oozing down the porcupine shifter's chest. The werebear gave it a few sniffs before moving over to study Shellix's face. Shellix is more strategically important, Liebling. His wound isn't as bad, but I shall heal him with that in mind. Then I shall save my services for more dire times. Oh, come on, Rothschild complained slowly. We mammals should stick together, and it really hurts. Petula pulled out a bottle of green fluid. She handed it to the porcupine shifter.
Sip this. It'll help a little, but only a little, and it won't taste good.
Rothschild sipped it. His wound closed, though it stayed an ugly red color, clearly infected. He gave the vial back to the skunk girl with an appreciative nod. She gazed at the wound.
Wait until the pus comes. It heals, but it also infects. I like the smell of infection. Is that wrong?
Rothschild slowly closed his eyes. Great. So I stop bleeding, but I risk death. And I smell. This is depressing. Let's keep on. Long pause. Going. Helmet touched Shellix. When that great helm glowed, the tortoise shifter felt all of his wounds heal. He'd had a headache, but that was gone now too. They didn't need a cleric because they had the huge werebear and his helmet. Dravina came soaring back into the corridor as Helmet finished his work.
Left his offices and filing cabinets. Might have found a bit of loot, but not a lot. Let's go right.
She landed and gave Rothschild's wound a long look.
Ouch. Glad I'm not hurt, you dumb mammal.
The porcupine shifter's quills bristled in frustration. Shellix, you go first. Are we not going? The tortoise shifter stuffed his bloody bandage back into his satchel. We are. Sorry, Rothschild, but the bear decides who he heals. In the end, Shellix knew the porcupine shifter's life wasn't all that important. He was expendable. Petula, though, was another story. Rothschild scowled. Great. That's just... Long pause. Great. Petula sent a cloud of glowing stink down a hallway to give them light. Shellex tried to breathe through his mouth to avoid the stench. That was even worse. Now, the nasty taste filled his mouth instead. There was simply no winning sometimes. Dravina was right behind Shellex as they made their way down a hallway. There was more wallpaper showing more paintings of happy children eating candy. But the farther down the corridor they went, the more demonic the children began to look. Their teeth were rotten. Their skin was a sickly gray as the first signs of decay started to show. The candies had little faces that seemed to be screaming for help. It was creepy. Would those paintings come alive? Shellex had once run a dungeon with living paintings. It got so bad that he'd had Petula fry every room before they entered. She'd prepped by eating day-old Baruchian burritos they'd bought off a street vendor before entering the Hello Portal. Dravina grabbed Shellex's wrist.
Those dumb mammals can't know, but I found a little treasure.
From a pouch, she pulled a chrysalis jewel and held it for a second in a feathery fist, before secreting it away again.
I'll split it with you.
The crow woman's black eyes glinted. Shellex sighed. Let's just survive this first. The mammals aren't so bad.
Porky's gonna die.
Dravina tried to whisper it, but ended up calling that last word. She giggled, before taking to wing and flying down the passageway, breaking ranks as usual. Shellex wasn't going to stop her. He knew where she kept her loot. If she died, he'd get that diamond-studded cocoon. Let her take all the risks she wanted. The tortoise shifter went through the archway and into an underground cavern. There were 4 more archways. All the corridors connected the delicious hallway of bubblegum doors to what a sign claimed was the Grand Cavern Staircase and Funland. The cavern looked like the top of a toddler's birthday cake. There were ruby red rock stalactites hanging from the ceiling, looking sharp and deadly and recently licked. A stairwell coated in a thick layer of frosting descended down through the cavern. Sugar crystal green moss filled the gaps between the stairs and the rock candy walls. Surrounding the base of the cakey staircase was a moat of bubbling black goo, which ever so slowly ate away at bits of candy and cake. The moat was fed by a snaking river of chocolate that curved out of view. Way down at the bottom, Shellex could see a candy boat moored on a lollipop dock, which jutted out into the brown river. He didn't like the look of that boat. Not one bit. The lupine fury had avoided the black goo in the reception room, and they needed to do the same thing here. That muck looked dangerous. Shellex could worry about the sludge in the boat later. For the time being, they had to focus on getting past the odd staircase. This was another kill room, without a doubt. He started down the steps, gripping his axe. The frosting under his boots was like half-frozen mud. It was holding him up for now, but he figured it would turn to sludge at some point. Those stalactites were also going to drop, and at the worst possible moment. The signs were all there. Rothschild Sharps followed with his bow ready. He was pale, fighting through the pain of infection. Petula took 2 steps in the cake, then made a face.
My shoes are getting dirty.
She giggled as she let out a long squeak of flatulence. A smelly patch of low-clinging ground fog appeared in front of her. She stepped onto the stink, which was potent enough to physically support her weight. That way, she could ride down the stairwell on her own cloud. Meanwhile, Dravina flew high above the stairs, weaving in and out of the stalactites. She chittered and cawed and then yelped,
Dropsies! Dumb dropsies! Of course! Dropsies dropping!
And enemies!
The stalactites broke free from the ceiling with a thunderous crack and fell like oversized spears. Petula swept her stink cloud out from under her feet. She flung it up with a flick of her tail, expanding it as it drifted upward so that it covered her teammates. The stalactites smashed against the stinky shield spell, though it meant Petula wound up knee-deep in cake. No, not just cake, but a cake trap. White frosting-covered, deep yellow cake that was blisteringly hot. Shellax likewise found himself knee-deep in undercooked cake, but thanks to his scaly exterior, the heat was little more than a nuisance. Not so for poor Petula. She howled in a combination of anger and discomfort. She was mad. Furious. Good. An angry skunk was a dangerous skunk, and they needed Petula at her best. From hidden caves came a host of huge moths, which fluttered down on dusty wings. Their eyes glowed. Their antennae were barbed whips of suffering. Their legs ended in sharp chitinous spikes. Those things looked like battle moths, created for one purpose: death. The moths would have been bad, but they weren't alone. On their backs were pint-sized mushroom warriors covered in speckled jawbreaker armor, like the receptionist had worn. Instead of spiked arm weapons, these little mushroom warriors carried long white and green spears. The smell of mint joined Petula's stench, which somehow made everything worse. Dravina flung daggers into the back of a mushroom warrior, killing the creature without much trouble at all. They had strength in numbers, but they were weak overall. The crow woman touched down on the back of one of the battle moths and drove her biggest dagger into the thing's head. She leapt off the corpse as it went crashing down into the cake. Shellax couldn't watch long, because he found himself under attack. A Wintermint spear stabbed into his shoulder, and his whole arm went numb from the cold. That was bad. What wasn't so bad was that a minty fresh taste filled Shellax's mouth. That helped get Petula's yuck off his tongue, and it made the whole place smell so much better. So it was a lose-win kind of situation. Before his attacker could flutter off, Shellax bashed the moth out of the air with his axe, killing it and throwing the rider. The mushroom man was light enough that he didn't sink into the frosting. Instead, he skated across it, spear raised, coming at the tortoise shifter with remarkable speed. Shellax prepped himself for another minting. A flurry of quill arrows peppered the mushroom warrior, dropping him in seconds. That settled it. If the porcupine archer survived the battle, Shellax would force Helmet to heal him. It was the least he could do. As for the werebear, he had rushed down the steps like an avalanche until he too was mired in the oven-hot cake. But like Shellax, his hide was so thick that he barely seemed to feel the heat. He was also big enough to get most of his bulk up and out of the overly sweet pastry. He opened his fanged mouth and unleashed his breath weapon, a blast of pure destructive apothos energy, gleaming as bright and golden as his claws and teeth. It struck a swooping moth and its rider, disintegrating them both on the spot. Petula squeaked out another poisonous cloud, and with paws raised, she directed the gaseous blast into a cluster of their winged foes. Several moths passed out from the reek, though the mushrooms seemed largely unaffected. Shellax supposed that made a certain sense, considering the fungus men were creatures of rot and decay already. Without their mounts, however, they careened downward, slamming into the cake steps or landing in the brown, burbling bog. A dozen enemies still remained. They swooped down, a whirlwind of wings, antennae, and wintermint spears. Shellax dove headfirst into the cake, taking the spears and moth legs on his shell. He was mostly unharmed, but one of the moths whipped his exposed neck with a barbed antennae. The pain lanced through his body and ignited a surge of rage within the tortoise shifter. The instant the attack was over, Shellex rose up, blood and cake dripping from his neck. He chopped a mushroom man in two before reversing his grip and splitting the skull of a moth with his war axe. Shellex knew that if they didn't get down to those docks, all of them might die mired in the frosting. Petula once again saved the day. She ignited her stink cloud above them, and the room churned with fire. Before the preternatural blaze could consume them all, she conjured another shield cloud of stink. She shaped it into a wide slide that would take them over the burbling moat of black goo and down to the dock. While the moths and their riders frantically tried to avoid the flaming cloud of death above, Shellex shouted orders. Rothschild, Helmut, Petula, ride that slide down to the bottom. Dravina, get to that boat. I'll give you cover. None of his party argued, especially not the Crow Woman. She pirouetted in midair, folding her wings tight against her sides, and dove head first like a missile. She touched down on the boat before the rest of the party had even managed to get onto the slide. Not totally surprising, since Dravina cared about herself first and foremost. There was simply no honor among thieves or dungeoneers. The tortoise shifter thought about using his final form, the true expression of his tortoiseness. But no, things weren't as dire as that. Shellex did grow a foot taller and expanded his shell out a few feet to really block the attacks, as the rest of his party went sliding down Petula's stink cloud all the way to the bottom of the cavern and onto the lollipop docks. Then Shellex leapt onto his back and careened down faster than all of them. At the last minute, Petula drew her cloud back to her, and Shellex skidded through the thick frosting and molten cake until the friction finally stopped him. He flipped onto his arms and legs and scurried across the millions of lollipops that composed the dock. A few of the paper sticks poked him, but they were more annoying than dangerous. That was a mistake on the part of the dungeon core. Those paper sticks should have been spikes. Shellex made it onto the boat with Rothschild firing quill after quill. He had an infinite number of arrows thanks to his porcupine powers. Helmut roared, launching out another lance of golden energy. Lastly, Petula took out a few more of the moths with another inferno stink bomb. Dravina quickly unmoored them, and the candy boat went sweeping down the chocolate river, caught in an unseen current. As they traveled, Shellex noticed three things. 1. The boat was made from a million little round candies, all glued together. 2. The chocolate river seemed like it was as hot as magma still in the tube. And 3. At the front of the boat stood a statue of a tall, slender mushroom woman holding a wintermint spear. She hadn't attacked them, so she was probably just a statue, like the statue in the fountain back in the reception room. Still, the figure put a bad feeling in the pit of the tortoise shifter's belly. The longer she didn't move, the more they ignored her. The chocolate river carved its way through the face of the rock candy. As they drifted farther and farther from the cake room, the walls began to shift and change color, going from rusty red to a kaleidoscope of greens and blues, violets, pinks, and oranges. The tunnel wasn't growing any narrower, but they had to be careful. There had to be a trap on the boat somewhere. Shellex needed his team healthy. He pointed a claw at Rothschild. Helmut, heal that porcupine, now.
What of your wounds, Liebling?
The werebear asked. Shellex shrugged. I'll be fine. Just heal him.
Thank my sharp butt,
Rothschild cursed.
I'm not feeling too well.
Suddenly, Shellex wasn't either. They had Petula's glowing death perfume to light the way, but the colors of the ceiling weren't right. The candy glowed too brightly, and Shellex felt dizzy. Suddenly, it was like he could hear the colors or see faces in the skunk shifter's smells.
Are you all feeling?
Shellex started to say. Dravina was up at the bow, holding onto the mushroom woman's statue for dear life.
Drugs, drugs, drugs. Give me drugs, drugs, drugs. Taking your life away?
She fell onto her back, laughing. Shellex joined her in laughing. He wasn't sure why, but something was absolutely hilarious. Helmet roared and danced, which made the entire boat sway. Petula nearly fell into the lava chocolate because she was cackling like a madwoman, clutching at her sides as tears streamed down her cheeks. Shellex wasn't sure what was going on, but it was pretty clear that Dravina was right. Drugs were involved. Lots of drugs. Well, if they did all die, at least they'd die laughing, he thought. Then he laughed even harder. Chapter 27. Logan had been worried about Mariah being stationed on the good ship Smarty. However, the Lupine Fury still hadn't realized that she wasn't a statue. Nor had they discovered Inga's golden centipede Spartan hiding away in a secret compartment on the boat. A curry boo-boo had healed him, but they were saving him for the final battle. Inga had finally come up with an unofficial name for Roy Boy, her golden centipede floor boss. Roy, the receptionist. Logan wondered whether they would realize that Mariah was the source of the narcotic spores before it was too late. But no. As the ride progressed, the narcotic spores spread, taking a stranglehold on the various members of the Lupine Fury. They didn't realize what was happening until the porcupine archer tumbled off the boat and into the chocolate river. That mocha stream was so hot, he was dead in an instant from the sheer heat. Then again, inhaling melted chocolate probably wasn't good for you either. That sobered up the surviving Dungeoneers quickly, and they bailed off the boat before it went crashing down the rapids beyond the Gummy Bear docks, a complete pier made of the gummy material, right down to the lamps lighting the way. Not that they needed to provide light, since the weird skunk girl could do that herself. She also provided their way off the boat. She literally lifted her leg, and they were able to walk off the boat across her odoriferous cloud. Logan was kind of amazed. I can't believe the most powerful person in that party is the one who farts the most. That is not the source of her power, Inga insisted. Logan wasn't going to argue the point, but he was right. Logan and Inga had gotten rid of the archer, but there were still 4 very powerful Dungeoneers they had to deal with. All of them had to be B-class at least, and there was a good chance that the skunk shifter was actually A-class. Her power set seemed nearly limitless. The turtle guy, Inga insisted he was tortoise, since he was land-dwelling, but Logan argued that they need to take a closer look to confirm. Wasn't taking any chances. Shellex had Petula fill the enchanted candy forest with her poisonous gas. That killed Inga's cool gummy-armored spiders, lying in wait on their cotton candy webs, even before the skunk ignited the flammable gas, which seemed to be her signature move. A cloud of churning fire rolled through the cavern, scorching anything it touched. In a bubble of Shellex's shield magic, the Lupine Fury made their way through the smoldering forest blaze, stepping around all the black husks of the dead spiders, curled in on themselves. As a last-ditch effort, Logan and Inga unleashed the jawbreaker boulder traps on either side of the forest. Perfectly round boulders, 10 tons apiece, came crashing and smashing through the flames, but the raiders avoided them easily. It was very disappointing. especially when Dravina Molt laughed at how bad the boulder traps were. Ouch. Studying Dungeoneers was one thing, but experiencing them directly was another, especially since Logan and Inga could feel every inch of the dungeon. Yes, that Petula cloud sweat was dangerous, which was why they'd aimed Roy Boy the receptionist at the Sorceress of Stench during the lobby attack. Logan could also inhabit the bodies of their minions. He'd been in the reception room as a centipede when they come out of the walls. He'd inhabited the form of one of his skullcap waddlers, riding astride a moth monster, hurling spears at the Dungeoneers wallowing in the cake below. And he'd been inside a forest spider when Petula's inferno had incinerated his many-legged body. That had been a truly unfortunate experience, but Rockhart's torturous training had served him well. It wasn't the first time Logan had been burned to a crisp. Worse yet, both Mariah and Roy Boy the receptionist were trapped on the other side of the forest fire. They'd gotten off the good ship Smarty at the secret dock and used the secret passageway to slip into the forest, but they couldn't get past the magical fire. Petula had some powerful Ignis Apothos, all right. Logan's guardian form now waited with his 3 spore wargs in tow. Like the rest of the creatures in the Candy Dungeon, his puppies had been upgraded, but not in their usual way. Noodle, Booker, and Peach were all covered in the Jawbreaker armor, spiked for maximum damage, but Logan hadn't been able to augment them with Blisterwort. Now he thought about them as his Jawbreaker Juggernaut wargs. They whined in anticipation, tongues hanging out, ready for battle. The last of Inga's spike flies buzzed around her. A few Tsuki ants crawled across her shoulders. She was frowning.
I don't think the Wintermint hallway is going to stop them. Petula's just going to burn it all down, and Dravina is very adept at discovering our traps.
There were 2 rooms off the Wintermint hallway. One led to a minion room, where more of Logan's waddlers waited, all clad in candy armor and carrying minty spears. They sat on top of Inga's giant centipedes. There were 6 of them in total. Not a lot, all things considered, but if Mariah could saddle up Roy Boy, then that would be 7 mounted warriors that could come to their aid. Logan sighed. We have the Moonsand quicksand trap in that room off to the left, but I agree. Dravina is going to figure that out quickly. Look at how she avoided your centipedes in the office rooms, and she still got the chrysalis jewels there. Inga adjusted her fedora nervously.
These rages are rather fearsome, aren't they?
What if we let the Lupin Fury get to conveyor belt hell? He asked, a devious thought flashing through his head. If we did that, we could send the last of our minions to use the Wintermint magic to extinguish the forest fire. Then, if it all works out, Mariah and Roy would be able to lead a charge into the raiders right when we need them the most.
It's a gamble, Inga sent after a second, but it might be the only way. Should one of us stay near the pedestal, just in case?
Logan hated that this was all coming down to them protecting the inner sanctum. They wanted to survive, yes, but they also wanted to win a spot in the finals. He was pretty sure that Winter Silver would be fine. Like in the Crucible, she'd wipe out the Dungeoneers way outside her inner sanctum. He couldn't think about that right now. No, Inga, he finally sent. We go out to meet them head on. We've seen what they can do, and we know who's the toughest. We take out Petula first, then the werebear. I mean, Helmet is kind of odd. None of the other shifters have transformed into actual animals, but the bear has been a bear the entire time. Might not matter. That helm is a really powerful magic item, without a doubt. You know, oso means bear in Spanish? Helmet oso.
Are you musing, Logan? My goodness, we do not have time for your musings. We need to get out there.
Inga calmed herself. I'm sorry you won't get your moment on your throne. I know you would have liked that. Logan shrugged. I had my moment in the Crucible. I'm okay. With the new plan formed, they headed into action, Logan muttering a prayer that they were making the right choice. Like they thought, Petula burned away the Wintermint rocks in the hallway, which made the whole dungeon smell really good, like a candy shop the week before Christmas. And Dravina, in her travels, easily spotted the quicksand trap and killed a few Tsuki ants with her daggers. How she saw the nearly invisible bugs, Logan had no idea. But the war for Wally Wonko's murder factory was going to be fought to the death in conveyor belt hell. Logan and Inga quickly got into place, positioning themselves on different sides of the room. Logan had crafted himself a little endogenous Apothos outfit, a tattered purple suit to match the statue in the reception room. He had the signature top hat, even though it didn't work with his mushroom cap head. He also included the cane, but made it a flimsy rod of rotten wood. Then he rose up to his full height, nearly 7 feet tall, a truly massive black mushroom monster. Instead of using his ruby shield, he opted for one of his silver short swords, thanks to his ring of blades. At the last second, he gave himself some jawbreaker armor, just to keep with the theme. His guardian form waited next to a conveyor belt, which clanked and creaked as it wound around the room. Logan's core gem still floated above the game of Lollipop's throne, so he could see the raiders as they stood on the platform overlooking conveyor belt hell. From their vantage, Logan knew the raiding party would be able to see through all the machinery and enter the inner sanctum, where the gemstone butterflies lazily flew over the chrysalis jewels gleaming on the floor, surrounded by candy mushrooms. With a thought, Logan sent his jawbreaker juggernaut wargs sneaking under the conveyor belts. The puppies moved in the shadows as they approached the viewing platform where the 4 dungeoneers waited, surveying the room. The remaining members of the Lupine Fury were so engrossed in the whizzing conveyor belt hell and enormous clanking machinery that they didn't even notice the encroaching wargs. Logan could only smile. Even if he and Inga didn't make it into the finals, he was super proud of their candy dungeon. Logan piloted his guardian form onto the massive conveyor system. He rode the belt right out into the middle of the room like an old Western gunslinger making his grand entrance into the town square at high noon. Except instead of a gunslinger, he was a walking, talking mushroom in a purple suit, piecemeal jawbreaker armor, and a top hat. So, really not the same at all. Didn't matter. He felt like a gunslinger despite the optics. His entrance was also the signal for his curry-boo-boos. The small, adorable fungaloid creatures were tucked away in nooks and crannies throughout the room. They stole forward on silent feet, quickly adding explosive candy to the conveyor belts. The little mushroom healers all wore outfits that matched Logan's. And of course, instead of white, he'd made them orange, which went well with all the purple. Logan rode the moving walkway until he could hop off to the side, in the middle of the machinery. He made sure his voice boomed across the room. Who dares to pay me a visit? We have lawyers and lawsuits and contracts against such a thing. You've come to point and laugh. You've come to gossip and gripe. You've come for my sweet, sweet treasures, but you won't get them. I'm Wally Wonko, and this is my murder factory, where I make murder. You're being so redundant, Liebling, Helmut Oso roared from the platform. I am being redundant, Logan called out. I'm also being a distraction. Inga had been waiting on the side, lost in a dark little alcove above the platform where the raiders stood. Inga hadn't looked like Inga, though, because she'd been in a cocoon, growing into her ultimate form. With the raiders gazing upon Logan cosplaying a very strange Willy Wonka, all rights reserved, the lunar Mothras burst out of her cocoon. She was 24 feet of metal, legs, and mandibles. As C-Class, she'd been half as long. As B-Class, her metamorphosis monster shape had doubled in size and tripled in might. What wasn't gleaming chrome was jawbreaker candy armor. She reared up, letting out a monstrous kaiju-like bellow, while at the same time shedding spike flies and Suki ants, which rained down onto the surprised adventurers. That wasn't all. Inga opened her mouth and barfed out a storm of black wasps that swept into the raiders and immediately tried to burrow into their skin. This was her insect infection in action. The raiders were caught completely off guard. They'd come expecting to fight off one dungeon guardian, but were now face to face with two. They batted at the stinging black wasps and tried to cover their eyes and noses and mouths to prevent the insects from digging in. The jawbreaker juggernaut wargs took the opportunity to strike, leaping from conveyor belt to conveyor belt until they could jump onto the viewing platform. Dravina was the first to see the danger and tried to fly away, but Inga lurched forward and chomped down on the crow woman, slicing her in two with sharpened sword-like mandibles. They were down to 3 of the raiders, but those 3 were the worst of the worst. Helmet used his golden breath energy attack to melt the candy armor off Inga and push her back, making her shriek in pain. Noodle lunged for Helmet, but the bear turned, lightning quick, and lashed out with a meaty paw, decapitating the warg with his magic claws. Shellex roared, very untortoise-like, and sank his axe into the back of Booker, ending the warg's life. The tortoise shifter then dropped his axe and turned, showing Logan his shell. A wave of shield energy emanated from Shellex, instantly repelling the mass of swarming insects, pushing them outside the protective bubble he'd conjured. That included Princess Peach. The warg yelped as invisible hands shoved her away. Then Petula farted out a death cloud of fire and poison, clearing the air of insects and turning Peach into doggy charcoal. The inferno blast of fire also wrecked a section of the conveyor belt. Sprockets sproinged, the conveyor belts buckled, and explosive candy went flying. Random explosions filled the air. Well, that didn't go as planned. All of Logan's jawbreaker juggernaut wargs were dead without taking even a single dungeoneer down with them. Worse yet, Shellex took 3 steps, running, and transformed in mid-air, changing from huge turtle man into gigantic tortoise, as big as Inga, but wider and much heavier. The ultimate tortoise seized the ultimate metallic uberworm by the throat and began to toss her around like a Rottweiler with a sock. Logan hadn't seen that coming. Some of the conveyor belt was still working, and he raced down a section, picking up a couple curry boo-boos as he went. They clambered onto his shoulder. He smelled vileness, and he knew that Petula was trying to kill him with poison. But he was equal parts Morta and Toxicus, and he loved poison like he loved shriveled apples, green lunch meat, and penicillin molds. Principally P. chrysogenum and P. rubens. His curry boo-boos didn't have that same immunity, and the little guys started coughing. Before the poison gas could get them, Logan hurled 2 of the mushroom healers across the room, right onto Inga, where they started to cure her wounds while she fought the giant turtle. Explosions continued to pop off here and there, shaking the walls of the candy-covered dungeon. Logan flew through them, propelled ever onward by his advanced pneumacity power. He reached the platform and hacked into the werebear with his silver sword. Helmet hacked back, his strikes oddly graceful considering his size. Logan lost his left arm to a vicious swipe of the bear's magical golden claws, glowing brightly. A second later, Logan felt heat, and he turned. There was Petula, with her back to him, tail raised to deliver a killing blow. She lifted up her black and white robes, and suddenly he was staring down a flaming sphincter. He dropped his silver sword and summoned the ruby shield from his ring of pockets, just in time to catch the javelin of fire that exploded from the skunk's backside. Still, the blast hit like a wrecking ball and threw him off the platform and onto the floor. He was hurt. His head was spinning from the agony of his burns. He had hoped that his replicate ability would turn the severed arm into a spore warg, but that didn't seem to be happening. That was one bit of disappointment. Another? For a second, Inga seemed to be doing well against the giant tortoise, healed by the curry-boo-boos, and nimbly avoiding the giant-shelled beast's snapping head with her dust dodge ability. Around her swirled a glowing cloud, which made Shellix blink and miss his attack. But he was so much bigger, he merely jumped on her, and her lepidopteral reflexes failed her. Explosive candy went off in her face, and a good chunk of her body was entangled in the flapping conveyor belt. With her crescent moon mayhem, she had resistance against certain Apothos attacks, but nothing was going to stop that sharp tortoise beak from chomping down on her head, legs, and shoulders. And yet, every time Shellix latched on with his beak, he would glow from the damage he was inflicting. Cuts and bruises appeared on his scales, and his shell cracked, but it still held. He was getting hurt attacking her, thanks to her lunar phase augmentations. But even that fancy bit of lunarmancy wasn't going to be enough to save her. How in the world were they going to get out of this one? Chapter 28. Through sheer determination, Logan pulled himself up from the floor, body mangled, pain beating at his senses like a drum. He stood in the middle of the pile of broken conveyor belt parts. Helmet and Petula were on the platform above, looking down smugly while their tortoise friend tried to rip Inga's throat out. Logan had to help her. He was missing an arm, and they were badly outnumbered and outmatched. But he couldn't just give up and quit. There was too much on the line. His friend most of all. He lumbered into motion like a slow-moving freight train, picking up more and more speed with every step. A jagged bolt of golden light rushed toward him, courtesy of Helmet, but he narrowly managed to get his ruby shield up in time to deflect the breath attack. A second later, a foul smell smacked him in the nose like a closed fist. This was not a case of whoever smelt it dealt it, because he knew the source. The smirking skunk woman above. She was about to turn the air around him into a blast furnace, and as a fungaloid, Logan was not a big fan of fire. Like, at all. It destroyed his wonderful spores and gave him such a headache. Then, a squeaky, high-pitched voice filled the air.
"Centipede cavalry to the rescue!"
It was Mariah, astride Roy Boy, the candy-covered Spartan centipede. Mariah and Roy Boy, along with 6 more minions, charged onto the platform, bowling into the werebear and the wereskunk, knocking both into the explosions and bucking conveyor belts below. A few curry-boo-boos lobbed explosive candy at the lupine fury from a safe distance. Mariah and Roy Boy closed the distance to Shellix, and she drove her spear into a crack in the giant tortoise's shell with a high-pitched battle cry. The spear wasn't just sharp, but being crafted from peppermint also gave it a frost-based enchantment. As the spear lodged firmly in the crack, fingers of ice appeared, rapidly spreading outward across the shell. Shellix had no choice but to wheel on his attacker, turning his back on Inga for the time being. Mariah's squeak rose above the din.
"Lupine Fury? Why lupine? You don't have any freaking werewolves!"
"We have wolves in our hearts,"
Shellix roared in response. He snapped Mariah in two with his teeth. She let out a last squeaking ramble.
It is a far, far better thing that I do than I have ever done. It is a far, far better rest that I go to than I have ever known.
She was being overly dramatic. Logan could summon her up again without a problem. Roy Boy, now riderless, rose up on his dozen legs and sliced into the tortoise with his 6 sword arms. Shellix's troubles were only beginning. Inga latched onto the giant tortoise's neck, trying to chew through his tough scales to get at the arteries underneath. Logan could only assume that turtles and tortoises had some kind of carotid artery. Meanwhile, the other members of the fungaloid insect cavalry came rushing down from the platform to engage both Helmet and Petula. The skunk sent a putrid, roiling stink cloud straight into the oncoming bugs. The telekinetic force ripped off waddler heads and flung giant centipedes to the side. Their armor did well against slashing, but the concussive blast took most of them out. Petula was suddenly lost in a cloud of poisonous gas. No one would be able to get through to her. Then she turned that cloud black, complete darkness, so anyone entering wouldn't be able to see. Darkness and poison. Well now, Logan loved both. He dropped his shield and resummoned his silver sword. One-armed, he raced right into the heart of darkness.
Yikes!
Petula giggled.
Giant mushroom man. Can't use fire 'cause he's too close. Maybe this smell will knock you back a step or two, mushroom man.
The next noise she made sounded suspiciously like someone suffering from a parasitic infection writhing around inside their lower intestines. Logan wasn't going to ponder that diarrheal song for long. As for the smell, meh, he'd smelled worse. Heck, he'd eaten worse-smelling things for breakfast. And he could see just fine because he didn't need light. While he couldn't use his spores to do much on Sucrosia, he could use them to see. A second later, he drove his sword in Petula's chest. He sniffed. Smells like victory to me, Petula Cloud Sweat.
That's my line.
She let out a gurgling giggle, her eyes wide in surprise, as her legs gave out and her body dropped to the ground. She'd been the most dangerous opponent by a mile, but physically she was about as sturdy as a single sheet of toilet paper. The skunk woman was still giggling softly when her eyes slid shut, and her apothos rushed out, eager to rejoin the Tree of Souls. In an eye blink, the skunk shifter's various clouds dissipated. Logan turned to see the giant turtle shrinking into a very dead man, who looked human enough, except for the fact that his skin was a dark, waxy green. Inga transformed back into her normal body. Mariah was dead, but Roy Boy was still there, and he stayed close to his Mothras as they moved across the ruins of Conveyor Belt Hell. Helmet Oso was the last raider alive, and he was completely surrounded. He stood with his claws raised in surrender.
Bitter Lieblings, let me live. You don't know what I am. I will tell you, if you let me live.
Logan strode up. A curry-boo-boo leaped onto his back, lending him a burst of apothos and healing his missing arm. It itched, but at the same time it kind of felt good as he regrew the limb. "And what are you?" Logan asked.
Don't trust him, Inga warned. We've come too far to be defeated by a treacherous werebear.
After everything they'd seen, Logan wasn't sure Helmet actually was a werebear at all. Helmet whipped off his helmet and tossed it to Logan. The minute the helm was off, the bear slumped back on all fours, roared, and then retreated. It found a stray candy and licked it off the floor, then went meandering off, sniffing at things as it passed. Holding the helmet, Logan heard a very loud voice in his head.
You will put me on now, Mushroom Man. I shall own your body and your mind. I will call myself El Hongo.
For reasons Logan couldn't quite understand, donning the helmet sounded like a very cool idea. Plus, El Hongo was an awesome name. His eyelids felt heavy, his limbs numb. Suddenly, he found himself on autopilot, slowly lowering the helmet onto his head. Pain flooded through his body, sharp and cold, as one of Roy Boy's razor-sharp limbs severed Logan's arm above the elbow. The Mushroom Man stumbled back, glancing between Roy Boy and his arm, laying on the floor, hand wrapped around one of the evil helmet's horns. "What the heck?" Logan protested. "I just regrew that arm." "We had to snap you out of its spell," Inga said, positioning herself between Logan and the helmet. "It was enchanting you, ensnaring your mind. Thanks to our bond, I felt it the second his magic started to corrupt your thoughts. Don't you see? Helmet never was a shifter, not like the others. That was merely a regular bear possessed by a very powerful and very cursed artifact. Had you put it on, only Helmet would remain. We should have guessed as much from the beginning, considering the name, but we had a lot going on." Huh. It was kinda on the nose in hindsight. The helmet lay on the floor, glowing, until the light faded. That was just a ruse, Logan knew. Helmet would still be around, waiting to take control of whoever picked him up. They'd have to find a way to safely dispose of the helmet. Inga turned to him. She had a weary smile on her face. Her antennae drooped. "Well, let's get these bodies into your digestion pit. We are victorious, for now, but we might end up facing another set of raiders yet. Let's hope not. Not until we can get healed up and reset the dungeon." Logan took in a deep breath. He didn't smell any sign of Petula. All he smelled was the sweet, sweet scent of life itself, and some of the leftovers of the explosive candy. No other raiders came. After some debate, Logan tossed the cursed helmet into one of his digestion pits. He'd been a little worried about the curse being transferred to him, or hopefully some beneficial skill. But in the end, he only got a good dose of apothos from it. It went down like a jalapeno pepper. Logan spent the rest of the week digesting the lupine fury and working with Inga to tweak the dungeon. They hid the stalactites in the grand cavern staircase in Funland, so dungeoneers wouldn't see them. They also added a moon sand and Suki ant trap to the enchanted candy forest. By Sunday at noon, they had as much apothos as when they started. But one of the best parts was when Diabetti, the Arcanus confectionery mage, returned and toured their dungeon, marveling over their creation. She absolutely loved it, and gave Logan and Inga a kiss and 2 gift baskets before they left. Betty was the best. Logan was dying to know their score, but that would have to wait. He and Inga headed through the bi-portal and back into the Arena Suprema, where they both stopped and stood in horror. The crowds filling the huge arena weren't cheering. They were silent as the grave. Everyone stared on in a mixture of shock, dread, and morbid fascination as broadcast footage streamed into the stadium through a series of enchanted video crystals. Much of it was replay and highlight reels. Logan saw a clip of himself savagely impaling Petula with his sword. Some of the footage was also live. Dungeoneers had hit Lorena Quartz's dungeon the day the semifinals were supposed to end. Logan and Inga watched with the stunned crowd as Lorena Quartz was forced up against the sandy pedestal of her crystal dungeon on Twilydia. A scarlet-cloaked figure elbowed her across the face and dropped her to the ground. She wheezed, guardian form badly broken. The raider planted a white-booted foot on her chest, then reached down and effortlessly plucked her gem from her crystal belly. He crouched, holding the gemstone right in front of Lorena's face. Then, with a gruff laugh, he cracked her gem. Raw apothos rushed out in a cloud, flowing into his body while her eyes flickered, the life draining out. Nearby, Marco fell to his knees, tears running down his furry cheeks. "Lorena! No!" There was a burst of static as the video crystal feed guttered and died. One of Twylidia's critical celestial nodes had just failed. The world would die. But that wasn't all. There was video footage of the same crimson-caped raider killing 3 other contestants: Woody Bone Splinters, Tommy Bugnut, and Britta Scary. It was like that particular dungeoneer knew all about the inter-school tournament and had gone from world to world, cracking cores and draining nodes. The only other survivor, Winter Silver Gracefreeze, watched the footage like everyone else. There was something off about Winter Silver, though. Maybe Logan was imagining things, but it almost looked like she was fighting to suppress a small grin. Then she cried, but there was something off about that, too. If Logan didn't know any better, he would have sworn that she was faking it. In that moment, Logan hated the White Worm. Sure, she knew she was going to the finals, but she shouldn't be smiling about it. Not right then. 4 dungeon cores were dead, and at least one of those worlds would die as a result. Treacle came over and put his 2 big hands on their shoulders.
Welcome back. The dungeon you created. That world. All that candy.
The big Minotaur shook his head as tears filled his eyes.
So many memories.
He wiped away the tears with a crocheted hanky. Logan was speechless. Everyone was feeling a lot of emotions right then. Treacle cleared his throat.
Anyway, I'm glad you survived.
He slung a big arm around Logan's shoulder.
The raider hit Woody Bone Splinters, then Britta Scary. Marched right into the necropolis and went through her minions and traps like they were nothing. I was worried. Then he took out Tommy Bugnut, and I thought for sure.
He trailed off.
Well, it doesn't matter what I thought. I'm glad you and Inga made it.
Logan was glad they'd survived as well. But for the moment, all he could feel was shock and grief. Who was that guy in the red cloak? Chapter 29. Monday morning, Logan went out early to the Akros Coliseum, well before 6 a.m. He hadn't been sleeping anyway. The events of the previous day had made sleeping impossible. Even his moldy bed hadn't been able to relax him. He got into a meditation pose in front of Chadragoth's carbonite cocoon. Logan was having trouble concentrating, though. From the footage, there was no question in his mind that this Lou Shador could easily have wiped out his and Inga's dungeon had he shown up there. Even their score, as impressive as it was, didn't mean much. The competition, other than Winter Silver, had all been removed. Although removed wasn't quite right. More like exterminated. The White Worm hadn't been touched. Was that a bit suspicious? Maybe. And once again, she scored better than Logan and Inga, but not by much. Only a few percentage points. They would be going up against her in the finals. If there were finals. Logan's score, 98.45, was amazing. He and Inga got 100 out of 100 for their wow factor, and their apothos usage was 105 out of 100, because of all the excess energy they gained from digesting the cursed helmet and the Dungeoneers. For the other three categories, structural economy, minion management, and crafting, all were in the high 80s or mid-90s. They'd gotten a 95 in crafting because of the various cool things they created for Wally Wonko's murder factory. Winter Silver had set a new inter-school tournament record by getting a 98.55. She'd scored better on structural economy, minion management, and crafting. That Wyvern woman was unstoppable. Did she have help? Logan knew the truth. She didn't need help. She was that rare dungeon core that was simply gifted, like Chadragoth had been. If only Chadragoth would come out of his ascension cocoon. Logan knew the rules allowed him to pull in his friends for the final, and a full A-class cultivator would be welcome, given the circumstances. It all just might be wishful thinking anyway. Benji Slafiro, the journalist, had grilled Shadowcroft and Lolozi Webbs about the possibility of canceling the competition altogether, because there was a good chance that Lou Shador would be on the hunt. And which dungeon would he hit? Probably not Winter Silver. While she maintained her innocence, word on the street was that she was the snitch. How else could those high-level Dungeoneers hit not one, not two, but 4 of the competitors? Something fishy was going on, and the only plausible explanation was that someone had leaked the info to Lou Shador and his crew. Then again, people had been surprised at the power levels of the Lupine Fury. Logan and Inga had been given WoW points because they dealt so well with the flatulence of Petula Cloudsweat. Logan sat in front of Chadragoth, oddly soothed by the presence of the Abyss Lord trapped in the stone. Logan touched the Miami Vice sweatbands around his wrist. Not only did they stink, but that neon pink and green hurt his eyes. Logan, though, knew at some point they were going to be invaluable. He was keeping hope alive, even if it could be a challenge at times. The Fungaloid sighed. Wish you were here, buddy, because I bring you in on the fun. Probably not going to happen. I'm wondering what you would think of all this. Logan suspected that the old Chadragoth would have taken a very Shadowcroft view of things. He would laugh at the dungeon guardians who died because they were either weak or unlucky or both. However, the new Chadragoth would have given Logan a hug and said something oddly encouraging. Logan sat on the field with his legs crossed. It was snowing a bit, and the field was covered in white. He sat with his twine, which was as big of a mess as ever. He thought he'd found the master strand, which would allow him to unravel the central knot, but he'd thought that before and had wound up disappointed. As he worked, he felt the apothos flowing from the field into his core, hitting his 2 cultivated knots perfectly. His core effortlessly cycled the energy, thanks to all the work he'd done with both Rockhart and the hippie snake professor from the year before. Both had taught him techniques, Boundless Wheel and the Radiant Serpent under the glowing moon. Both had been critical in his success. Once again, though, he sensed that he'd hit a plateau, and he wasn't sure how to move past it. He'd been B-Class rank 4 since last year, and he'd not gone up a single rank since. He'd also failed tying another knot in his core. Honestly, he'd done nothing but mess with a ball of stupid twine in hopes that Rockhart was karate-kidding them. The longer he worked at it, the more worthless it seemed. But he was convinced there had to be a reason. There had to be something at the center of the ball of twine, just as there had to be something at the center of Treacle's jawbreaker. There had to be a reason for it all. Okay, maybe not Marco's bathroom cleaning. That could simply be Rockhart messing with the satyr. It was no secret that the Rector Prime had a strong dislike for Marco. And maybe the Academy simply needed Inga's sharp mind for the audit. That would be cruel. Inga was at B-class rank 10, and she hadn't progressed either. It also wouldn't be entirely out of character for the staff of the academy. Either way, it felt like they were all just spinning their wheels. Logan couldn't shake the dark thoughts. They'd done so well against the Lupine Fury. Their dungeon had been so good. Now, it felt empty. Logan resumed his meditation, cycling the energy around and around in his core, pushing it effortlessly through the meridian channels that ran through his guardian form. His concentration was broken by Marco's shouts.
It's obvious, right? This luchador is working with the Zeta Ridiculons. It's all a massive conspiracy to undermine the education system. If you can even call it education.
Logan turned to see Inga and the goat man walking across the field with the Minotaur in tow. Marco didn't have his cleaning cart, but he was in his janitorial jumpsuit with his name tag on the breast. He basically wore it all the time these days. He said it was harder to talk to girls in Vralkag, but that was okay. He had a higher purpose now than partying. Treacle had knitted himself a bright serape, the colors reminiscent of Sucrosia. That was strange. Treacle hated candy. Logan remembered how moved Treacle had been when they returned from their dungeon. It was probably just relief that they were alive. As the trio reached Logan, Inga whirled on Marco.
We've got to do something about all these conspiracy theories. There are no Zeta Ridiculons, and while there were probably Spore Lords, they are not the cabal behind 4 of the dungeons being destroyed in the semi-finals. Now stop it!
Marco's eyes turned to slits as he squinted at her suspiciously.
Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you? How much are they paying you, Inga? Can you show me the receipts? You have enough of them. You're not even hiding them anymore.
Why bother? You'd only get more paranoid if I hid them.
Inga's pockets were filled with receipts paper-clipped together, and she had an enormous tax code book tucked beneath one arm. The other 11 books in the set were currently stored in Logan's ring of pockets. He didn't mind, though he was worried about her. She seemed resigned to the impossible nature of the task, which was somehow worse than when she'd been actively fighting to dot every I and cross every T. Treacle didn't complain about the jawbreaker anymore either. Was that a good sign? He rarely took it out. He was too busy clicking away on his crocheting. He seemed oddly withdrawn and contemplative. He seldom seemed to speak these days, and when he did, it was in haiku as often as not. He'd also stopped talking completely about his off-world class, Mercy of Manifesting Armor, which was taught by the pacifist Professor Donald Crucible. Come to think of it, Professor Donnie was probably really sad about the dead dungeon cores. Inga cleared away some snow and laid down numerous colorful afghans that Treacle had crocheted. Logan found the ground fine. Marco made a face.
I'm not paranoid. I'm well informed,
he grumbled as Inga sat. Logan kept absently picking at his twine. She's right, Marco. You're worried about the Zeta Ridiculons and the Spore Lords, who probably aren't even real, when Lou Shador is hunting down our friends. I'm not saying you're wrong. All I'm saying is that we need to have our priorities in order. And speaking of the masked dungeoneer, I'm wondering what we're going to talk about in our tournament class today. I think both Shadowcroft and Rockhart will be there.
Isn't it obvious? Inga asked. They're going to cancel the finals. There's no other option. After those cores got cracked.
She shivered, antennae drooping.
And the awards ceremony for the semi-finals was so sad. They shouldn't have had it at all. It was in terrible taste.
I don't know,
Marco said with a shrug.
I think the shrimp tasted fine, and I like the theme. Be strong and dungeon on. But you're probably right.
Marco plopped down, holding a spray bottle in one hand and a scrub brush in the other. Every so often, he'd spray something in his mouth. From the odor, it was more Blue Divine Filter. Was he using it as a cleaner as well? He closed his eyes and mimicked scrubbing with the scrub brush. It was a true wax-on, wax-off moment. The satyr sighed. I can't stop thinking about Lorena Quartz. She had a heart made of crystal, fragile and beautiful. Her heart shattered. She's gone like the wind. Her crystal heart beats no more. Hey, Treacle, is that haiku enough for you?
No, you messed up all the syllables.
Treacle's needles clicked, clicked, clicked.
That is not haiku. It is barely poetry.
I'm really upset, okay?
Marco said.
I liked Lorena. We hung out some. I'm not saying there was kissing, but I'm not saying there wasn't kissing. For being crystalline, she had a certain softness.
The goat man shook his head.
You know how Melvin was strangely popular at Nightfall University?
Yeah, Logan said. I'm reminded every time I pass his statue on the way to my fungaloid class.
Well, Lorena was like that at Sawdrian's. She really shined. Professor Nickelwise canceled classes this week because there's going to be a memorial. Sawdrian's has its problems, but there's a real community there.
Sorry about your clown school, Logan said. He reached over and patted Marco's shoulder reassuringly.
Clown college. Whatever. We were going to do a pie unit. Throwing and receiving. But it's fine.
Marco was clearly depressed. And he wasn't alone. Treacle morosely shoved his jawbreaker into his cheek.
Professor Zagenerschwar is planning a field trip for his cultivation class to Necroscant before it crumbles away. It was one of the larger planet-wide necropolises in existence.
Logan felt like a hypocrite, since he also felt so bad. But all of the negativity wasn't helping them. Let's get to cultivating, okay? They all lapsed into silence as they concentrated on their apothos flow. Logan couldn't stop thinking that they were missing the boat on something. Something was off. They ended the meditation early, got breakfast, and then made their way to Professor Suresh's classroom. They weren't meeting in a dungeon, just a normal classroom in the central castle. On the way, Inga tried to make Treacle feel better.
We might miss out on seeing Necroscant, but Professor Zagenerschwar is also going to be leading the field trip to the Crossworld Bazaar for all the third years. And you have your off-world class at the Waldorf School of Strategic Learning.
You're right,
Treacle admitted, raising his voice over the clicking of his crochet needles. Marco walked behind them. He'd smacked his tuning fork against the wall and was listening to the vibrating audio crystal in his pocket. The warning bell's annoying voice went on and on about the Spore Lords in the deep dark. Inga pulled Logan close so they could talk without the others hearing.
We have to do something about the side effects of your Blue Divine Filter. It was supposed to help them cultivate better since they're C-class, but I don't think it's doing anything. Except annoying me, that is. And the side effects are horrendous. Treacle with his endless crocheting, and Marco with his conspiracy theories. It's driving them mad. And for what?
Both Logan and Inga had done some research, but they hadn't found much. Logan was at a loss. Yeah, I don't get it either. They should have advanced already. Looking back, C-class seemed so easy. Nothing like B-class. Marco's what? Rank 2?
Indeed. And Treacle is stuck at rank 1, which is a crime. He's a very good cultivator, and so powerful. I don't understand why he hasn't ascended to B-class yet. None of it makes a lick of sense.
Logan didn't understand it either.
Logan, we should go to your alchemy teacher, Inga said. Professor Arakunim Gilligan. If anyone can give us an answer to our quandary, surely it's him, isn't it?
Logan started sweating at the mere thought of his brews, beers, and bubbles class. He heard the screams. He smelled sulfur. His stomach twisted. Ara isn't all right. Not all right at all. We can't, Inga. Please, we can't. Inga rolled her eyes.
He has office hours. Surely he can't be as bad as you and Marco are making him out to be. We survived Rockhart after all.
Logan didn't know what to say, except he was certain he didn't want to go to Professor Gilligan. The very thought filled him with existential dread.
Just give me a little more time, he pleaded. I'll get my twine ball unraveled. We'll see if they're going ahead with the finals, and then we'll get serious about helping Marco and Treacle. You know, my mastering mushrooms magic might help. Maybe, Inga paused. In the meantime, I'm wondering if we can use our Cruelty Incorporated class to find out more about Lou Shador. It is supposed to be about famous Dungeoneers and the business of dungeoneering. I don't expect Professor Kobold to do much, but he might. Having a genuinely helpful professor at Shadowcroft wouldn't be the weirdest thing that's ever happened here. Though, admittedly, it might be in the top 5.
By the time they reached the doorway of their classroom, Logan was feeling marginally better. Right until he walked inside and saw that none of the other students were present. There were plenty of professors, though. Professor Suresh stood with 3 other dungeon guardians, one of which was Lolozi Webbs, the queenly spider and headmistress of Nightfall University. There was another arachnid core there, the dungeon accountant Weavelord, a tiny chihuahua-sized drider in a tweed coat. "Come in," Headmaster Shadowcroft said from the front of the room. "We gave the first cohort and the 9th circle the day off, so we could talk with you about this upsetting turn of events. There is no way we can, in good conscience, continue the competition." Logan felt his heart drop. He'd known this was coming, but it still felt like a gut punch. In walked Winter Silver Gracefreeze, in her more human form, though she still had the face and tail of a white dragon. She wasn't even fully in the room before she made her thoughts known.
I heartily disagree. I want my chance to kill this Lou Shador for destroying my friends.
Plot twist, Marco sputtered. Chapter 30. Shadowcroft motioned for Logan to sit. Winter Silver was already in a desk next to Lolozi Webbs. Professor Suresh's white suit brought out the orange in his tiger stripes. A diamond necklace glittered around his neck. Equally as well dressed was Euless Rockhart, though he had gone with formal red and black robes. He didn't sit, but stood hulking at the side of the room, grimacing. Weavelord frowned as Lolozi Webbs raised her chin. Her 8 legs rested in a web behind her.
I have to agree with Headmaster Shadowcroft.
Skip is fine, the tree man said with a wave of a wooden hand. Despite Euless's attire, I believe we can drop some of the formality here. First and foremost, we are comrades united in a single goal, to provide education for dungeon cores.
I agree completely,
Lolozi said, her webs vibrating.
Although I appreciate dear Winter Silver's courage in the face of this tragedy, we cannot let our students be slaughtered by this maniac. If he found the locations of our semifinals, he most certainly will find the 2 cores who will be fighting in the finals. We've already lost enough promising young stars.
Weavelord scurried up to stand on his desk.
That might not be case, Madam Headmistress. You said to drop the formalities, but as representative of the Department of Universal Dungeon Efficiency, I rely on formalities. For example, I will now say hello to Miss Therian. Good morning to you, Miss Therian. See? All very formal.
Marco was slouched in his seat.
Yeah, formalities rock. So tell me, Spider-Man, why might that not be the case?
Weavelord's cheeks colored with anger.
Mr. Weavelord is how you will address me, Mr. Lascarellis. If you would have read the tournament rules, you would know that the worlds for the finals are chosen at the last minute, when a fresh celestial node appears. No one will know the locations ahead of time.
Marco stared at Winter Silver.
So that means if anyone had ratted out dungeons during the semifinals, they couldn't do it in the finals. Right, Winter Silver?
The White Worm nodded.
That is correct, Marco. Though I can't imagine why you're looking at me like that. I don't need outside help to defeat the likes of you.
If you must know,
Marco snapped,
I'm paranoid. Because I have reasons to be paranoid. Because there's a good chance you're an agent of the Zeta Rediculons, who are being manipulated by the Deep Dark, who are in turn infected by the Spore Lords, who want nothing more